And okay, amazing. So support for NC in crisis whose operational challenges. We all operate in different countries in different contexts, political contexts, historical contexts, etc. We sometimes struggle with, for example, I don't know, HR crises to financial crisis, etc. And we can support each other using a platform that will enable us cooperating in order to suggest, for example, I don't know, Austria is better with fundraising than Ukraine. Then we can reach out to Austria and ask, okay, hi guys, how are you doing then? Can you help us a bit? Or for example, the dual purpose is strategic overlook provides structure for network tool to peer feedback, advice, practical solutions upon request of the NC. So the key thing is, well, I think it doesn't work. That basically this has to be on voluntary opt-in basis. So we cannot oblige anyone to be mandatory bound by the fact that like, oh, you have to share your practices. No, if you need to, if you want to share something, or if you need any advice, support, whatever, you can go for it. Next slide, please. So peer learning and knowledge transfer. Again, currently knowledge sharing occurs mostly during summer academies, president meeting, and this is really limited. Or through NC catch up, but this is just with governing body and not between the NCs. And for example, when we have it once or twice a year, or maybe like limited discussions during BNCM on during like not procedure, but like when we just talk to NC, this is really limited to what we, for example, could have had if we would have this practice established and formalized somehow. So the strategic overlook formalizes this practice, enabling NC to benefit from each other's success and best practices systematically by supporting each other. So the aim of this topic of debate is not that like, oh, UIP Ukraine created perfect program or whatever. No, we want to set a floor for actually figuring out how we can make it work, how we can establish practice exchange. Next slide, please. So, and the network tracks a collaboration by creating an open environment for discussing hardship and success. The strategic overlook fosters transparency, trust, stronger relationship with UIP network, supporting, establishing emerging NCs. So I will wait. So UIP, the Netherlands, has proposed the topic of debate, which touches upon also having a floor during BNCMs for discussions between NCs, because we don't really have this enough, right? And by having the discussion, so this is already shows that within our network, we have a need for better amount of discussions, and not only during BNCMs, just vote on proposals or do debates, but actually have conversations. We had on previous BNCM, UIP Ukraine was doing the workshop. The aim of the workshop was to share our practices, but also have an open discussion, which in my opinion was really, really useful, because I had a lot of insights and we openly talked about our hardship, and we're sharing how are we like helping, how are we dealing with that. And for example, I remember that Luxembourg said something that really stood out to me, UIP Azerbaijan. And if we would have this platform for actually sharing our experiences, okay, even being governing body will better understand the needs of the network. So we will have a better transparency. Next slide, please. So, and strategic clarity and informed decision-making. The process provides the network with comprehensive understanding and C-level challenges and opportunities. So as I just mentioned, basically, we will have better understanding of what actually is happening within the network. What are the hardships and challenges of the one NC or cluster or regional cluster? So, and insights can guide both network-wide planning and also regional cluster level support initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, UIP Ukraine. We now open the floor to any statements from the agenda setting call. We had statements from EYP Italy and EYP Finland, if they still want to. EYP Italy, you recognize? Could you pass your, try. There are too many computers. We'll try to move the receiver somewhere easier, but like right now we can try at least. Yeah. Keep it to 1 minute max, please.
If we can see, amazing, so it's more everybody else with what we said. On one hand, we do believe that it is necessary to find a structured way to support together, because asking is not more, not is not enough. What Italy has actively been reaching out to NC that may benefit from our knowledge. I understand not just asking for an open floor and waiting for somebody to react and be like, oh, I have the knowledge it needs. It's not necessarily the best way, and it's not efficient. At the same time, believe that we could have structures that could be tailored precisely for that. And because of that, we do not need to create yet another platform that could work for the first 5 months, let's say, and then would fall into its use. And so first thing first would be necessary to identify the platforms that could work. And by that, I mean understanding why the BNC, for example, would not be the one for that and working on the platforms that we have instead of creating one.
Thank you, Beasley, for a perfectly timed statement. EYP Finland, advice.
We would agree with Italy in this. We already have the BSC for this. We also have now check-ins with NCs with EWOR. And I think throughout all of these processes, that we can kind of provide this like peer support to each other in NCs. I think also like having more discussions during the NC, for example, about like what struggles different NCs are facing. Having more open dialogue about that, that's something that we need to support. However, again, as European already said, like creating yet another structure for this would maybe provide more work than it would provide help. Also, establishing it would take probably a very long time, finding out what works for that purpose, how that would work, and getting into the specifics of it when we already have kind of this big, place for having those discussions and for providing that peer support. So yeah, we would not put anything yet another way to receive the support, but definitely open to having discussions like this in the BNC, for example.
Thank you, EYP Finland. Another well-timed statements. Let's keep it this way. EYP Ukraine, you want to have some seconds to respond.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Eastern Finland, thank you very much for your constructive statements. So, and regarding the fact that we only have structures, yes, we do have some structures. For example, okay, we can say that like, okay, yeah, right. We have a BNC email list. For example, Ukraine has a hardship. Will I be texting to BNCM list, knowing that, like, for example, just out of my own encouragement, asking everyone for advice? No, this is not really what it's for. And we need to establish, as for example, from what I believe, we have it on Slack right now. So basically just set up a practice that, okay, guys, we actually have this need. Maybe we should have a place for those discussions. We can do online space for that. For example, like on Slack, the team, Discord, whatever, just to know that like, okay, we can ask each other for help and we can do it on. We can have discussions during BNCM, so have a separate time for that because, okay, EOS spends a lot of money for us to be here every, like, biannually. We all paste our agendas in order to come to Berlin for 3 days. And we also do it biannually. We could have spent our time more efficiently by having like small time slots. For example, together this workshop time, or instead of workshop allocated time, because workshops, okay, yeah, they're practice exchange, but you do workshops when you have something to show off with. When you are striving with something, then we need a space to actually be transparent about our issues that we're facing. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine. We are now open to the debate. The proposing entity did not structure it, so, and also considering the allocated time via agenda setting poll, we had 2 rounds of debate, both general. I see Romania, Finland, Romania, Poland, and then Finland. At this point, we will move the transmitter at break. Right now, use your very powerful and influent voice.
However, I think it's very similar to clusters, first of all, because clusters are also an opt-in system that was fully allowed us to shape the way we wanted to. We opted in and we kind of reshaped the system how we wanted. And honestly, based on my experience, creating new bodies does not resolve the solution necessarily. These kind of initiatives tend to fade away, and it's also based on us and how much effort we want to put in. Even if you're gonna create something new, that doesn't gonna solve. Oh, we're gonna cooperate so much more. We've seen these things recurring in the past. We created new things, they faded away because people did not put effort into it.
Thank you, Romania. I promise what we Poland.
Not just seconding Romania's point, the only thing to add is that maybe, although the idea behind it and rationale for this was actually maybe a more effective solution would be to reconsider the already existing structures, understand why they're not working, grow and improve those instead of introducing new ones. as stand-ins for something that we already do have and are not utilizing its full potential.
Thank you, Alan. As promised, you go to Finland.
Yes, also adding on to this, we have in practice the BNNC, the Board of Nordic National Committees. We basically have meetings where we discuss what works for us, best practices, things like that. And I think utilizing clusters in that way, utilizing your entities that are close to you, and sharing issues with them. You can see what kind of issues are, in general in your area. That's kind of a way to go about this, where you don't have to establish anything new. However, you can do something that's already existing.
We have a direct response from EYP Romania.
On that, those clusters, they don't have necessarily to be neighboring countries. We are allowed to do clusters with anyone we think of its relevance. So if we think that another NC kind of struggles the same way, we can do a cluster with them and use that the exact same way.
EYP Romania, EYP the Netherlands.
I also think that everyone just said correctly as well. Clusters might be a more effective way of also doing knowledge sharing than just doing a different structure. Because, for example, Netherlands is more than happy to provide any kind of knowledge sharing to any NC who may want it or need it. But what is relevant to us in terms of, for example, fundraising might not be relevant. EYP Slovenia, for example, because we're like in different regions, we have different sorts of funding available. Yeah.
Thank you, Rita. I think we have enough on the plate to go back to EYP Ukraine.
Works? No. Yeah.
Yeah. As expected. Thank you very much, EYP Poland, with your Netherlands for the discussion. So the difference with clusters is basically the clusters is within our, mostly they're done within the region. And having SOS system would foster the collaboration besides your geographical sphere. So better understanding of what's up within the network itself and not only one limited cluster. This should not be mandatory. This is often system only, and yeah, fully understand the concern of EYP the Netherlands. But maybe, for example, if your financial fundraising works different, maybe you're combating HR crisis somehow in the way that it could benefit, for example, EYP Slovenia, right? And we think that you have all really valid point, and the meaning of that we already have a lot of different practices that maybe they were just not working properly, and we would really emphasize on actually reviewing those practices and finding out how we can make them work again. And we would like to hear more on the second round of debate, even though you want to ask something? We would like to add on the second round of debates, even though it's named general. We would like to hear more of your proposals, how we can make it work, like how do you the collaboration in such way? Is it needed? Is it not needed? Thank you.
Thank you, EYP Ukraine. We will have no more than 4 points. I see the UK and then Italy. Please do not die. The UK.
I wonder if you already change also to the energy
Can we do direct response?
You have the right to, if you want.
Okay, well, so yes, we are pretty much willing because previously we did a workshop which was aimed on basically sharing our practices right? And the aim of this workshop was to actually have an open discussion. It was a huge success because that was my first time personally witnessing how we actually openly talk about the hardships of BNCM and shared practices. So, and I think we already have kind of a little experience of how we can actually make it work. So if we would agree on the fact that, for example, during BNCMs, we can actually have this not only action but SOS procedure, we would be likely to and willing to facilitate it. So thank you for your question.
We have and where's this direct response? Very fast.
We have the social path BNCM where we see already too much as it is, trying to even add more things. It's true that the BNC board is trying to facilitate, make it less packed, but still, there are so many other mechanisms that we can go before putting some times here, especially with the BNCs going bigger and bigger.
You, yeah, it's already spoken the debate, but let's try to vary. We already had two diaries. We gotta say, I'm sorry, Serbia, Austria, and then go back to Ukraine.
Actually, like with people like people, it's not one size fits all. And just like we mentioned, that's why infrastructure clusters do exist. And you see, just like Stefan mentioned, cherry pick in which part we want to be depending on that issue. But it's also important to mention that we do already have some events that are efficient and they're not like they are happening annually. We have like Summer Academy, which is support the finance program. Have President Summit, which is support the president. There is a Discord channel that should be activated. That should be our focus. How do we activate channels that's already there to meet past responses? There is a president's rise. Let's make that a thing again. So now we have Slack. So instead of just using the whole like resource that they implemented, especially just like prepared yesterday's fundraising and everything, so instead of just like making another event, it might turn good, but it also might be burn everyone else, and there might be nothing out of it. Just like I would feel like this whole discussion might be a bit more productive and have something out of it if we focus on what we already have, which is not a physical meetings or like events, rather than how do we use our channels and our already infrastructure that we do have in the network and make it a bit more.
Thank you, Serbia. As I promised, Austria, and then we have Ukraine.
So adding on to the previous points, out of curiosity, who currently uses hypothetical new system?
You have Ukraine.
Thank you very much. EVP UK, EVP Serbia, Austria, and Slovenia for your points. I want to emphasize once more that what we propose is not a defined structure or defined structure of actions that we would like to implement or create that whole new channel like the Discord and new Slack, whatever the app is. What we propose is to ensure that there is actually enough space for this cross-sea knowledge exchange, not creating necessarily something new, but embedding this structure into all existing structures. We do agree that sometimes creating something new may not work as efficiently as utilizing what we already have, but our point is to create a space where every NC can voluntarily, if they really need it, propose a topic for discussion, and it not necessarily should be like fundraising or HR crisis, as is common for ONCs, but at the same time, we need different approaches based on the area that NC is located. But it also can be about more even leadership motivation or general this policy, whatever board of action structures, as we had module yesterday, so it can be useful for everyone. And at the same time, we didn't have quite a time for proposing our action plan, which is in the presentation, which you may see in the agenda. But what we actually proposed is, for example, having separate time for that during BNC, but not in the terms that extending BNC, which is already too much, as you mentioned, right? But in the terms that, for example, at one point we have different slots for this intercultural module exchange, which is basically the implementation of SOS system, and at the same time doing something different. And when you ask how is it possible to combine, well, we would say that's when we have two representatives from the country, which can take turns. Yeah, and also, yeah, just to have opportunity to more NCs to participate in that. For example, as we did in Summer Academy, where we had quite a productive cultural exchange module. However, it would be a good idea to extend it to further, for example, practice exchange and what is already implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine. There was another slide in your presentation. It's in the Discord, child Discord, Slack thread, as well as we encourage all of you to use Slack. What we gave, the time allocation is from the agenda setting poll, from what we thought of the agenda. So fill the agenda setting poll and tell us you are more interested in topics. We have received a formal request by Ukraine for an informal vote. As a reminder, just a colored placard. Would you support the creation of SOS as a forum for knowledge transfer practice with the aim of NC to NC support? The colored. It, I would say, a predominantly red panorama. Thank you, EYP Ukraine. And we can now go to GB, policy on elections, a comprehensive electoral reform. Spokesperson is our beloved Igor Meshtovich.
I don't think I need a microphone, but. So I just start. Okay, there it is.
Is there a mic? Yes, please use one.
For the online ones. Now, in terms of this proposal, this comes as a result from a lot of internal discussions within the governing body. We came up with this together through a long process, and of course, the aim was to improve the current state of GB elections, foster confidence, ensure fairness, provide clarity, and ensure that we have a governing body policy which is short and simple. And this GB election policy, a separate policy that is then also simple, understandable, and has again these clear rules that everything else. And of course, this process, if you go to the next slide, was a months-long process for us. We had different discussions at different points in time, online and physically. You can go to the next slide. So there was that. And indeed, some of the things that have motivated us to consider having a more clear elections policy concern exactly what is detailed on this slide in terms of things that we have heard people either complain of or people be uneasy with, or something that even we ourselves were uneasy with. This is a non-holistic overview of some of these things in terms of negative campaigning and how it was introduced as a definition. BNCB actually endorsed, well, one member of the BNCB endorsing a candidate, which was perfectly legal, if you will, back then. A lot of different stuff. Also, something from the last GB town hall that was very suspicious to me was, for example, that a certain candidate, person sitting next to me actually, was asked questions first for most of the debate, which is very weird because you shouldn't do that. But in my opinion, but you know, there are these things that can raise eyebrows. So the point is to minimize that. So can we go please to the next slide? So, because it's a holistic kind of change, I did not detail every single clause, every single thing here, but this slide, which you also have access to these slides, I think. You can also look at it yourself. This details, in my view, what are the biggest changes, most profound ones. I should say that in terms of the first 2 points, the Code of Ethics, we already have these requirements. The Code of Ethics, as of last time, you all and we made it binding upon every EYPer. There's an obligation of good faith and a lot of other good stuff. And in terms of the BNCB no longer being able to endorse a candidate, we have also talked with the BNCB about this. So this is not us just pushing them in a certain way. This is also based on BNCB being, at least to an extent, open to it, or more than happy to actually stand behind that. In terms of everything else, you have it there. I don't want to read it out because you can also read it out for yourself. So can we go to the next stuff? Yes, I really wanted to use these template pictures. Now, in terms of what is the intended outcome and proposed policy, there are some things that I would like to highlight as quite important in terms of the rules and clarity, but feel free to feedback. In terms of encouraging NCs to bring campaign closer to their members, there's a great example of what UAP Serbia did last year, having hosted all of the candidates, asking one question per day, and then recording a minute-long video or something like that. And that hopefully helped with your turnout, but also bringing it closer and also putting your NCs and your membership's priorities and interests very close to all governing body candidates. Of course, if you're doing that, this policy allows for that insofar it's equal access. But this is something that we also want to encourage, and this is also a way to boost turnout. In terms of conflicts of interest, a key change is, of course, that non-running governing body members help with democratic decision making together with the executive director if well shit hits the fan in terms of, let's say that there's a big issue, and in terms of reinforcing the system of policies, it is our view that this now complements the recent changes we have made to a set of EYP policies in terms of ensuring we take care of the campaign in the best way possible. This will also mean that the candidates info sheet will, if we agree on this proposal, will have to change for the GB candidates, just to make it very, very clear for everyone that this would take effect now. That's it, I think, right? Unless I put something else there.
No.
I don't think so.
Thank you, Ivor. For those of you who are counting, we have the first holistic of the BNC. Any NC willing to deliver a statement? Nope. Do we want to say anything else from the governing body side? Okay, then we're gonna move to the debate, which is structured as follows. Go, man. Debate from general. I see Stephanie with Romania, very willing to deliver a point. You can.
I just one question, very still not very clear to me. I know they're quite symbolic, but there's no mention of it. What about nominating candidates? I know MCs and members can still nominate candidates to run for the TP, but the person still needs to apply. Are you planning on codifying that? Are you planning on scraping that? Are you planning on keeping that? Are you planning to better define that? What's up as part of it?
Thank you, EYP Romania. If we want, we can collect other points. Apparently, we don't. So, governing body.
In terms of the answer, clause 6 says that you can become a candidate. Well, to become a candidate, you must submit a manifesto and a short video. And of course, the ED provides a template, much like the kids are providing us with these noises. This, of course, can be delegated by the ED. In terms of creating a template, and I would also like to thank now, as this is a good moment, Sean and Analu and Sean also for doing a lot of the work on this. It's actually a lot more work than probably people also think in terms of getting all of the things there. So thank you now. This is a great moment to do so. And so no nomination can work in that sense because you must consent yourself to be a candidate because consent is key. Of course, and that's sort of the thinking behind this. So that, for example, would change from the info sheet, but also some other things because we would have more clear policies in terms of how can you run and whatnot. I'm sort of going beyond the Romanian point as well, but I also do want to say, feel free to ask more questions if you have in terms of the rules that we're trying to propose here, in terms of also people not using, for example, their NC privileges. Or even, I don't know, if someone from the governing body runs again and, I don't know, they have a ChatGPT premium or something, they shouldn't be able to use it by virtue of not just the code of ethics, but also this policy. That's also the complementarity. Now I'll stop because if I continue, I'll just.
I mean, you had your fair share of time allocated to you, so it's within your right. We appreciate it if you don't. We have another one if we wish so. I see Anna with the point. Please, international office.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Well,
Yes. So on behalf of the IO, we would also like to thank the governing body for introducing this proposal, and I would just like to make a short statement or point on the structure and not on the content because it's not our role to comment on this. And my point just refers to the wording in clause 5, which refers to the task that the executive director would be in charge of. And in our view, it's not fully harmonized with the rest of our policy. Some of you may know back in 2015, there was an attempt to harmonize the phrasing in our policy framework to only mention the term of the executive director, being responsible for ensuring that policies are observed and implemented, but they can also delegate certain tasks to other members of the IO. However, staff members or the number of staff members in the IO fluctuate over the years, depending on funding and so on. So that's why the role of the ED is enshrined in our charter, because there should always be one, but we're not going into detail there because who knows what the future of the international office might look like. So in the charter, there are certain rules outlined for the ED that, as you can imagine, and as the DB has also now mentioned, is not possible for one person single-handedly to carry out. That's why we have the likes of Sean and Anna to support us here as well. So that's why we think that the phrasing suggested is seen as a sort of a case of over-regulation where we don't see the need to, where the ED can also delegate certain tasks to other members of the IO. And we just would ask you to consider this when voting on this. But nonetheless, we are of course happy and obliged as well to follow these new policies. And we just ask you to take this into account. Thank you.
Thank you to the International Office. Any MC would be willing to have a point? Then I will pass the mic in a very short space to Ivan.
So thank you, Anne. Also thank you to the International Office. We did know the International Office will make this point that we have been discussing these things, and already to those of you who have seen the original proposal during the public consultations, and now you see that we have already changed some things in light of what we perceive to be could be an issue. Now, in terms of the issue of workload, and this is primarily how the governing body approaches these comments. In terms of clicking a send on an email, we believe that that is not that much in terms of work to be done. And in terms of handling complaints, which is probably the biggest workload, this is a very ad hoc thing, there for the Latin terms. So it's a thing we cannot predict, right? There can be none, there can be a lot of them. The point is also that we use existing channels, so non-running governing body members can then talk it out with the executive director. Other members who are working on these elections, in this case, Anna and Sean, will be perfectly able to give their view, advise or whatnot. It's just that then there would be, sort of a democratic / hierarchical decision with the ED and those GB members. So in terms of these A to C's, I said it's literally sending an email. Template can be provided by another person. It's just that we want to foster confidence. We want you to be very confident of the results and also of these announcements. And then the most hierarchical person, insofar available, should do it. I'm not saying that if someone's on parental leave, they should send this email. That's not the intention. Never was. And in terms of informing the candidates of election results, it's sort of codifying the practice thus far. This can also be done in a myriad of different ways. So that's why we do not believe this takes a lot of time. So we primarily approach this from, okay, IO welfare, workload matters. In terms of coherence of policies, you heard a lot about 2015, and that is true, that we add a bit of something new. We see that as complementary though. And the governing body is very happy to provide this because it really reinforces how we write these policies. The executive director has these tasks that they can easily delegate. And what we're simply saying is, well, if you have a functioning executive director, then this is not to be delegated, of course. And this is really what we believe a very small cluster of jobs. I would not even call them jobs in the traditional sense of the word, but tasks. And that's why we don't believe there's that much that would change from what we have right now, or change in terms of how we believe this policy to be. Because if anything, we are doing that to reinforce the 2015, so now a decade-old phrasing and belief that, okay, it is the ED that has these tasks and then delegates them, and it is this person that's responsible. That's it.
Thank you to the governing body. We now pass on to the voting. Since it would be a new governance-related policy as defined by the charter, there is a relative majority needed, as it is a proposal by the governing body. If approved by the BNC, it would immediately come into force. We would ask all NCs in favor to raise their placards. All those abstaining. Any votes against? So I'm sorry for those online. We had a unanimous vote in favor. The new policy on GB elections is approved. We now move to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Adriano. We will be moving on to the proposed change of the charter, which was brought forward by Evolution. The floor is yours for your opening presentation, but please keep in mind to make it no longer than 2 minutes because it's a charter change. It's very important. But the agenda setting rule determined we have 15 minutes for the whole thing, and I believe everyone deserves also time to debate. Yes. The floor is yours.
So, change in rating, Article 3.2, the charter by removing explicit references to individual state instead of leaving exceptions. So the regulated by jointly by governing body and board of national committees. So we can go to the history of proposal. So in the BNCM 1 2023, Ukraine proposed amending 3.2, but differently by explicitly address reference to Russia. This proposal was rejected as members preferred to leave the prospect of Russia once it becomes a democratic state, to still have a prospect of joining UIP, which was this new proposal takes the concern into account. It does not close future pathways, but instead removes all the named exceptions, keeping the charter neutral, allowing any case handled jointly by GB and BNC. This balances neutrality, flexibility, and respect for the values. Next slide, please. So rationale. First of all, we want to adhere to our values of the UIP mentioned in the charter. First ones are neutrality and non-partisanship. We are a non-partisan organization, and naming out states specifically is a bit of favorism. So dual purpose, we live in really politically unstable times, and we now have a main rule. Every, as I mentioned in 3.2, basically every state of that has membership of Council of Europe can be eligible for joining, but also Russia and Belarus. Let's take in consideration the fact, for example, I don't know, Georgia, doing amazing but political landscape change, and Georgia goes away from Council of Europe. Then the pathway for use like Georgia will be closed just because of the political overturn that they have, right? We don't want that. So this serves dual purpose, creating safeguards for use initiatives to be free from political will of the states. So even if the politics of the state change, the youth will still have the opportunity to join the UIP. But we have to limit that, right? Next slide, please. Clarity through the Council of Europe alignment, because now the phrasing is a bit broad, and we want to make it a main rule and then the exception which will be regulated. So eligibility should remain tied to Council of Europe membership. Any exceptions should be regulated broadly by governing body and BNC by democratic vote in accordance with the procedure outlined in 3.3, not carried out by naming countries in the charter. This ensures non-partisanship as the main value of UIP. This ensures consistency and clarity. Next slide, please. So, and respect for affected members and the community. UIP is an inclusive community, and as you can imagine, the explicitly living names and pathway for state engaging in actions contradicting to UIP values inappropriate for the members affected by war and their efforts into maintaining activity of UIP values. Basically, the members of UIP Ukraine have hard times to actually keep up with participating in UIP, adhering democratic values, doing UIP Ukraine within Ukraine, engaging in international sessions. And then you look at the charter and you see like straight up reference to Russia. This upsets people, and however, we do not want to close a pathway for that because we have a huge hope in the Belarus and Russia once become a democratic state with the opportunity for youth to engage in UIP. We have to move out this pathway, but we would like to have some respect for members of UIP Ukraine and members of other states that were also affected by Russia, like members of Georgia and other states. Next slide, please. So the proposal. Now we, as you can see, like in the proposed, the right part, the most, at most one organization from each member number of applicants per year is eligible to apply for recognition, and the next sentence is this limitation that we create. Like, the next sentence is the exception. Any further cases shall be regulated jointly by the governing body and the Board of National Institutes in accordance with this.
Luckily, this is also the text that was published.
Okay, amazing.
So
Yeah,
if
we can
it's
go to the
alright,
next
we'll
slide.
move on for time reasons. But thank you for speaking so quickly. I know it's very demanding. All right. Thank you. The intended outcome is also as previously published. And so, give you a minute just to look at it, and then we must move on to statements. So we open the floor for statements from any and all MCs. Is there anyone? If not, European Ukraine, would you like to respond to the non-existent statements? All right, thank you so much. Then we will move on to the debate, which is structured in general. And I see we already have 2 points for the first round. So let's go to the Netherlands, followed by the Netherlands.
Well, I do have thoughts for my phrasing. Maybe there's some students here already looking at you first. Who can clarify this for me. But I think the phrase any further cases shall be regulated in accordance with the charter does kind of create an implication that there's later in the charter kind of guidelines for exceptions. I don't know if this is the case, I just how it read to me. So if that maybe could be improved upon a little bit for amendment first.
Thank you, the Netherlands, and as promised,
Again, I want to thank you if you can really understand that this is also an emotional thing and like a very personal aspect for you, which I fully get. However, what you try to codify there already exists in terms of like if the GP decides to recognize an initiative, even if we don't vote on it, we have the right to overrule any GP decisions. So like we already have this in place practically.
thank you. We have time to take one from the governing body, your recommendation.
Yes, so. Yeah. I'm with that. I think it can be sufficiently loud. Now, in terms of, does it work? It does work. Great. Now, in terms of the policy indeed, so already what happens is now hypothetically you could have the next, I don't know, Hungary restart again, or you could even have Belarus or even the other country. But for that, the BNC always has the right to, at the next BNC meeting, to overturn it. So seconding that on Stefan and to answer this Dutch question, as we see it, this could also mean that there's a specific policy thing that could go there or whatnot. So we don't know the full intent, but we sort of see it as such. What we also see in the phrasing, and this might be then our question is, would this then be open to every other country? Because the phrasing itself says Council of Europe, yes. And that means any other country such as, I don't know, Canada, Australia, Sao Tome and Principe, Vatican, would be able to. I'm trying to make a laughing point here, but really, would this also be a part of the intent or not? Because the phrasing, as the governing body understands it right now, would permit that. So that goes back also to the Dutch question, because the governing body had a similar yet a bit of a different question. I hope I was clear.
Yeah, more than, thank you.
All right, we have one more point from Europe Switzerland, and then we will return to Ukraine to respond to this round.
Yeah, I just kind of want to echo what the GP said, and then adding on to that. Okay. Just want to echo what the GP said, and then adding on to that. One, actually forgot what I was. Sorry, guys. I want to add. Nope, it's left.
Maybe it comes back in the next round. That's fine.
So sorry.
All right. So in that case, let's return to Ukraine to respond to this.
Yes, thank you very much for your questions. So regarding the question from GP, I saw that comment. Yeah, I was phrasing it so like yeah. Basically, the way I phrased it, this is safeguard for basically like how we see that we have the main rule, then we have exception. Exception is open for the interpretation, right? That we can basically like yes, anyone can join. But the procedure of joining is governed by GB and BNC jointly. So for example, if Canada wants to join, will we accept Canada? Well, I don't think so. But for example, if the Georgia, which we're really rooting for, goes out of the Council of Europe, do we want them to have the opportunity to be active within UAP democratic values and all values that we fight in within the UAP? Yes, we do. So while being open-ended, this still safeguards this opportunity to be able to participate in UAP, regardless of what politics in your state are going through right now. So yeah.
Thank you, with Ukraine. Then on this note, we will open the second round of debate. And even for Switzerland, I believe the point has come back, so I would not have a chance. Guys.
So it's just a question on current policy. Fairness. We recognized the Awakening Pillars yesterday. And my question is, do other initiatives also have to be recognized by the BNC? Like also have to be voted on by the BNC and GB jointly when they become initiatives?
This question to us.
Yeah.
I mean, I can answer.
You can direct response if you put up splatter. You're recognized.
So the way it works now is that that whenever we recognize an initiative, it comes back to you. Now, in the spirit and efficiency of this meeting, we don't have that on North Macedonia's second year of being an initiative and Slovakia's start as an initiative. But we'll talk about this also in the GB updates, and certainly the governing body also prepared a one-pager POD for that as well. Because the whole point of the change that we suggested at the last BNCM was that the BNC always gets the right to reject the governing body decision to recognize an initiative. This means that literally, let's take a country such as Montenegro, so not a controversial country as an example. Let's say we have an EYP Montenegro initiative, and let's say we recognize it, on Monday, next BNCM, so which would be in spring of next year, you would have as the BNC the opportunity to overrule our decision on that. But you have to understand that that's a procedural question, and also what Ukraine also here is talking about is eligibility criteria. And because the rules are very clear now in terms of procedure, and eligibility criteria is Council of Europe plus Belarus and Russia.
Thank you. I think that clears things up. We'll take a point from European Ireland next, and then I'd say maybe one more. Ireland.
Thank you. Sorry, guys, national certificates is so all I think that also like there definitely is a need to be less specific in the wording, but maybe this isn't new, but I think we also need to recognize that there's very real possibility that the UK could not be in the Council of Europe in a couple of years, depending on the political situation with the Conservatives. So because of that, I do agree that we need to be less specific with the exceptions, because I don't want to keep, adding people favoritism thing in the charter, but we also, maybe don't want Canada showing off in a few years. So I think there just needs to be less specificity, but also, allowing for clear eligibility criteria that probably need to be reassessed given the current situations.
Thank you. We have two direct responses, but Austria was faster, so we'll take them. Do you recognize me?
So my idea, which is maybe a bit out of the box, but would it be possible to name the Council of Europe, but the stand of 2020, which includes the Federation, which includes the United Kingdom, which was mentioned before, and which includes the other countries, for example, in the West Balkans. So I think we have all the countries that where UIP would be possible in this 2020 stance of the Council of Europe.
All right, thank you, UAP Austria. This wasn't technically a direct response, but it was a point that I saw some nodding to. So we won't strike it from the record or anything, but just, be precise with the direct responses, please, everybody. Thank you. Let's say one more point from United Kingdom, also because you were mentioned, and then we will close the round.
But I will go that if you are going to reject like countries like let's say get an application, yeah, I'm sure some of you on such panels when you see those come in, it's not empty. But if you are going to have those countries applying, you could probably need to provide some grounds for rejection for transparency sake. And if you're saying House of Europe on any exceptions, you kind of remove that. So the Russia and Belarus make sense, they're geographically within the European remit. And I just think you need to consider what grounds you're providing because transparency and ability, that's probably a consideration.
Thank you, UAP UK, and we have a direct response from the governing. Is it not the correct direct response? Okay, because we will be otherwise closing the debate, we'll take the points, but make it short.
Very short. Maybe just as a clarification to this, the way in which this works is in the moment where NCs want to become an NC, they need to be a member of the Council of Europe, meaning if a country leaves the Council of Europe and they're an NC, this wouldn't mean that they're automatically not an NC. So this only applies to when they are applying to become an NC.
Thank you. I think that helped clarify things. All right, in that case, let's close the round and return to Ukraine for a response.
Okay, thank you everyone for the points. They were incredibly valid. Yeah, thank you for so many direct responses. I'm really happy that we're fostering such a discussion. So first of all, going to Ireland, thank you so much for your point. And this is exactly what we're trying to do because first of all, non-partisanship and affiliated deterrence, yes. But secondly, we want to safeguard use of Europe from political overturns that might be coming, right? Going to Austria, we don't really believe in doing eligibility through retroactive matters, if that makes sense. We think that open-ended interpretation as we have it right now makes more sense. And also this is backed up by Article 3.3, which outlines the procedure. And we think that this is going to United Kingdom, that is unlikely that, for example, UAP India or UAP Canada, as was mentioned before, will be actually able to join unless we decide. Because again, supermajority is a thing, governing body has a say, and I don't think that the governing body or like supermajority of BNC will actually admitting UAP India. But yeah, save UK, save Georgia. We don't want youth to be deprived out of participation because political things. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. This response is perfectly timed. I'm glad everyone brings a mindful of this. Then we will be moving. All right, the computer's not my friend. There we go. So because this is a proposal to amend the charter of the EYP, a 2/3 majority is needed to pass this. So let's move on to voting. May we see first all in favor? All right, I will read them out loud. So we have UP France, Spain, Ukraine, Albania, and Azerbaijan. I didn't forget anyone, did I? All right, thank you. May we see all abstentions, please? All right, I will read them out loud as well. We have Europe, Germany, Turkey, United Kingdom, Poland, Armenia, Cyprus, Luxembourg, Belgium, Croatia, Brazil, Romania, Latvia. Austria, Serbia. Norway. There's Czech Republic. Thank you. Sorry, it's just we're trying to be very precise on how we document the vote, so it takes a minute. When everyone votes the same way, obviously it's easiest for us, but you know, it is your good right to vote however you please. Then may we see all against, finally. Should be the case. Should be everyone. So it's 16. All right, thank you. All right, all right, with 5 in favor, 6 against, and 20 abstentions, the qualified majority of 2/3 has not been reached, so this target change has not passed. But thank you very much, everyone, for participating, and you would be trained for their hard work on this topic. Brings us to the next point on the agenda, which is the proposed update to the policy on evaluation and feedback by UAP Italy and UAP Greece. I see some commotion. Is that you sitting together? All right, then let's do a minute after that. All right, comfortable? Then let's hear from the proposing entities. The floor, do you need a microphone? Thank you so much.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. So, what we're looking at is the first proposal for which aim to update our policy on evaluation feedback. As you see, the goal here isn't to reinvent the wheel, it's to formally codify practice that's already widespread across. So, this slide outlines the core mechanism of the proposal. It's based on a clear, simple distinction. First, we have mandatory evaluations for serious issues. This is the transparency and accountability we're talking about. If an official's conduct is harmful, meaning breaching welfare policy, failing to fulfill speaks, etc., all the cases that we see with Article 6, an evaluation must be written, or to the very least, the evaluation will have to pause, it will have the possibility to independently decide to write and publish. Consent is not required here. This ensures that official selection panels always have the critical information they need to make informed decisions. Secondly, we have consent-based evaluation for growth. This is well-being. For evaluation that currently are focused only on personal involvement, the officials give their explicit consent. We've all seen situations where the idea of a formal evaluation can cause unnecessary stress, and this aims to reduce. What we're talking about here is thus non-essential evaluations. Crucially, in this very specific instance, if consent is denied, that information isn't lost. It can and should still be shared as informal constructive feedback, which is often a more productive format for personal growth. But again, and I still can't stress this enough, only for personal growth. Moving on to the history of the proposal. This proposal doesn't come from vacuum, it builds directly on our previous discussions and recent decisions. And more directly, this proposal borrows the excellent work done by Romania and Slovenia last year. This proposal introduced a list of specific negative conduct. We have adopted the exact same list for the sake of consistency, applying it as the threshold for when evaluation becomes mandatory.
The way is very simple. The current policy allows for an evaluation to be submitted without consent, even if it's purely positive. And we have seen how that can lead at times to stress and conflict within the team. Again, what is crucial to understand is that what we're dealing with in this policy proposal is not the content of the evaluation, it's the process of the evaluation. And because of that, if the question is about content, we invite you to read the beautiful interpretation for that which complements this policy proposal in terms of content of the evaluations. The current state of the policy also aligns with the policy on stated purpose of the evaluations, which is to inform future selection panels. Evaluations are not a feedback tool. And fundamentally, the amendment clarifies that and separates the two functions. Slide please. Now to the slides, yeah, thanks. The content, very quickly. Article 6, Article 5 is simple housekeeping. The time sentence for removing the content to clause 6 leads us clause 6 slightly. This is the most important part. It sets a new default and the evaluation is written upon request. It then immediately says the exceptions. It says a significant negative impact. The definition of negative impact is purposely left broad, redirecting to the cases highlighted by, again, the previous JNC by Romania, which are the key elements that define when a policy proposal is mandatory in 50. The new article 7 is again housekeeping, removing something that's redundant, and clause 8 closes the loop. If an issue is not covered by any of the instances of the new article 6, and the official does not warrant an evaluation, again, we invite to provide feedback to not lose the information and still support the growth of our species. Slide again, please. So the intended outcome is what balances a system that achieves three things. It protects future selection panels because we want them to be informed on negative behavior, respect the well-being of our official, keeping them as a non-essential evaluation. And it reduces conflict by providing slide again, a system of checks and balances. The first one already existed. We support and invite everybody to keep it into consideration when a breach of the welfare and safeguarding policies has taken place. The involvement of the ESP is required by the policy. And the second one is a conflict resolution within the team. If there is a disagreement on what is an essential or non-essential evaluation, BNC can be involved and necessary. We would just invite for the discussion to take place to refrain from specific case name and trauma dumping, because it is not the goal of the BNC right now to analyze case by case, but just a policy. So that's kind of it. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you, European Committee, European Great. On this note, we will be moving on to statements, but as the BNC board, we absolutely second this. This is not the space to air personal grievances or disclose any personal information of yourself or another person. Please keep in mind we are on the live stream right now also. All right, this note, we are calling for statements, and I see European France already, so we will recognize it.
Just very, very quickly, even if I strongly agree with the content of your idea, just want to emphasize on the clarity on of the proposal, because before you explained me already, George, actually I just did not understand the proposal, because about the fact of having mandatory negative, you're presenting it like having mandatory negative evaluations, but for me it isn't clear that it is, especially in the case of a breach of the code of conduct, etc., etc. In this case, I totally agree. But otherwise, if it's just to do a feedback or a comment, a negative comment on a working skills, etc., etc., where I was wondering, like, where is the limit actually, where between a good, a bad eval, essential, non-essential eval, etc., etc. But I now see, and with your explanations, that in the clause 6, subclause 2, there is this, it is not good the case, but like
Yeah, maybe I'm just questioning the phrasing and the good clarity of the thing. Just that, thank you.
Thank you, EOP Fran. In the agenda setting poll, we actually also have statements on this from EOP Romania, Poland, and Croatia. However, you of course are not obliged to deliver statements if you don't want to, just in case you forgot. You can participate in the debate if something comes up. All right, in that case, I'm assuming this is you communicating that you're ready to respond, or does?
No.
All right, then you're recognized. I've never seen you be Greece before, man. That's why I was confused.
And what is left. But again, I believe we're taking the phrasing from our side of the presentation, technology has been recent, and I wanted about the past, but rather that the evaluation without consent. It does not mean that the other person has the right evaluation. Then obviously there are instances, and they can decide to do that if the evaluator decides to not write the evaluation, even if the behavior of the person receiving evaluation respects one of the or implementing of multiple things. They can decide to have that. So I'm bringing that out.
All right, thank you so much. Then we are moving on to the debate, and we have our favorite trio, General. And so for the first round, I saw Slovenia first, so we'll go.
I first of all, I want to appreciate the effort put into this because there is some perceived need into this policy. We believe, and it's not just my opinion, but everyone that followed my form, that feel my form in UIP Slovenia, like this only need for this policy is that the fact that evaluations right now are bad. Our evaluation structure, there is no evaluation structure. There is no training on how to provide with evaluations, leading to such bad evaluations that people get stressed or like just don't want to get. But if we do evaluations that are indeed constructed, that provide the need or the information for future selection panels to actually evaluate that person, like will this person fit my team? That would be way better. Then there are evaluations that are not going to be stellar, but still are going to be very good with a few negative points that need to be worked on. And also as team leaders and like our as NC members that select those team leaders, we need to make sure that the people are indeed making a good job evaluating the next generation of people, the people that eventually are going to be there. Because if we keep this trend of very, very poor evaluations, at some point, it's going to be like an Uber rating that if it's not 5 stars, it's very bad. 4.98, and everyone thinks very bad because there's one bad point. So yeah, I still appreciate the effort, but I think that there is a bigger issue out there, which is the lack of training and the lack of training surrounding evaluations themselves.
All right, we've had an earthquake in the Netherlands. On the occasion of a direct response, so
Yes.
you're recognized.
Also, you said that if an evaluation isn't only positive or 5-star Google review, that it then is immediately very negative. I think the current phrasing of the proposal, though very much paying a lot of attention to the extremities, make the overall procedure perhaps not more useful. Because, for instance, a evaluation can be mostly positive, like 99%, but still have some constructive feedback. And it's a very common thing in UIP that with the slightest constructive feedback, a team member already does not want the evaluation posted anymore. And with the two options of a negative eval, well, it's not really a negative eval, there's no code of conduct breach, but it's also not entirely a positive eval. As a team leader, I still want the rights to post that evaluation regardless.
All right, thank you. I believe it was Uber Nambucco, but otherwise perfectly so direct response. We have another direct response from Romania, you're recognized.
I think we're gonna get into a temporary round that these evals, if we pass this, which is a great initiative and great effort, by the way. But if we pass this, it might get to the danger zone that LinkedIn recommendations would become our evaluations, and it would be that style with like, we love this person, we work with this person, I fully recommend it at that point.
Thank you so much. Another direct response. Okay, I'll accept it, but it's the last one. Please, it's not recognized.
I mean, these are both good points, right? About people not wanting an eval when it is slightly too negative. But I think there's also an issue of subjectiveness here, where a team leader might think that it's not too negative, but in reality, concerning all of the work someone's done in this session, it might be quite distasteful to give a mostly negative eval or a not positive enough eval, or maybe just not reflect the circumstances in which a team member was working specifically for organizers, possibly, where it just doesn't make sense to let a team leader evaluate people in those circumstances and to continue to be able to force these evals. I think we just need to foster a better culture of, hey, look, I'm gonna put some negative things in the eval because it kind of makes you look like a real person when the selection panel is reading your application.
All right, thank you so much. I said what I said. It's the last direct response for this chain, but of course it can still be made as a point later on. We'll take one more point for this round, then the proposing entities can respond, and then we have 2 more rounds. Yay. All right. European United Kingdom was waiting for a long time, so you're recognized.
This follows on from your point about the subjectiveness. The phrase that you have about like negative, like what is defined as negative is purposely vague, which I think is a positive, but it's also a question of who is deciding what is vague, and should that be just the team leader? Or should there be input from the NC on a more regular basis rather than just when there's like just people don't agree on what is a negative eval. Like I think the phrasing is going in the right direction, but for us certainly could be a bit of improvement is how to deciding what is negative and who decides what is negative and making sure that input is coming from all areas.
Thank you, UAP UK. On this note, let's move back to UAP Greece and UAP Italy. You're recognized.
Yeah, so slides. So first of all, thank you everyone for your points. To UAP Slovenia about the structure, it of course directly connects to the fees, which says that concerns of the lack of infrastructure might be relevant, but the common policy does not require the person complain of such phrasing and work. And the thing is, similarly to the NLC also connects to this. The thing is that if, as we say in the criteria, if there is a negative impact that falls under this, even if it's something small, it must be mentioned, and you have the right to write an email. Then to EYP Switzerland. So the team leaders have a final say, and that doesn't change. Emails are written only in the light of the evaluator's view and nothing else. It was like that before, and will be like that. It will still be like that regardless. And finally, the Ireland, right? Team leaders are the authors, of course, and it's always be like this. But we also have the conflict resolution mechanism in case like this precisely. Always when the NC and the ESPs are also conversation are also people. And finally, to all the slightest negative relevant prompts are prompts and essential evaluation. I don't think that I forget something. Right. That's pretty much it.
Thank you so much. Then let's open a snappy second round. And I believe Ukraine has been waiting for a while, and they will be followed by UAP Bulgaria.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry that I'm continuing signing up, but I cannot genuinely see from where I'm sitting anyway. So, UP agrees and, Italy, thank you so much for your proposal. We fully emphasize and understand your will and willing to codify somehow the evaluation system. However, we had a question whether don't you think that like basically, because from what I understand, feel free to correct me because I might be wrong. But, that basically now if, you're gonna be allowing, positive evaluation only if you've been given the consent, wouldn't it be too much of procedural burden for the officials who are already really overworked during the session to run around participants and be like, oh, yeah, do you want a feedback? Do you want to receive to receive their consent? And secondly, good and bad, like, oh, positive and negative and what's the consent?
One. Sorry, just because, you know, everyone's waiting to be recognized and we have limited time, but thank you. We have two direct responses. I'm not 100% sure who was faster. Can you two be fair amongst yourselves and say who was faster? All right, you will be Azerbaijan, you recognized. Thank you. Excellent use of a direct response. And as promised, we're going to go to Bulgaria next.
Yeah, I would like to turn to the question first from the debate. How are you really going to ensure that this negative the evaluation or to the hiring person if they are not allowed to consent to this? Because yes, I get it. Some people really make it really hard, especially first session, if they're not doing their work, if they're just not like over, and it's really good to mention that in the evaluation. Sometimes it, my question is how are you making sure that's objective? So it's really about the interpretation of the full leader, and if the other person doesn't really have a say in it.
All right. Thank you, EOP Bulgaria. We have a quick direct response from Finland, so if you can make it brief.
Yeah, the proposal outlines is such a breach of the policy on safety and welfare, which I think is pretty clear, or failure to fulfill responsibilities. This would include like not doing possession work, mentioned, or persistent unresponsiveness, failure to apply for more than 7 days to next year's deadline. So I think it actually is like, while it's still broad, it is pretty clear and it outlines very clear things. So in which case it's like a negative evaluation.
Thank you, EOP Finland. The first of the three direct responses I saw was EOP Slovenia. So, EOP Slovenia, you're recommended.
I'm going to go directly against that says that failure to fulfill responsibilities is extremely vague because one of the responsibilities is time, and maybe that wasn't to an evaluation, but it can be just not doing anything. So like just failure to fulfill. I think the evaluation, the proposal as it is right now allows for a lot of interpretation for you to actually, and this is just an example, we can go through others, but I won't for the sake of time, but like just fulfilling responsible, what does it entail? Fulfilling responsibility.
Thank you, EOP Slovenia. EOP France, yeah? No more, okay. Then EOP Azerbaijan, you recognize this is the last direct response on this chain.
Before the outcomes are responsibility, discuss it, we feel and we basically use outline that rather than
All right, I'm sorry. We've had appointed personal privilege from EOP France. Could you speak in their direction as well with the little summary, just so they can yeah, it's hard without the mic. We understand.
Extend that official standard code of conduct for possession, and it outlines their responsibilities. Thus, the responsibilities for the proposal in just a concession.
That was perfect. Thank you so much. All right, now very last point for this round, and then we close. EOP Belgium, you've been waiting for a while. You recognize? Is there a mic in the floor? Thank you.
Make it work. Oh, okay.
Tech magic.
For your proposition, So we would like to talk more about the structure of the eval. So basically, also what Slovenia, I think, talked about as well, is that the structure is better, especially when you consider factors such as bias. When you look at the structure of like eval, you can write on the members platform, all you can put is how the person was before the session, during and after the session. And then this leads to the person evaluated to basically talk about their experience with the person. So if they do wrong, there's a high chance that the person will say positive things. Well, we think that we should also include strengths and points of improvements in order for the person who's evaluating the person to be a bit more objective and actually consider like what can they improve on. Thank you.
Thank you, EYP Belgium. We are now returning to the proposing entities, and afterwards there will be one final round. I would like to remind you that if you have not been able to get your points in or don't manage to get a point in you would like to share during the third round, we still have the Slack channel to keep the discussion going. All right, EYP Greece and EYP Italy, are you ready to respond? Then you're recognized.
To look the grades, what was presented. Your point was precisely that finding a place like that. It is the custom of sessions to ask if people want evaluation, just also necessitate who wants evaluation, but that's my experience. That is not the way, but that is from the policy the way. It's like that before, it is like that now, it was like that before, it does not concern the specific policy, I believe. To Bolivia's point about constructiveness, again, there is a conflict resolution mechanism. If the problem is to ensure the objectiveness of the evaluation itself, in case of factual mistakes or factual inaccuracies of the evaluation, there is already a system to address those and to appeal to evaluation. So if the mistake is factual and there is not objectiveness in the policy, the evaluation can appeal to that, both with the current structures and both with the structures presented in this policy through appealing to the NC itself. And this connects to the points by, I believe it was Lavinia. You're saying that the current policy, the proposed policy allows for interpretation of the cases. That is kind of the point. It is not up to us to define precisely what is failure to fulfill responsibilities, both because there is a code of conduct that says what the responsibilities are, and both because if you arrive late and your team leader considers that to be, oh, that's fine, he had problems, that's fine. It's not up to us to say that the evaluation channel is really okay. If the team leader sees that the arriving late as a major issue, that's fine. It is up to them to write the evaluation. It is not up to us to say, can you write the evaluation or not? And again, in that case, for any substance related, I invite you to read the interpretation of the governing body, which addresses precisely those things.
Thank you. And now let's move to the third and final round of debate. May I ask everyone who has a point they still want to make to keep the placard up, even if someone else is talking? I think this is also standard in GA. So why would we do this differently here? All right. Let's take a point from EYP the Netherlands, followed by EYP France.
What I'm about to say is a bit misguided because I think that was the policy on the first factor. But I feel like focusing specifically on the breaches of welfare and well-being policy part that kind of already exists because flagging is already a system. People usually don't get to choose if they're flagged or not, otherwise no one would be flagged from the that would, I think, defeat the purpose a little bit. Yes, I think to that fact we kind of already have it that if it's like extreme enough that it warrants a mandatory negative evaluation, that would meet the threshold problem for flagging. So I'm just wondering if this might not be a bit redundant to that aspect.
Thank you so much. And we were going to go to you anyway, but you can do the direct response. I'll take you for the direct response.
I think that like flagging someone is already part of the level, so I guess that you know it's on the discipline part. So yeah, I don't think. I mean, the only other views that we other mean way to for how we complain, but otherwise, I mean, the flagship will go in pair with
with the evaluation forming, or you can otherwise specify that it is only the case for the discipline part, but and I still have.
Thank you, EOP France. We have a direct response from EOP the Netherlands. So quickly.
No, exactly, like what I'm implying here is that if these governing body and other entities, correct me if I'm wrong, then that means that there's already sort of the like mandatory negative evaluations are kind of already a thing, because then the flagging is a thing that warrants a foundation.
Thank you. And since we just heard from France, we'll also give the floor to someone else. Mainly with Poland.
Thank you for the opportunity for slight concern on sort of more sort of general information of the results are that instead of actually kind of fixing the problems that we have identified during this debate, it might just kind of lead to the extremities being more amplified, with the super negative evals still being forcibly posted, with the super positive evals, with the overly positive evals being happily approved by everyone, because who doesn't want a super subtrending randomness eval? I would. But everything in between can be left to even more interpretation, to even more procedural efforts, to even more convolution, and being most likely not approved, rejected, disappearing. So it's really important to make the distinction between feedback and evaluations. They exist in conjunction for a reason, they serve different purposes, and introducing this might kind of blur those bounds a little bit, in our opinion.
Thank you, Ewa in Poland. I only see there are responses that have both the country placard and red. Now I can see you. Thank you. We have a direct response from the proposing entities.
Technically cannot be elected. If you made on faith, then.
Thank you. I thought UFP Poland and UFP Netherlands raised it at the exact same time. So negotiate in 3 seconds. Oh.
So I understand that and
This is
recognize,
UFP the Netherlands for the record.
I recognize the value of that. However, if I want to give like a small piece of constructive feedback and negativity, I understand that in the new policy would make the entire eval technically a negative eval and give me the right to post it. However, I don't want to tell a team member this falls into like the binary category of a negative eval just because there's some sense of like negative feedback in it. And like it's still overwhelmingly positive evaluation of what they're doing. And we also had earlier points on appropriately being grateful of all the work people put into our events. So I think I have most issues there with the protocol.
All right, we will not be going to the proposing entities because they get to respond anyway. We will take a direct response from UFP France.
It's 2 seconds.
Then a point from Ukraine, and then it's over.
Finally, one that the failure to fulfill a failure to fulfill responsibility is not a breach of the content. It depends on the content, but content isn't. So I believe other content isn't, and CC isn't. So yeah, the same point, but like yeah, it is not factually factually defined in any as a reason to make it mandatory in any meeting. But
Thank you, UFP France, and as promised, UFP Ukraine, you're the best.
So the feedbacks, they are rarely either only positive or only negative, because again, like you can say something good, but then like have a little bad, and that's a change the consent aspect. And we just see the fact that like this might be a dispute kind of basis that is going to be bringing a lot of dispute, because for example, the person's negative or positive, this is a matter of interpretation, and due to that, there's might be disputes, because for example, like official does the thing, and then there's like little few sentences that participant interpreted as something negative, even though it was, for example, neutral and not just like open positive. So, and this is our concern. Again, this is not a criticism, but feel free to correct us.
Thank you, Ukraine. I'm sorry, Azerbaijan, because I already said we would close the round, but please post it on the Slack thread. All right, we are now returning to the proposing entities to respond to this round for the final time. You're recognized whenever you're ready.
Points of focusing on which is we cannot. You can write an evaluation, and I want to highlight that the instance in which evaluation is considered not as non-required consent were already discussed last BNC, and they were approved. Nothing of that has changed. It can just be moved. What could have been written since last BNC on somebody was well done something but not participating in the session is the same as now. It can apply to somebody participating in the session. But that is nothing that the BNC has never seen. And again, it is not the hyper focus of the policy proposal, I believe, as it is one of the instances. And on top of that, to the second point of the binarity, you do not have to tell the person who received the evaluation it is a good or bad. You are the narrator, you are the evaluator, you are the one who writes the evaluation. If your evaluation contains 99% positive items, but one tiny negative thing, you can still decide to not submit it. You are the person who decides whether to submit it or not. And you do not have to tell them, oh, just because there's one item, you will receive an evaluation. That's up to you. And if you do that, then it will be up to the other person to judge you, not the policy. But you do not have to abide by this binarity necessarily. If a person asks for an evaluation, and again, 99% positive, 1% bad, or the opposite, they do not ask for an evaluation, it's again up to you to decide whether to provide it or not. And finally, feedback can be fundamentally whatever you want it to be. It can be positive remarks, negative remarks. Feedback is just opposed to written evaluation. It's a conversation. It is thought as a conversation on an informal way to provide, again, content on your performance. So it's up to you to decide whether you want to provide feedback or not. We're just suggesting it as a separate way when the evaluation is not. When the evaluation requires consent and the person doesn't want it, you can always provide feedback.
Thank you so much. Oh, there you go. Thank you so much. Next, we will be moving on to the voting procedure. And because the policy on evaluation and feedback is a network-wide policy, it needs a 2/3 majority to pass any amendment. May I please see all in favor?
I can write it down.
Please keep your placards up for a moment until you've been documented as a voter. Okay, may we see all abstaining? You knew something wasn't right. And now, all against.
8 abstentions.
Can you cross-reference quickly?
7.
Do we get 8 abstentions again? Sorry. This is again. 8. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Against?
Now all against?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. We're gonna do it next.
All right, with 14 votes in favor, 8 abstaining, and 9 against, the 2/3 majority of 21 votes has not been reached. So I'm sorry to announce this has not passed. But thank you everyone who worked on this and who engaged in this debate.
We need to exclude abstention. We need to do the numbers. Excluding. Yes, that's the procedure, excluding abstention.
Okay, please hold.
So, but we check, there is break anyway, so can we have the break and we check?
Yeah.
Sorry, goes.
No, all right, we've calculated it. Okay, so since there were many abstentions, with 8 abstaining, the 2/3 majority shifts to 16 votes in favor. However, there were 14, so the 2/3 majority has not been reached. So same as previously said, stands. Thank you so much for working on this. Next up, we'll have a break until 45, but first, Sean's announcement. Everyone sit down.
I would like to now share initial goal points like this. Best practice is that we sign up every for the accessibility of the workstream. I will replace matches. Hopefully, we should work really well. Yeah. Secondly, I would like to say that anyone who's a casual person who comes to the table just outside that room, he's at this room. And also any NCs, if they have any remaining cash to receive on the project points, can find us there. We have some signs and use the points. And we're clear. And one sees that is still be paid if possible, and you are concerned.
I know my right. Wait.
Very directional.
Yeah, and
Back on this. Let me know.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. It will fight you. It's for everyone. Okay. I don't know what. There's a whole
Okay. With that.
Yeah. I was gonna say, where's everyone?
They've been semi-doing it.
Come on.
Like it's
I might just say something more. When you see someone,
and we can also already try to announce like the next location.
We do, but people don't
It's work because they're at the spawn.
Whatever, yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be like as soon as if they get something true.
Yeah, it's because it's to avoid that an abstention is a no. Because if we say everyone, it's gonna be
Saying no without being the bad guy saying it.
exactly. Because if we take them into account, it's like one yes is yes, abstention, and no is no. If we take them into account, so that's why they fit out. I don't know if this was any clear or whatever.
This now. Okay.
No, no, no. Semplicemente con questo tipo, with this kind of votes, it's always tricky because
Okay. I mean, Nadia, who's good with numbers, the document, I mean, I wouldn't know which map to do.
So because we have 31 and 8 explained, that's 23. So then you just
the 2/3 of
so then you just do 2/3 of 23, which is 15 point something, and then you round up to 16.
Okay, it's actually pretty obvious.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
And I think calculator app on my phone is one of the most often used apps. I think. I need to go.
Yes, please.
I also need a beverage. A beverage.
This is a break. Well, that's good. They're never going to be here in 6 minutes.
Well, we will blast music on the speakers and they will know.
Is it the sign that we're starting? The blasting music? Oh, cool.
Do you want to wish a music? The only thing is if you connect yourself, you can wish whatever you want. If it has to be from my phone, it's only what I downloaded because the one I raised for that.
Rainbow Tommy.
Like I have a little bit of data, so like
No, I don't want you to.
but I don't want to use it up because then I won't be able to Google Map myself every time to go home. So I need to save something to save myself.
I can upload you.
Actually, I have lots of stuff that I would like to listen to, so.
I mean, you can blast whatever you wish to blast.
Like I think we should start with like chill music in the morning, and then the afternoon ones we can get like to really aggressive music. Okay, I will quickly drink something. Eh? Divina is Switzerland.
Okay. No way.
Thank you.
You are a star.
Swine later. Is it swine?
It is swine. And I recognize the owners.
Oh Lord.
Now, what do we have now?
It's gonna be all the media ones.
Oh, okay.
But that's
Why-
the style guide is now in media.
Why do people text me singularly?
Also kind of obsessed with managing like being on the live streams the whole day.
And also, the live stream is basically
Love her.
for people.
Live
there.
stream is like just faces.
Yeah. I mean, we could.
How dare you join the BNC for live?
I mean, there are two people who do it.
Maggie and
No, but that's for business. Then there are people who do it for fun.
Only trans?
No.
Okay, but I'm not like, oh, for sure.
On the left.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, whatever.
He said, first things.
Hello. Hello. These are working on these.
Occasionally.
This one is working. This one. This one.
This one and this one work. This one and this one. This person here. This one works for me.
It was our.
This one, so anyway. This one works for me.
And doing a workshop, we were to believe that nothing miracle, but
Yeah, also not ideal.
But we stopped and we asked the IOs to lie. And they actually, oh no, they're reporting. No. I was also, they are doing noises.
Some of the mics are not very good. I put the strongest. This is probably the strongest, but I think you
Should all be ready?
Oh, okay, I'll take it on.
Why is everyone so standing? I don't see enough sitting. Thank you.
It's enough seating.
Enough sitting.
Yeah.
Okay. We now have a couple of very interesting media related PODs. First one is agenda item 14, update in the EWP style guide presented by the Heat of the International Office, and the statement of the debate just follows. The EWP style guide is expanding. New design solutions need fancy feedback as well as input for changes that might not be included to ensure that EWP visual identity represents the interests of every national committee. Before giving the floor to Nikita, just a little thing, please pass around the microphone to be proactive. This is someone is recognized, just, I don't know.
Throw it.
The microphone and speak, like, keep the microphone close enough to your mouth. I think if you stand, it works better, or?
Standing is better, but also please keep your hand as close to the top of the microphone as possible because the receiver is on there.
And the end towards the machine if possible.
So do I think Nikita?
Yeah. Do you have a mic, Nikita? You do be loud.
You do be loud. Go, Nikita, be loud, then floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome to the style guide debate. I will try to speed run a lot of the information because I hope you've checked out. It's a lot of visual material that you need to look at and then base your opinion off of this. So I want to have as much time as possible for us to talk about the changes that are inside. For those of you who don't know, the style guide is this document that we have that basically contains all the information of how our corporate identity should look. It's about the EYP logo, all of its versions, how it should be placed, the gaps between them, our colors, our fonts, everything that's visual is in the style guide. And this update, what's important is that we added new tweaks since the design world is always changing. Changes within our brand is also very natural, I'd say. So then we at the international office, based on some of the design choices also that the NCs make, we decided to figure out what new exciting changes could be added to the style guide. And then we discussed this at a workshop last BNC. Whoever signed up from the NC side had a review. And based on that feedback, now we want to show all of you some of the final tweaks that are there. Yeah, I think I talked about this already. Yeah, what we would do is to show you the kind of main updates that are here. Again, we'll go through the slides very quickly, and then I will submit a formal request to do an informal vote towards the end for each of the updated elements to I think it's called a bank check to see if it's something that you all approve, whether it's mixed feelings, and we will then make a decision based on this whether to update. Well, we will update, but whether all of the updates will be included and in what capacity. Off we go. Yeah, so this was when we first launched the style guide. This is the first edition of social media templates, and it's kind of the biggest representation we have of how our graphics used to look. Some of them were very rectangular and sharp shapes. A lot of them were very round. A lot of dark colors were popular. And then next slide, please. This, I'm sure you've seen, is the new format where we decided to end this battle between round shapes and sharp shapes and move towards this more rectangular geometrical shapes. And this was based on the grid map that we have. You've seen the map, right? It's on a banner outside with the lines. And these have also been made available as social media templates to you, and we've seen a lot of NCs already use this templates, which is always very nice, of course. Yes, next, please. It's a lot of these shapes got added. Again, this is what you see, basically. What's cool is that these shapes are not a part of the template. I just made them in like 10 minutes. And what I'm trying to say is that the cool thing about this update is that you don't have to go, oh, this specific exact shape is what we should use, but more so it presents an idea that as long as you follow this format of irregular lines that are the colors of our style guide, you too can make your own shapes that fit the UIP brand very quickly. So yeah, it's this practice we want to implement. These are the 3 logos that currently exist. It's the, I think we call the first one the colored UIP logo, then the black UIP logo, and the white UIP logo. We use the first one in light background, same as the white one, of course. It needs to have high contrast, and we use the darker logo for every time. No, sorry, I mixed it up. The white one with dark backgrounds and the dark logo with light backgrounds. Basically anything that has contrast to it. Now, we thought, as a result of one of the merch competitions that we've hosted, we had this submission for a lanyard design. Fun fact, you're wearing these lanyards right now, and if you see, the youth part of the European Youth Parliament was changed to blue in this merch competition. It was by Joanna Ronqvist from Finland. Shout out Finland. And we also thought, wow, this is a really nice way to have another version of the logo, to not replace the existing ones. No, this would not happen. But also just another alternative to the one where the youth is also in black lettering next to the European and the Parliament. Sorry? Blue. Sorry, yes. Next slide, please. So if you see in this template, it's this kind of new version of the blue colored logo, where it may be in a design where a lot of design elements are there. It's not that noticeable. You can still add it though, but we thought that on designs where the logo is the only thing that is present, like the lanyards, it's more appreciated. And I guess the blue has a lot more sense then. These are the current colors. We've seen that turquoise in particular and the cool gray is rarely used. And in fact, we've seen that the turquoise element in particular is used more often when we talk about sustainability, when we want to have grasses and trees, and of course, naturally, this is green, right? But since we don't have an official green color, turquoise is the closest thing we have. So then, next slide, please. On the left, we've always had a turquoise, and what we propose now is to make this very natural change, to have a green, because so much of our work involves around promoting sustainability and talking about it, and then when we illustrate this in graphics, we should have a green. It makes sense for sustainability to be green and for us to be allowed to do this. Next slide, please. These are just examples that we've tried in the post. Maybe you've seen it on the network. Hopefully you have, and we think it works. It's with the other colors, so you see that these designs are very EYP coded, even though it's the new color that we haven't used before. Next slide. Similarly, we've had this dark shade of blue and this light shade of blue, and the turquoise had this intention to be this in between these two blues. But in practice, considering its contrast level, it was very close to the lighter blue, so it never really acted as this in-between blue compared to the darker and the lighter one. So this projection doesn't do it justice, so I hope you've seen it on your screen. But the new blue, I think the Pantone says it's called True Blue, doesn't matter, we'll add the name later, is meant to amend what the turquoise was supposed to do and have a very neutral blue that's not too dark and not too light. Here is an example of this new blue with the existing blues that we have, for you to see that it's not too many blues or something like this, or it's not indistinguishable from the other blues. elements. It's clear, it's distinct, and it works with the UIP brand.
You can see a better and more accurate version of the colors on the actual booklet PDF you have. The projector is, trying.
Yes, and so this would be the final palette that we propose with the new blue and the new green. Unless some of you say that, oh no, turquoise was our favorite color and we used it all the time, we would then omit the turquoise from the color palette. But what this graphic is also trying to tell you that it's very okay for you to decrease the opacity of some of these colors and then use the lighter versions of it as, for example, background elements. This zigzaggy blue line that you see, it's the new blue that has been opacity decreased. So if you want this more faded elements, especially in the backgrounds, you don't have to invent new colors. This is not, you're not locked out of this. You can just take the colors we already have, turn down the opacity, and perfectly in line. I think that's it. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. We're now opening the floor for statements. Dr. Croatia, go ahead.
I think I don't need a microphone since.
Look, could you please still use it?
So first I want to congratulate and thank the IO for actually reacting and updating this stuff, guys. It's refreshing to see updates in this sector, definitely, because in some organizations they usually forget about the graphic design. They just make the logo, use the colors, the font, and they just forget about it. So it's very refreshing to see this change. And as we mentioned yesterday, we're almost at the end of the very, very long road called COVID. So I think it is with due time that we update our general graphic identity, showcasing to our members and partners, to our partners that we as an organization are fluid and that we are prone to change. Thank you.
Thank you. If we don't have other statements, Nikita, would you like to respond?
Not really, thanks so much. Maybe I just say that, yeah, the way the debates will be, it will be more geared towards separate elements and feedback for that. But in case there are updates that you have in mind that we haven't introduced, please also use this as an opportunity to tell us what more you would like to see the style guide, and we'll get to work.
Thank you. So now on to the debate. We have a precise structure for this. Round one will be relating to change of shapes and general social media design. Round two on color and the logo, and round three general. So round one on shapes. Anyone has a point? No point on shapes? They're fun. You should make a point. Nothing to say.
That's fine.
Okay. We like the shapes. Nice. Colors.
Turquoise.
Anything to say about color? And also about the logo.
I suppose not.
Maybe with a general round.
Yeah.
Yes, what a surprise.
I left it for general because it's still a reminder that the style guide exists. We are free to use it, but we are not bound. Like it's not, we're not ashamed. So still the same way that the IO is experimenting a little bit, all other MCs can experiment and then suggest. So like it's a dynamic process of things that keep on happening. And like I would challenge all MCs, who's the ones that want to propose something new into the future, because now we have IO, but if you can make it a more collaborative thing that actually represents the also the people that are working hands-on with the style guide. Not to say that Wiki is not and the IO is not, but like still the NCs that are more there. I would really like to see more discussion on this matters in future BNs. But yeah, that would be first.
Or this one.
Or this one.
Thank you for launching this challenge. Any other points on the general aspects? No, well, you can respond then.
I will, yes, I agree with what UIP Slovenia said. Maybe also, like we see that a lot of the NC communications that you do, I don't know, call for volunteers and some of the more general announcements that do not belong to any event with its own visual identity, but just general NC communication is more so done with the UIP colors. And then when, of course, it's session related posting, then most of you create this separate visual identity for the sessions. And that's fine, as long as then the font and the logo is still the ones that is defined in the style guide, of course. And this experimentation that you can do with your own shapes and your own arrangement and composition, very much we support this. But also then think about the fact that despite us being so many separate entities in many countries, we still must do this communicating with one voice, something that Anne spoke about yesterday, that we must look unified as a brand. This does not mean that we should be indistinguishable. I think most of you, at least I see a lot of NC content online, and sometimes I am able to tell which NC is posting without checking the username, because a lot of you have this distinct styles, and we want to keep this and we want to kind of further promote this. But then if you, I don't know, want to steer into maybe try a bit more Wes Anderson colors or a funky font like Comic Sans, don't do this, please. So that you know how much you experiment or how extremely you steer away from the style guides. Please do this in moderation. It's very okay for you to try new things, but then let's not change the brand. That's we all understand what it is and what it looks like.
Thank you. No comment sounds okay. Now we have a formal request for vibe check submitted by the national office. As a reminder, the need to raise your NC placard is just to check the temperature. We have three statements to vote on. First one is, do you support the logo variant with the blue U? All those in favor? Okay. Let's just count the extension things.
Yeah, exactly.
All those abstaining? Against? Let's go. Somebody is for.
We like the logo.
Yes, okay. Second statement. Do you support the new color elements green and blue? 4. Abstention. Against. Everyone likes the green. Amazing. And third statement. Do you support the new shapes and general visual identity of the UAP network? 4. Against. Abstention. No abstentions.
Let's say it.
Well done. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with this, we can move to the next agenda item. We will stay with Nikita for UAP media teams and external communication objective. The statement of debate reads as follows. The current status quo of UAP media team content is due for an assessment. How well are we covering external communication objectives, and what solutions should we implement to address our shortcomings? The floor is yours.
This topic of debate, I hope there will be a lot more points, but I want to do a lot less talking myself, or on behalf of the IO, and hear more so what your impressions and opinions are. Looking at the UIP media mission statement and then the communication strategy, there's a very clear outline of why we do communications and what we want to accomplish by all the posts that we do. And yeah, us in the PR boards and me and the IO, we produce a lot of content, but then media teams at sessions are responsible for probably the most amount of postings, I would say. We haven't measured this, but it feels right. That media teams produce the most amount of UIP posts. So then we thought it would make sense for us to review whether the structures in place for media teams and the way they communicate and the posts that they produce, not whether it's good or bad, we don't want to make it that black or white, but rather should there be more structures in place to ensure an even coverage of all the objectives we have. This will make more sense with examples. For example, there's a few amounts of these posts that were, I don't know, you've seen the comedy Spirit Animals, for example, or a session poem posted, and the importance of dancing I've seen, and I've seen mixed opinions on whether this is valuable or not to the work we do in UIP, but then I personally, or I could say, the office thinks that this sort of content, of course, it's very natural that media teams produce content that is fun. Young people and sessions can be tiring and stressful, and then everyone's excited to always see a new project by the media team, and oh, it's fun, people dancing, it's us. Makes sense, very intuitive. But then there's this whole other side of our objectives in communications, which is to externally represent UIP to those especially who don't know the work of UIP. They're new to it. They may not understand how the GA works still. For us to have content that would generally explain the work or promote the values that we have or talk about why UIP is cool. This type of content we see less in comparison to the more entertaining ones. And a second, maybe a better example is that inherently, if you ask me what the UIP is about, it's young people coming together talking about very important topics and then forming opinions on very important topics. The resolution booklet is something that's very essential to UIP work, right? It's and the amount of times we see coverage on what was put inside this resolution is very little. I think the only format that we have is on some of the ISs. We do this if it has a sponsored topic, we develop the sponsored topic post format that we, the IO, coordinate with media teams, which is the delegates give a quote, one quote about a key issue that they identified in their topic, one quote about a key solution that they've identified, and then one quote about how this experience was altogether, what did they learn, so on and so forth. And when we post this, we realize that it's one of the very few public posts that we do that allows delegates to share their findings in the committee to the outside world, so then to break the UIP bubble that we like to say very often. So we also didn't do a lot of measurements and stats on, what type of post is covered, what amount of times, because we wanted this debate to also be an opportunity to ask, do you relate? Is this the sentiment that you've also observed, or your PR board member back at home has told you that, wow, media content should be more thorough or have more substance in terms of explaining the work we do or talking about UFE values instead of what's your spirit animal. So yeah, I hope this debate is an opportunity for us to talk about whether this is real or if it's just a hoax. Then where do you think this is coming from? As in, how did we get here? If we think that there's a disbalance in the content that we're covering, why? So then kind of maybe this mimics a comedy format. Let's find the problem and then maybe come up with solutions based on this.
Thank you. Any statements on this? Yes, we have UAP Slovenia, UAP Switzerland. Is UAP Sweden in that statement? You can still think about it if you want. Okay, let's go with Slovenia next.
So surprise, surprise, we are not in favor of the help, especially because now at the time our UIP Slovenia is actually trying to rebuild a little bit of our HR. Who are we targeting? But individual delegates, of course, teachers, other partners, other institutions that we don't have problem. We regret so much the fact that our past sessions did not aim for that. Especially when we're saying past sessions, there is some material that maybe we can use from the IO, but is it in Slovene? It is not. For those people who would care to know, like we believe that this conversation is very important because there is a lack of content that breaks the UIP bubble, as Nikita said. We don't have any content that is made for sponsors and or for teachers. And then, but then there's a question to ask, which is, Is this the responsibility of the media piece or the NC? I think that we should be able to answer this today through collaborative efforts and to understand, do some NCs want to take on the responsibility and imprint them into their editors? Do some NCs do not? Like, does it make sense for your current state? And I personally do not believe that we're going to find a balance right now, due to the fact that all NCs are in different stages of their development, let's say, or like how they interact with external actors. But still, I think that we really need a change on how we present content to everyone, not only to the people that are not being included right now, but also to the people that they are, those being us, official, NCs, and Belgium as well. Yeah, that's thank you. Do you have a mic then? Okay,
Okay, then, go ahead.
Okay, so this topic is very important to me. We have seen in the past couple of years, perhaps throughout my entire UIP career, so since 2021, a shift towards more aesthetically or vibes-focused UIP media output. And I think that giving our members the knowledge on how to transfer information effectively, on how to educate, how to tell stories is very important. Recently, the UN published a report on how no one reads their reports. So we, as the future of Europe, the catalysts for change in journalism, media, and public relations overall, need to start promoting and developing skills in which will contribute to the general education of the population. Words are powerful. Other forms of media can sometimes capture that power even better. There's no excuse for blatant officials' fan cams or completely arbitrary media output, as was mentioned earlier. And we think that the only aesthetic project should be the session video. As NCs and as media girlies, we need to set a trend and focus on more impactful and substantial output. Editorial teams need to take a more hands-on approach to project development. Yeah, and this can be mainly from a journalistic perspective, but we should also consider the artists in our media teams who are storytellers in other forms. Supporting artists in the network and in media teams could also be an opportunity to diversify funding streams for UIP network. For example, through European Heritage Scheme of Horizon Europe. And so, yeah, we need to not forget to also support artists besides developing this other more impactful and substantial output in the network. Thanks.
Thank you. We can take another statement if there's any. If not, then we'll do the debate. Yeah, eventually. Is there a statement? Okay, please.
So I wanted to build on what Slovenia mentioned before in terms of having content that sponsors can refer to, or in general for different NGOs of the country to be able to look back to and not be like session videos or what my committee looks like. Something we usually do in Working Groups is create different Instagram profiles for the sessions so that all of the fun content can be put into that Instagram profile and not be put into the official EYP Greece profile so that we use that for more serious or more information focused posts. But at the same time, it is important to make sure that our content can be understood from the people that are outside the organization. So that means some insight into what is an NC, what does the board do, who are the people on the board, but at the same time, let's not just do an official post announcing the board and then forget about explaining everything else. Introducing different working groups of the board and explaining what they do as well, holding little videos of saying what our teams do within the organization and how they handle their work, but also help for the outreach of the organization itself. So in general, I totally agree that we need to find a balance between creative ideas and illustrations and being aesthetic, but at the same time, remember that we are an EU-wide network that we're trying to promote the idea of democracy and youth participation. That's all.
Thank you. International Office, would you like to respond to the statement?
Thank you all. Very valuable statements. I'd say that yes, the who we are targeting is a very valuable question. In here, I'd say it's always, we've observed that it's always three groups. It's the participants, of course, and maybe sometimes they feel the most important since they're the closest and the most immediate feedback. But then in numbers, they're the smallest audience because then it's the wider UIP network that's watching, and maybe that sounds scary, but it's exciting. especially with some of the sessions that you know that is upcoming. Right now, in so many of my conversations, we've already said, oh, did you see Malaga content? Not even already from EYP Spain, but some of the officials posting on there. So there is this curiosity that exists for all the sessions, even though we're not on there. So this is a very valid audience as well. And then, of course, externals. This is the parents, the sponsors, the teachers, the young people who have no idea what EYP is. So if you think about this as like a three-way Venn diagram, it's very nice for you to try to, for us to just in general hit content that would have a little something for everyone. And this maybe sounds challenging, but it's all about angling. If you take something like, I don't know, testimonials, we've asked participants, how valuable was the session for you? What did you learn? And then they say something, and let's go. For participants, they know this person, they relate, and they enjoy this content. For wider UIPers, they also relate to the sentence. I'm sure all of us here have felt that UIP was special for us. So this is something that we relate to. And then externals have their own curiosity validated that, oh, this organization that we support or we put our trust in or send our kids to, here is somebody saying how nice it is. So then this is one example out of so many, but the point is if we ask the participants that are there what they think, usually it leads to a great media project. We don't have to jump through lots of hurdles to get there. And also the changes that I now feel also validated that you relate to the sentiment. We don't see the solution to this as even though we as the IO are discussing this, we don't see the IO now coming in and imposing new structures to fix this. More so, we want to hear from you what solutions do you see, and if there's a clear role in which we as the IO can support here, great, we'd love to do that. And maybe we don't need a new structure at all because from what I've observed coming up in media, every new editor just wanted to at least repeat what the last editor did successfully. And then you do that a bunch of times before you feel comfortable enough to try something new or realize what needs to change. So I feel like if enough positive change is implemented, maybe it kind of replicates itself. There's a term for this. Snowball effect, maybe. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. We will now open the debate. We have 3 rounds structured as follows. So first, what's going on? So assessment of current situation, followed by round 2 on the Boston concept, and then concluded with a general round. Moving to round 1. Thank you. Yes, assessment of current results. Do we have any points? Yes, we have AYP side, please first. Adriano.
Actually, that was Nikita's slide.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, it was my mistake. Sorry.
Yeah. It's no bird.
See ya.
We can hear. Okay, I will just kind of share what we do in RNC because it seems to be working. Yeah, so basically what we do is that we have dedicated portfolios through RNC, a dedicated communication portfolio, and then another public relations portfolio, which is mine. And what we do is we kind of first talk with the sponsors and talk with our partners, whether it's the national broadcasting companies, the press, patrons, and etc. And then personally, I transferred their requirements to the communications officer, which is responsible for the editors of the sessions. And then on the editor's brief, the communication officer clearly highlights which times a certain activity must be documented, what we need from this activity, a project for sponsor, how many pictures are we getting from the lobby, etc., etc.
And that helps with highlighting the more important aspects of the session for the NC, which are the sponsors, the partners, etc. And then after this process is completed, the editor has his or her creative freedom to do whatever they want.
Thank you for sharing the situation in your SNC. Repeat the Netherlands system. The mic is behind you if you're on. Oh, okay, you have it on.
Just keep it, use it on the top of the mic, not on the bottom.
Okay, this one works. Firstly, we'd like to thank the Community Council Office for bringing up this important discussion. And also all the MCs who shared their perspective statement so far. I think something that, and I don't know if this is like my perception, has changed because I've gone from being a delegate to an official and subsequently an NC board member. So I started, I think, paying more attention, caring a little bit more about the strategic communication of the organization. But also something that I have perceived since I was delegate in 2022 is that not only has there been like an increase in like more vibes and fun and whimsy-based content, which I think does have a space, although there needs to be a balance. But within that content, there's kind of two streams. There's like vibes and whimsy-based content that does not harm the organization, and then there's content that kind of misrepresents it in a sense, creating an image that could be kind of detrimental. And I think I've seen to an extent an increase of content that could that is not only like vibes and whimsy based, but could also be slightly detrimental by representing us in a certain light. So I think this is also something that should be noted when discussing communication strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll be taking 2 more points for this round. We'll take Spain and Norway as Slovenia and Switzerland have delivered their statements already. But you can, reminder, text on Slack or come back for the third round. Or both. Spain.
Okay, so I wanted to revert to something. It's not working.
If you stand off.
Something John said earlier, which is
stand up. I usually try.
So I wanted to revert what you said. The thing is, I don't believe in telling the editors to do listen at your list, spirit animal things. It's effective because sometimes it represents what you're doing in a session. Sometimes bias is what people see of us or people want to see. It doesn't work.
No.
But I do believe that NCs or PR persons, as you said, of each NC should work on more content on what we do, more PR content for external people, as you said. I don't believe it should be aligned. I also believe it should be in sessions, but I don't believe it should be the only output we are posting of sessions. I do believe it needs to be more constant work the NC does throughout the year and not just on session periods and telling the editors to do this or that, because it's more an NC matter.
We have another response from your citizens.
It works.
In this case, I'm not speaking as your chief Slovenia, but for as we associate education. My opinion is not related to the GDP's opinion. I was forced by you to say this. Most NCs do not even have a strategy around it. The ones that okay. So far, the trend is not looking very positive, but there are a few NCs do have strategies around that. And I think that they're very effective, meaning that they can also be the basis for knowledge sharing on this area afterwards. But if there is an NC that does not have anything there, you can come to me, like I put myself out there, and then I can either redirect someone that has better knowledge share or through other resources in case you want to help out yourself.
Thank you. We promise Norway.
I have also seen a shift towards editors saying that if you have bad time, then do a fun or easy project. This is kind of a wrong, like when they say this, they kind of set the expectations very low, and they also forget to mention that you can do a fun and easy project that is also very involved for the delegates, which can be also informatory. they kind of forget to inform of that possibility as well. We have also seen a very big problem with all content being kind of having the officials as a target group instead of actually targeting the content towards delegates, which we are trying to recruit.
Thank you so much. International Office, you can respond to the point.
Yes, I noted down some of the points you said. The NC checks are generally nice with the media team content. I think PR board members, especially with their experience, should see the post before it goes up on the NC page. It's nice to have this system. So if you don't have it already, we really encourage that you start doing checking the content. Not as to like police it or do anything harsh, but then rather to have this to prioritize looking at it. Usually you'll spot typos even. Then yeah, we know that some NCs have also calls with editors before the session starts. I think this is nice as well. The more time you dedicate to aligning what you should do together as a PR and media team to better promote the work of your NC is generally something that we really encourage. And I guess a similar thing we do as office is that every time we do an event that has a media team, then it's me or Luca who then gets into conversation with the media team members. And a lot of the times we notice that whenever we talk about valuable content and what sort of post that we want to see produced, not as like a requirement that, oh, you must create this, but more so we think something like this would be cool. Do you relate? Do you have an idea of a similar kind? We often end up in agreement that whatever valuable content that we both have in mind can be produced. And who knows, if there were no spaces for conversations like these, maybe content would steer in a much different direction. Point is, the more spaces we create to talk about media content, the better ideas we arrive to, at least usually. Yeah, every time we see content that could misrepresent the EYP or clearly be detrimental to the organization, we reach out and we try to do our own filtering. That's yeah, we do not post content that could harm the BYP and its perception of it. This is a point that we also want to mention, that this is not a war on vibes-based content. This is not that, oh, we no more vibes-based content. We're not saying this. If some of you think that you've done too much of it and you need to scale it down, sure. But then I think young people producing content that is inherently fun, it's great. It should stay. It's just let's build up some of the gaps that we have to also include other content. So yes to NC strategies as well. If you identify the sort of post that you would like to make, go for it. Yeah, I have more points, but I'll save it for later.
You can write the most one.
Yes.
Yeah. And with this, we'll do the second round on possible next step. What shall we do? What changes will we implement? We have a lot of points. We can go with Sweden followed by Belgium. Do you have a mic? Can someone provide Sweden with a microphone? Thank you so much.
So I do agree that certain areas of sessions are less covered, such as your methodology and event outcomes. I think one possible solution to this would require more collaboration between teams, such as evaluating the role of each team would require collaboration between the media team and other teams, or event outcomes and topics discussed would require collaboration between the media team and academic team. I think an important role that we play as in this is to encourage this collaboration early on in the stages, like for example, leadership onboarding, because in many cases it doesn't happen due to time constraints or availability. So I think what we can do as NCs to make sure we have wider coverage of content is to make space for this collaboration and letting editors know early on that we want a wider coverage of things such as event outcomes and participant insights, and also encouraging other members of the leadership, such as the president, to make space for this collaboration and allow the media teams to cover a wider range of networking events.
Thank you so much. Who did I? Right. Okay. So I firstly want to thank I will do this question because I do PR and I've also done media before, so I've noticed this as well. I think that two responsibilities are at play here. I would say that when it comes down to the media team, that I would suggest that the media projects either are related to PYP or related to sessions team, which allows them to be creative within borders of this skill. And then when it comes down to explaining EYP as an organization, I think that's more of an MC thing to do. So for example, for us, EYP Belgium, we have highlights on our Instagram account where people can, in an accessible way, know who we are, what we do, and how they can join. So I would say that in that case, it allows media to be creative and it allows the organization to still be understood.
Thank you, Roberto. This is not working anymore.
Oh, that maybe was this.
Okay. The privacy of the function.
Thank you. Okay, now it works. We have a point from the Ukraine. Reminder, if you have a point, keep your flag up. Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing. First of all, thank you for the international office to raise this question. We do believe that it is really important to discuss how to kind of balance the social media to be informative, yet still encouraging interest involved for participants and possible partner organizations, as well as parents and teachers. And we would like to extend this idea to also cover the thing about a need to better communicate the roles of board members, departments, or board groups, whatever it's called, the dependencies, and even official roles, since what we see is delegates and participants often approaching, either asking how many sessions should I do before becoming an organizer, like 10 or 20 or whatever, or sometimes probably most of us have seen people applying to president's position after couple of times participating as delegates, which is also due to lack of communication of hierarchy. How do you go in a structure? So we'd like to also add a thought about how can this be communicated. And I believe some MCs are already doing a great job in communicating board roles as well as official roles in their social media. But we, for example, do need experience exchange in that field. So probably it is also a good idea to raise a discussion in that field. And proposing, referring kind of to our previous proposal to hold a discussion about that, which did not pass, but still can be implemented in this way.
Thank you so much. The last point of this round goes to Latvia, and then we'll go back to the proposing.
I'd like to thank the office for raising this. As for Latvia right now, it's also take efforts to raise our work topic. But we're referring to maybe whether it's the NCs or our responsibility for the comp. I would say that it's also our community effort to reach the goal as oranges for break the bubble and reach the attention of potential sponsors. And for a suggestion for that maybe is as the NC teams are changing, NC media teams are changing, and so are the experience of them. So maybe to preserve the experience and an optimal strategy guide for the NC maybe could be created to take into consideration when creating content, whether it's targeted or generally for transparent purposes. Yeah.
Thank you. Latvia,
Yes, thanks a lot for the points. Explainers, yes, they're great. I think maybe what happens often is that the more experienced we become in media and communicating, I think we get the sense of, oh, but we've seen this content so many times before. And it's important to know that we would then not be the target, the primary audience. So some of the NC postings that happen, those of us in the room, of course, we've seen thousands of posts of similar nature, but then most people who see this explainer would be new. What I'm trying to say is even with the BNC, the story takeovers that we do as part of the office, a lot of times we reintroduce what the BNC is, even though 1 year ago we explained what the BNC is. Then a year before that we explained what the BNC is, and then those of you who attended 17 BNC meetings, looking at this side of the table, maybe have seen this content too many times, but then of course there's still always new people who appreciate these explainers because they weren't around or they weren't interested when they were originally posted. But even if you've done a board explainer 2 years ago, do it again. I'm sure it will be valuable to the new crowd that you gained during this time. And yeah, just to see the value in output communication, not just, oh, we've gathered this many people from that many countries. Don't get me wrong, this is very valuable. Please continue communicating this. But then I remember last BNC, there was this debate from EYP Ukraine about making resolutions more visible or something like this. Media is a great way to do this. For you to then take some of the findings that young people make as a result of tireless work at sessions and to share this. We're not asking to take the resolution and slap some graphics on it and post it, but then find ways to communicate this in a way that's smart. Ask participants what was the biggest issue that they've identified with their topic. What is the most exciting solution that they as a group came up with? Was it challenging to work in this group? And again, usually if you ask people what their experiences are, they will always reply with something very valuable that they find in EYP, and we want to share this. Testimonials are very valuable. And then this point means that we don't want to overwork media teams. This is not all on top of what we're doing, then add this new content. We've seen, I'm sure asking the delegates what was their favorite point in the resolution takes fewer time than some of these what's in your bag videos that we've seen that are like incredibly well edited. But then, when you think that like 8 hours of editing time went into what is in your bag, I think this could be 7 posts that are shedding a bit more highlight onto the resolutions. But again, I'm not saying one should replace the other. I think there's plenty of capacity for both if we just angle ourselves correctly. You as NCs, if you coordinate with the media teams, would be very able to do that. And if we can create another guide, there's many guides. We're actually thinking about combining them now. Sorry. Yeah, we'd be happy to support.
Thank you. Okay, final general round. Okay, 4 points. We're going back to the proposing entity, and then we have to move to a yes, please. Okay, so we have let's spot. Sorry for
And transparency and accountability and inclusion.
We need to be concise. We have exactly 4 placards up, so that's Turkey, Poland, Armenia, Cyprus, and Switzerland. Go ahead.
Actually, kind of building a little bit of the
Can you use a mic because we have a very nice vacuum cleaner?
Can you pass the mic?
That's right my way.
Don't die.
Sorry, working? Yeah. Actually, building a little bit on Nikita's final few points, again, coming from someone who has very limited media experience, so take it with a massive pinch of salt. But thinking strategically, if we want to change or like formulate any changes to the current guidelines, we do need to actually recognize that both the vibe-based content and the more informative content have 2 different target demographics. The vibes-based one definitely benefits the people who are new to EYP or maybe are thinking about joining, wanting to explore the fun side of it. The informative one is either to deepen people's appreciation for it or for external partners who may benefit from it. Neither are inherently better or worse in isolation, but we do need to think about what proportion of each we aim to include in order to like purposefully balance both. Because again, neither of them are better or worse, just there's a need for both.
We try.
In my opinion, it is very important
versatile that comes from the NC because they know what their needs at this current stand are, and they need to effectively communicate the editor of the session. If NC right now needs members, I think during a certain period of time, vibe-based content would be more beneficial. But when you have a project which has specific guidelines of what each project you should have, it is at the end of the day a responsibility of the NC to effectively communicate it. And then I think it is very simple to create a document or a spreadsheet that says what you need to do as an editor to satisfy the needs of the sponsors and partnerships that we have. I think it is very easy to create one. We have a lot of templates. If you guys need it, please let me know. It helps a lot of editors and partners as well to understand what EYP will give to them in accordance with the sponsorship.
Exactly what Tigran said, I completely agree. Another point is that media projects, as they are, and as joyful as they are, and as less academic focused as they are not the fundamental problem of communication. We should establish different channels of communication with the different stakeholders. For example, to sponsors, we as an NC send them pictures for them to use. They can be more academic focused, yes. For parents, we organize different info days where we explain what EYP is in simple terms. Delegates and officials can have Instagram, so not our main focus to explain what EYP is, because for the ones that we want to explain in simple terms what EYP is about, we already do that through different channels of communication. That's
my first question.
First of all, I think this is a very important discussion. I'm glad we're having it. So far, we have identified those two types of content, the more external content and the vibes-based content. And I think it's important to recognize that we already do have a lot of like breaking the bubble content in the form of stories, which has not been addressed yet in this debate, to my knowledge, where it usually is introduced of how different teams work and what they do. But going forward, I would just like to raise the point that we need to keep in mind that overworking media teams is easy. It happens quite often, so take care of the media teams and also keep in mind that we try to, like EYP Switzerland has just gone through a period where we had barely any media people, and now we are currently recovering, and we want to keep those people active. So be mindful about the steps we propose going forward on how we can keep people who are active right now active and further develop those skills instead of losing them because we change approaches.
We promised for, and then propose the entity. So I'm sorry, Nikita, you can.
I like the vibes-based name. I thank you, Switzerland, for coining it. I think it's maybe it's here to stay. This kind of vibes-based versus non-vibes-based definition we have for content. So I'll use that to then talk about the proportions. I don't think there's at least from the IO side, a smart distribution for us to suggest now. I'd say maybe this is a problem we'll arrive to after a few solutions. So then let's now maybe focus on those solutions first. If it's now the general feeling that there's too much vibes-based content, let's start to compensate for that. I really think it's unrealistic that after this debate we'll end up in a situation where we're overly compensated and now there's no vibes-based content and the next TOD needs to talk about that. Yeah, I'll say for what's next in a bit later. A lot of useful practices were shared here. I don't think we necessarily need a very groundbreaking innovation to come back to more media content that has a lot more substance in it, or this more external friendly content that we called it. it's more so we need to think about it more actively. So after this debate, yeah, maybe when you go back to your home and see, talk about this with your PR board member. If you're a PR board member here, great. Yeah, talk to the media teams, and if you, yeah, I think if we're just more conscious about what we want to communicate as an organization and not just be like, oh, the media team will figure out, I think this problem might just fix itself. And then let's observe this, continue observing this together. And if we don't see any positive impulse change, then maybe we can talk about it in another capacity that focuses more on innovative solutions. This was more of a general conversation, was also very valuable. So thank you. I hope this was helpful for you as well.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. You can continue this debate in, well, as I mentioned, maybe 2 minutes. No, not yet.
All right. On this note, let's move on to the next agenda item, which is a discussion on participation fees and delegate allocation for international sessions, transparency, accountability, and inclusivity, which was proposed by Wendy Romania. So let's start by moving to the proposal. The state of the case that they have proposed is national sessions are flagship events within the network and have long been the subject of recurrent fees during discussions, particularly at the BNC meeting. This debate provides a space to reflect on experiences with participation fees, delegate allocation, and related issues, to share experiences and perspectives, and to explore possible ways to address these challenges, fostering constructive dialogue across the network. Don't we have constructive dialogue? All right. European Romania, are you ready to deliver a statement on this as well? Microphone.
Thank you.
Right. Hello, everyone. I just want to start with that very important, go back to the slide, please. Very super important note that this discussion is meant to be constructive. We've seen discussions before on diocese that did not end up to be very constructive. We want to I want to emphasize that we should get to the discussion very honestly and respectfully, but also realize that there is lots of work around diocese, lots of work for international office, for the GB, for the National Organizing Committee. So let's not forget about that. And let's move forward and actually find solutions rather than just complain with no constructive feedback. Now, to the history of proposal. Essentially, I'm not going to read through all, but for the past quite few BNC meetings, there was this reoccurring discussion more on the financial side of the ISs. That was about, should we have multiple ISs per year? Our delegation participation fees calculated correctly, and kind of the discussion when that it's not and it's not a good reflection as it is right now. And yeah, those are kind of the recurring discussions. And if we can move forward to the next slide, please. We have very recent history as well, which is a screenshot from the GB updates, which essentially says that the participation fees will increase starting on next year with Fusion. I mean, I think the GB will talk about this more during the GB updates as well. But I think this is quite relevant as we also discussed about participation fees as a whole to also reflect on this. Now, to move to the next slide. Rational. I split the rational into three. First of all, why do we have the discussion? Well, it always goes back to the strategy. And in the strategy, we have 2 points. There's more, but 2 points that a network that pushes for more inclusivity and accessibility, and a network that operates within a sustainable structure for strategic development. And I truly believe that ISCs can embody those strategic goals if they are financially sustainable, if they're accessible to all the participants, regardless their financial or logistical constraints. Delegates or NCs that they pay the fee can realistically afford the participation fees without barriers that exclude certain members. And national committees are allocated spots based on clear benchmarks and transparent democratic processes. Now to move on. Rationale 2, about the participation fees. Are participation fees sufficient, fair, and aligned with our strategic goals? TLDR, I emailed some of the recent, previous, and current NOCs about these aspects, and some of them came back to me And based on the research I've made, is that the fees do not go directly to the NOCs. They go to the international office that then allocate the budget towards other events, as we were also communicating yesterday. IO then supports financially each IS, but it's based on each IS, the sum differs. So for example, we have any recently from 3,000, I think 10,000 per IS, but yeah, in the financial update, we have a better overview there. And based on the NOC responses, the trend was participation fees do not break or make an IS budget, because we talk about very big budgets and the actual contribution is quite low. Then financial burden. We also need to talk about and think about travel costs that are high and they get higher and higher. Some participants pay visa fees as well. And there's very, very few of these NCs around us that can actually pay for the fees. So the burden falls on the delegates or of the parents of the delegates. Recent BNC discussions agree GDP is not a good factor for setting participation fees. And then there is another whole discussion, and we're going to discuss also about the teacher fees. I feel this was not really discussed too much recently, but TLDR again. Teachers, yes, they have quite high fees, but the actual cost for having a teacher at an IS is way higher than what we pay for, because usually they have single or double rooms, they need special programs. So like, yes, they pay more, but they also cost way more compared to a delegate. And then we need to balance cost versus what they bring. We love teachers. I don't say I don't love teachers, but like, yeah, we need to think about sustainability here. Now, rational trade. And this is very important because I talked to lots of you and you said this is the ISP's TOD. No, it's not only the ISP's TOD, it's also about delegation sizes. And essentially, are delegation sizes allocated fairly, transparently, and consistently? So essentially, why I thought to discuss about this, I feel that benchmark criteria for calculating delegation sizes are not always clear, leaving room for interpretation. There is a lack of codified process when it comes to like, how does it work? I mean, I know we can email Saskia will talk about us, but like it's not codified anywhere. What happens if we don't agree with certain amount of spots? Should we codify that? Should we not codify that? Should we allow it just like be based on Saskia? And then about the extra spots, is it first come first serve? Again, it's not codified. I talked to Saskia about it. She has a process, but like it's not a standardized thing. Do we want to codify that or not? Then last slide, please. Yeah, essentially the possible action plan is right to assess if the current fees are fair, accessible, in line with the network strategy. Then to talk about the teachers' participation costs, if they're reasonable versus what they bring. And then delegate allocations. Are you satisfied with the current spots? Do you want to codify? You don't want to codify? What do you want to happen? That's.
Thank you. All right, now we open the floor to statements. In the agenda setting poll, we already heard that Azerbaijan would like to deliver statements, so we'll take one from them first, followed by Finland and the governing body. Oh. Okay, and from the United Kingdom, but please keep it to 1 minute each. All right? Yes. GB will be last.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much to White Romania, because I understand that when it comes to financial issues, it is a very difficult topic to talk about, but yet a very, very necessary one at the end of the day. I am glad that somewhere in the presentation and in the document I mentioned wanting to hear more from national committees and like their own experiences, because I, for example, have no idea what the situation is like in Germany, right? But in Azerbaijan, the costs to even have a delegate sent very, very high. Okay, right. I have the statistics. They around cost 100 euros minimum to actually book an appointment, to confirm the appointment, to you have a service fee to translate the documents from Azerbaijani to English or whatever language the embassy requires. The bank statements, you have to show that you can financially provide for yourself when you're in the country, even though the invitation letter does ask for a fee waiver, which is almost never actually granted. And there is also something else that I forgot, but there is a lot that you have to show. So, for example, yeah, 4,000 euros I had to show to go to the last BNC. None of it I used, right? But it's just a very, very tiresome process. And with Azerbaijan, for example, I know it's also difficult the other way around. So for people who want to come to us, but in that case, it's an e-visa that takes 3 days to issue. With our case, it's a lot different. And I know that the IO or the governing body or even us as NCs cannot really, force embassies to have an appointment for us or anything like that. But participation fees are where we can actually make a difference. And yeah, with the travel costs that Stefan also mentioned, it costs around 300, 400 euros minimum to send a single person out to, say, Italy or anywhere else. Yeah, yeah. And in terms of like the delegation sizes, unfortunately, because of the financial issues again, this past year has been almost a nightmare for UAV Azerbaijan because for PIG, 4 out of 6 delegates actually attended. For Turku, it was also an all-male delegation, which I hate. And when it comes to participation fees and all of the other costs, it is always one specific higher upper middle class group of people that are represented in international sessions, and that is not something that I am fond of, and I hope no one else is either. So it's just great for us if we could somehow talk about it. And one more thing I really want to mention.
I'm sorry, just out of fairness to the other people, there will also be the debate round.
Yeah.
So if this point still needs to be made, we can do that then. So as promised, thank you, Eva Azerbaijan. And next up, we'll have a statement from European Finland.
Wonderful. Again, as argued the last NCs of the IS, just commenting. Yeah, as was mentioned, ISs don't directly get participation fees, but it's a bit more murky than that. First off, because the money supports the IO and the IO supports IS organization a lot. So they do, for example, they write the Erasmus Plus grant, which is a paid to write. EYP Finland is better placed in the way that we also have a full-time employee. So we might have been a bit, more okay with that. But for some other NCs that don't have an employee, I know that it might have been worse if the IO was not there to support them. So unless the IO gets some other funding, which I'm sure they are trying to do, we would argue that we can't raise lower fees for everyone because that would probably mean less support from IO and then make life more difficult. We get that everyone wants to pay less. Also, ISs are expensive for everyone. For Finland, our flights are, even though we are closer, they are also close to 300-400 euros. We don't have to get visas, but still. So, we appreciate the discussion, but let's also keep in mind that IO, even if we don't get the participation fees directly, and also this is a thing that's expensive for everyone here, not only certain NCs. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And as promised, a statement from UAP UK, followed by the GB.
We have a mic?
Microphone, please.
No, please use the
Microphone
mic.
is better. Thank you.
Okay, this is sort of specifically on the sort of chaperone thing and a bit about our experience in the question, because I have very recently had delegates not be able to attend an IS because of chaperone prices. And that's obviously a very personal situation, but like I have had delegates unable to attend ISs because of participation fees and also because of chaperone fees. This creates stress for delegates, for teachers, for parents, for chaperones, also for me as the international coordinator, and also for the IO and the NOC, especially if it takes time to have these conversations and say, look, this is what I can offer you, but this is the cost. It takes time for them to discuss it, to figure out the financial situation, to then go, okay, I can or can't do this. And then all that time means that, things will change and that can create more stress. A bit of a question to the proposing entity about are you proposing removing chaperones, decreasing price? What's the clarification there? Because some delegates simply cannot attend an IS without having a chaperone because of our specific school child protection laws and stuff. But I'll leave it there, just a clarification and experience sharing. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. EOP UK. Does the GB have a mic?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
You're ready.
Does it work? It does work. Wow. Okay. I might go a bit over the 1 minute to address everything from the GB side.
1 minute 10.
Perfect. Okay, then I'll speak very fast. All right. So some things will also have the GB update. So maybe to have a more back and forth discussion about participation fees, we can go to the GB updates. But I'll address all the points which were made. So first of all, we welcome the topic of debate, and the GB is very eager to hear everything about increasing, decreasing, abolishing, not abolishing fees, as well as the transparency in delegation sizes, etc., etc. A few concrete steps that the GB is taking. So we're meeting here in Berlin again in 2 weeks in person. A few things which are already on the agenda is, if we were to increase participation fees, what model is it? That's one. And two, what are the increases? So we're not going to say, hey, we're increasing it for everyone for 100 euros. No, we will develop several models which are based on real world data, and then see if any of them make sense. If none of them make sense, we won't do anything. The same goes for delegation sizes. We do see that the policy and the guidelines for delegate size allocation is a work in progress. Let's put it that way. So what we'll do and what we have on the agenda is to sit together also with the IO and go step by step and see, hey, what is the status quo? What do we want to improve, and how can we make it more concrete and more transparent towards the network? So those are the concrete steps that we're already taking. As for the teacher fees, as UIP UK echoed, some delegations just don't allow, or rather, some countries just don't allow delegates to travel abroad without teachers, so they are necessary to some extent. But we can definitely reevaluate their position in a session, the spendings on them, as well as potential ways to save money in terms of either shared rooms between teachers from the same country, something, just pitching ideas here. So just as a summary of everything, the GB welcomes this topic of debate. Thank you for being very constructive so far. We are listening, we are writing everything down, and we'll be taking it to the not to the topic of debate, but to the GB meeting and as for the more back and forth, we can do that in the GB updates, which are right after lunch.
Thank you so much, Vedat. And now we will move back to EYP Romania, who's the proposal entity.
All right, I want to thank all of you for those very super constructive statements. I'm just going to address a few points, and I'll start with the chapter on. I don't have a hot take on this, to be fair. We don't really take care of teachers in Romania. We don't work with teachers, so I really don't know. But I just know from NOCs that it's a struggle, because like they cost much more than the actually income is for them. So I wanted to include this because we didn't have that part. So I really don't know. I'm as open as all of you here to hear your opinion on that. But I think, as Vedat said, it should be kind of reevaluating their role, should be evaluated there. And then with UIP Finland, yes, I agree that it's very important for the IO to give support. But also, I mean, this is a bit of back and forth for what's going to come next. But if, let's say, I'm not going to say it's going to happen a flat increase of 10%, but hypothetically, let's say it's a flat increase of 10%. A flat increase of 10% will be around 2K, 2.5K, I would say, euros per IS. And looking at the financial updates of the IO, that doesn't even cover a fraction of the salaries of the IO. So like, will that increase actually, let's say, help sustainability of a financial, of the IS financially? Will that increase also actually gonna help the IO put more resources into an IS to help them? And that's why I wanted to talk about this. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So now let's move on to the open debate, which is structured as follows. Round 1, delegation sizes allocation, fairness and transparency. Round 2, participation fees, affordability and event financially sustainability. Okay. Round 3, teachers and ISs, costs versus value. And then, of course, the final round is general. Please do adhere to the themes of the rounds, otherwise it will be a bit confusing to follow the conversation. All right, first round. Do we have any points on the delegation size allocation? We see UIP Italy. You recognize?
Thanks. So our point would be that we advocate for delegates. I don't know if it's as policy or an annex to an existing policy, but like above all, we got to we think that there are two criteria in like specifically which are not very clear, which are the 5 additional days with educational value and the days without value. That should be the kind of clear in the policy because we got struggles to like self-equate the skier activity, and so well, this got both IO, sorry, and the GB, and so maybe having a clearer policy from the beginning, from the should better. And apart from that, we also recognize the importance of the point UEFA Romania about the need for a clear mechanism to allocate the extra spots, which is not clear, and yeah, it should be. So thank you all, and we're done.
Thank you so much. Is it just a point or direct response even? Does it matter? All right, then we'll take a point from the international office.
Thank you for the recognition. Yeah, we also want to thank UIP Romania for proposing this debate, because we hear from all of you that this is a sensitive issue, and I think I can speak on behalf of the GB as well, that we want to improve the system for you. And on the relegation sizes allocation, as UIP Romania has mentioned, you're very right to say that there currently is not a codified practice in it. For you to know, additional spots are typically given to newer NCs who cannot meet the requirement of the 3 spots. And sometimes we also factor in political differences. So for instance, with EYP Armenia, we gave them spots for Tromsø IS because traveling to Baku was not possible for this delegation. So that's why we have a bit of flexibility there, but we really welcome codifying practice, because it would also make our work a lot easier, and hopefully for you also more transparent. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Anne. And we have a point from UIP UK.
This is sort of just a question, throwing it out there. Is there any possibility of the IO being able to produce a report, for example, of like who requested spots and who's been allocated them, how many spots to which NCs, and like just to be a bit more transparent in the process, if that's not against any like GDPR rules and that kind of thing? Is that a possibility?
Yes, sure, it's a direct response. Yeah.
The direct response is recognized from the international office. Thank you, Governor Kelly, for helping.
It is possible. It would require quite a bit of work. So we would rather suggest to codify the practice to make it more transparent from the very beginning.
Thank you so much. Then, okay, last point will be UIP Ukraine, and then we return to UIP Romania for a response.
It's more of a point of information. How currently the sizes of delegation being allocated? What is the math behind it?
Yes, the response from international office for explanation.
Yeah, so we look together with the GB, we look at the activities of the NC throughout the year, and that determines the size of the delegation. So the point that UIP Italy made was, to what extent do certain events count in this calculation, which requires more transparency. We agree on this.
All right, then let's return to UIP Romania. They look ready.
All right. Thank you so much for all of your points. Some of them were already addressed, but what I want to mention is, like, I also talked to Saskia about it yesterday. I mean, this is not the IO point of view, it's just like a me and Saskia conversation. But from what I understood, also Saskia, when it's looking at, like, for example, the criteria that is a bit like shallow, if she sees that maybe an NC starts to report every members meeting as an event on members platform, she won't take those to account. So, but again, it's because Saskia put it, so it's not codified. Also, she said she's not opposed of codifying it. She's not sure if it should be a policy or more of a guideline, but she's very open to it. Also, yeah, it is true that usually it's the newer NCs that get more spots to ISs. We got them as well, but I was wondering, I think it's part of my TOD somewhere, that maybe we want to codify even this practice. That I know some of you have mixed feelings about it, but in the end, new NCs only have 2 guaranteed spots, maximum 3, and based on those people, they're gonna build up their new generation. So I think it's important to give them a bit of heads up. I would not say to allocate all of the extra spots to them, or sometimes it's not feasible, but maybe think about that would be quite nice for them, especially from a developing point of view. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for all of your points.
All right, excellent. So now we're moving on to the second round, which are participation fees. And I see there are many points. Let's start with EYP Spain, which is on the computer. Live from Malaga. Technology willing.
Jordi, talk. Guys,
No, we could not see. If not, you can send me the point and I will.
yeah. Then can we go with someone else now?
Yeah.
Right, we'll take another point in the meantime, and if the technology works, we can come back to Jordi. Otherwise, the Pegaso will start over. All right, in the meantime, we'll take a point from UAP Germany.
Yes, okay. Regarding participation fees, the fees are already high. The countries that are paying the most are paying 200 euros. These kind of sums are somehow justified considering the length of the project and the fact that we provide them with food, with accommodation, etc. But we should also still consider, as Stefan laid out earlier, the travel costs, and also considering the fact that recent ISs not necessarily took place in the central part of Europe, but also in Tromsø, Norway, or in Baku, Azerbaijan. And it is definitely not that cheap to travel to these places. We do acknowledge the importance for the IO of the participation fees, as mentioned yesterday, it makes roughly 10% of the annual budget. But as it is also laid out in the financial update, it is mostly used for BNC meetings, for example, or guest program, and does not directly affect international sessions itself. So I also ask myself the question, does an increase in the participation fees directly influence the experience of delegates at international sessions? And we as UIP Germany do firmly believe that it should not higher the financial burden on delegates traveling to international sessions if these increases do not directly affect their experience.
Okay, since we get the response from UIP Switzerland.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. We shouldn't make delegates pay more. UIP Switzerland is in a very privileged financial position, and we pay the fees for our delegates. We also support them with travel reimbursement going abroad. So what I would propose is we might have to increase the fees, and that money still has to go to the IO and not to the ISs in some cases. That's how most participation fees for most other sessions also work. But we might consider, for example, that UIP Switzerland or other NCs that are paying the fees for their delegates pay more, or that delegates who have their fees being paid through their schools pay more, or that NCs try to find funding separately for their delegates going abroad through foundations, through companies that can go abroad to these sessions. For example, before UIP Switzerland paid the fee, we were supported by the Swiss Cheese Union to go to abroad.
Thank you. I think that's a memorable anecdote. Now we have success, supposedly, with the technology. So we will try recognizing UAP Spain again. Jordi, can you speak this time?
Can you hear me now?
Yes! Okay, live from
Great,
Malaga.
great. Greetings from Malaga to everyone. I'm sorry I'm not able to join, but you have lovely to go with you. who represents Lynn better than anyone. So I hope you treat her amazingly, and I'm sure you will. Main point, of course, as a lovely finance broker, is very directed towards the fees, and especially in regards to what has already been said. I will touch upon some things that happened to us as an NOC in Malaga, some things that we saw were positive, and some things that we saw that needed to be changed in this regard. You see that I have no voice is because I've been talking the whole day, so I apologize for that. Regarding the fees, if you think about it and the concept of the fees, it's about 35K roughly, and the NOC gets nothing from that. It's lost money, technically, that goes directly towards the IO. Sure, we get the Erasmus, but for instance, we get the Erasmus either for our nationals and for regionals, and we don't pay anyone to do that. We do it ourselves. So it's something that we could still do ourselves for the international session, and we would not need to pay 30K or 35K to someone to do that. I do understand that the IO has other implications rather than that, and they do a very good job, I need to say. But still, we're a bit unsure if that's worth the 30K or the 35K that we lose when it comes to the participation fees. I believe that's also one of the reasons what we have seen a decline, and it's something that we brought, it would be Spain brought in recent BNCs, that there has been a decline in applications on when it comes to the ISs, because there has been a high financial burden to put an IS in place. It's very costly, and usually in most cases, NCs need to pay themselves for some of the expenses of the IS, and it's not something that it's that every NC would be able to do because, yeah, it's a lot of money again, right? So I don't know how exactly there should be the proposal. Yes, I will wrap up, sorry. I don't know how the proposal should be, but perhaps the best alternative would be that the NOCs collect the fees. I know that the IO and the GB will kill me for this, but I believe it's the best alternative, and I will leave it here because they will kill me otherwise. Thanks so much for letting me intervene, although online.
Thank you so much, Jordi. I hope no one is killing anyone, at least in the literal sense. All right, we will take 2 more points for this round. Everyone else still has the chance to say something in the general round. All right, let's take a point from EYP Serbia, followed by EYP Armenia, and then this round closes. Microphone, please.
Okay, does this work? Yeah. Okay, so one of the, like, I would say, general goals of the network, especially for the past few years, was better outreach and better inclusion, and especially on a network-wide level, which is something that we as an NC also do a lot. But the thing is, when we look at our own delegations for the past few ISs, it is only young people from the main biggest cities. And we pay one of the very few delegation fees. Like, we're not paying as much as UAP Switzerland does. Neither we do have an option to provide funding for our delegation. It's only done by their parents. So on a longer run, if it comes to an increase of whatever price we're talking about, we have to also take into account that there is a big possibility that we, as an NCs, and I'm sure that there are a lot of NCs that share the same sentiment, but also as a network, we will lose some of that outreach, and we will also lose some of that inclusion, especially when we're talking about young people from rural areas, we're talking about minorities. So that is something that it's not like, budgeting, it is not that big, it's not that formal, but it's still such an important part of our network and such an important representation at the international sessions. So that is something that will present a big issue for us, for example. So thank you.
Thank you so much, EOP Serbia. EOP the Netherlands, I'm sorry, for time reasons, we will not take the direct response this time. As promised, EOP Armenia is next. Could we get a microphone to the top level?
It was faster.
Very small, sorry. Thank you so much. You're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you to EYP Romania for raising this very important point, and thank you to everyone, because this is I just want to say that it is very hard to elaborate on everything because it is very individual for every NC. Because Armenia, I don't think that we will have any opportunity to provide external funding for covering fees for international delegates. And I just want to say for us specifically as well, if we had any dropouts, it was because of the visit issues, because of the very, very high fees by the juristic agencies and the ministries of themselves. From 2025, it has become impossible for us to book a simple appointment to send a delegation, and that's why we didn't have any representation in Turku, and which was very, very saddening for us. And I just want to say that increase in participation also be very stressful for us as the NC and delegates, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who are financing their way into the country.
Thank you so much. Because I have been through hand signals promised that this will be extremely short, I will recognize this direct response from the governing body.
10 seconds. Yes, we also want to, in the meeting in 2 weeks, we are also going to see how we can better streamline the process of the IO support towards countries that require visas to make it easier and more efficient to acquire a visa in all the documentation.
Thank you. All right, we're turning now to Romania for a response.
Yeah, thank you so much for all of these constructive points. First of all, I wanted to I found UAP Switzerland point very commendable. Like, it's a truly inspiring idea, but unfortunately, I think there's not that many NCs that would be in your position, and that's a shame for all of us. And the issue I have is for us as well. It all gets back to the kids. Yes, we talk about NOCs, we talk about ISC sustainability, but in the end, we talk about the strategy, inclusion, and also the kids, but it's not the kids, and it's the parents that pay for it. And they usually have to budget for quite some time because of the high fees. We in Romania, we don't pay that much. We're lucky enough, but some people do. And if we were to increase them, we would struggle as well as you are doing, 100%. Also, again, based on the conversations I had with Saskia, not your point of view, just my personal ones, there were quite few occasions where NCs did not fill their all spots to the ISs due to several issues, therefore the extra spots. And potentially, from what I hear, most of these issues are financially. So we should think about this as, if we want to alter the fees, I mean, leave them as they are, they have the struggle. Alter them, keep them higher. What will it mean? Alter them, keep them lower. What will they mean financially for the IS? Probably to be better for the NCs, but yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this response. Moving on to the third round, which is.
We received a formal request for an informal vote on the teachers, which will be held after. So just there will also be that information after. Please think about teachers.
Multiple formal requests already in the bank that are being slides prepared for the end.
So quick.
So yeah, even more time to express your thoughts on this and also to gather information. But yeah, we will now have a round on teachers at ISs. All right, we will take a point from UAP Norway, followed by UAP Greece, because we haven't heard from them yet on this topic.
The presence of teacher chaperones at international sessions is a requirement in several entities, UAP Norway included. We
appreciate the discussion on this topic.
And UAP Norway, we have explored the option of having teachers. Of having teachers that choose between chaperones or single room at an extra cost. In our experience, teachers do not wish to choose chaperones anyway. This is typically not only because of their personal wishes, but also due to responsibilities outside of session. So, for example, they are grading papers or doing exam preparation or whatever. And
so we want to stress
the importance of recognizing the role of especially teachers and chaperones as a connection between the future delegates and
UIP. A positive experience
for them is an investment in the future.
Thank you so much, UAP Norway. I see we have a direct response from UAP UK. Can we quickly get them a microphone so we don't lose any time on this? Thank you.
It's a very, very short point. Just back what Norway said there. Our teachers and the schools have very particular rules that mean that teachers cannot share rooms with other teachers if they're looking after delegates. I don't know why that's the rule, but it is. So
Just to put that out there too.
Thank you so much. That was an excellent use of a direct response. Let me show just here. And as previously promised, the next point will be coming from EYP Greece.
Perfect, thank you. So I wanted to mention the delegates we usually send to ISs is around 16 years old. So it's a little hard, especially with ISs taking place in more rural areas that are hard to reach, to have delegates travel on their own without a chaperone, especially for larger delegations of like 8. We might even require 2 chaperones, and with the cost nearly packing up to like over 500 euros together with their travel arrangements, we usually have teachers shut down our idea of chaperoning. Anyway, you get it. A delegation, and that results to panicked parents pulling out their kids from EYP, maybe stopping their journey so early on in their EYP career, which is something we don't like to see. So in general, I believe that we should also take into account if the country has some way of funding the teachers to go on to the IS with the delegates. Because, for example, in Greece, the delegates have to split the cost of the teacher, or the teacher has to pay for it themselves, which is something we don't usually see. 500 euros plus for a teacher to chaperone and have all that responsibility is something that usually happens. Thank you.
Thank you, EYP Greece. So that we still have enough time for the 4th round and the many formal requests that we have received, we will go back to EYP Romania. If you didn't get to make a point, please use the Slack. It's a great tool, also because then you can always come back to what was said there. And we also have a 4th general round. All right, EYP Romania, moving to you.
All right, thank you so much for all of your points. It's clear that for some NCs, chaperones are either essential requirement or very important, which I totally agree. What I was thinking, and to top on UIP Greece idea, very constructive, maybe in the next round to also think how we can increase the value that teachers can bring at the ISs, or like maybe we can think of a special program during the IS for the teachers for actually, we spend quite a lot of money. They also spend quite a lot of money, but how would we get out of most of it? So it's not just free travels for, not free, but holiday for them where they do nothing. Maybe we can reshape the way the teachers are handled diocese, or just get the most out of it. But I think the consensus here is we still want the teachers, as far as I understand. It's a requirement for some NCs, which is a very nice enough point. But I would really like to think about potential points on how we can increase that value the teachers bring during the actual events.
All right, thank you so much. Now for the final round of debate on this topic, which is general. May we see some points? We will take a point from Belgium. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My point is a little bit related to participation fees, but I couldn't raise it there. But basically EYP Belgium has seen, we have an inclusion fund, right? So delegates can talk to us and say hi, I would be in need for the inclusion funds. We have seen a great increase in an ask to be eligible for the inclusion fund, something that we didn't see when I started in 2021. No one knew that it existed. It's good that they now know, but everyone is asking for it. So we feel like the whole country is in budget cutting mode because they all need assistance in financing their travels and their participation fee. So we think it's a super, super, super relevant discussion, and we really think that reviews need to be made and that NCs are not very much more burdened because we also don't have the budgets to keep up with that.
Thank you so much, EYP Belgium. I see we have a direct response from EYP the Netherlands, which we will take. Can we get a microphone to them? Thank you.
Yes. On inclusion funds, EYP Netherlands has a similar thing. Given the broad conclusions of the BNC that GDP per capita, and then also more broadly, probably any other statistic, is not going to give a metric that we all agree with or is completely equitable amongst all NCs. Should the GB decide to raise prices or to investigate such a metric, I would strongly invite them to also consider options, for example, to establish such a fund specifically for ISs on a network-wide basis, where we as a network can decide on policy of how these get allocated. And then I think even from like our perspective as NCs, we'd be willing to also financially help to pay into such a thing to make that viable.
Thank you so much. We will take a point from EYP Latvia. You're recognized. The mic is coming. Thank you.
Does it? I don't know. Anyways, so I might have missed this. It might be by me at some point when I was looking at the documents submitted by Stefan and also what is available to us as NCs. But a key point is that participation fees are defined by the GDP per capita. I might have missed how often that gets reevaluated because in past 5-ish years, there's been a lot of change. Also, GDP per capita is really not near one of the best ways of establishing wealth factors of a country. I don't know, Gini coefficients, wealth distributions, stuff like that. There are certain NCs where participation fees are quintuple, sextuple that of the difference between actual GDP per capita. So there's stark differences between what would be ideal.
Thank you so much. As an economist, I love this discourse. Roland, I see you, but because I believe the governing body is about to explain what was just asked, I will take their direct response.
I'm loud enough, I think, because I'm both in here too. The last time IS participation fees were revisited was 10 years ago. The way in which they were determined was GDP per capita plus some other KPIs, namely purchasing power, etc. But the main driving factor was GDP per capita. The way in which we would do it now, we would develop multiple models, one being maybe a flat increase, the other model being GDP per capita only, the third one combining 10 different things, and we would see if anything makes sense. If anything makes sense, then we would maybe go forward with it. We have an informal request for a vote as well, more on that later. But the point is, we wouldn't have a fit-all solution. We would explore multiple models to make it fair and equal and not do it based on vibes saying, hey, this country has it too low or too high, let's readjust it. No, we would have clear KPIs which would go into the model and then it would be calculated. Either in tiers or as a flat increase or as a percentage-wise increase, up to debate based on the numbers that you get. Does that work?
All right. Thank you so much for explaining. I'm sure that really helped. All right. One last point. And then we have formal requests. Okay, France has been looking at me sad for almost an hour. So you're recognized if it's fast.
Stefan was before. I just would like to share that EYP France made up a program for the teachers 1 or 2 years ago that worked actually very well and was named European Access. EYP France remain at the disposal of the network to share this program needed.
All right, thank you so much. Direct response, but you have 30 seconds exactly.
Yeah, adding up to that, because EYP Cyprus also holds workshops for chaperones, we had a bit of trouble recruiting them this year. So Lazarus started an initiative and he created a 101 chaperoning booklet with everything that chaperones gain and everything they're responsible for. So he could make clearer the responsibilities of chaperones.
All right, thank you so much, EYP Cyprus. This is a wiki topic, I believe, so maybe this can be uploaded someday. Let's return to EYP Romania.
Thank you everyone for your points. Just to quickly go through everything. I think the inclusion fund idea and like having codified, I think it's a great aspect, and I think it's kind of aligned to what Switzerland was mentioning initially. So like I really want to see maybe at next BNC meeting something going forward. I'm very open to it. Now going a bit what the GB said about adjusting the fees. And again, this is more GB updates, but because we discussed about this, I think that the updates are not clear enough, because in the updates, they don't mention about readjusting, lowering, keeping, they say increasing. So I don't think that means we think about the model we might or might not change, because the decision says IS fees will get increased by fusion. That's the decision. So maybe that decision wasn't written properly if it's not what you meant. Yeah, but still. Yeah, GDP, we had the discussion before and I fully agree. And yeah, thank you so much for all of the points. I think we really kept the discussion very constructive. And if you have any more questions or any more ideas, feel free to use the Slack. I'll keep an eye on Slack as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And now we have a little arm workout for you to earn your lunch. We have received multiple formal requests for informal voting. So this is again just the colorful papers, no country placards needed. Please, we can do this silently. So the first one was submitted by UAP France. So I will read the question. You vote, then go on to the next question. Vote, next question. All right. We will document the tallies and publish them on Slack. So you don't also need to document anything right now. We'll take care of it. Leila will do the numbers crunching for us. All right. The first statement of informal vote is, do you consider the current participation fees allocation for international sessions to be fair and reflective of the network's diversity and socioeconomic realities? Please vote. All right, thank you so much. Lower the placards. Then the second question is, would you support a revision of the current participation fees allocation system for international sessions to enhance fairness and adaptability? Now, please vote. Thank you so much. You may lower your hand. Then we have another request for informal vote, this time by the governing body. Their statement of informal, vote reads as follows. Taking into account that the participation fees have not been increased in 10 years, would you support an increase in participation fees? Now, please vote. France is searching. There we go. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. You may lower your hands. And finally, we also received questions for informal vote by UAP Switzerland. The first question reads as follows. Does your NC pay in part or in full participation fees for ISs? Please vote. Does your NC pay for the participation fees of your delegation? Show of hands. Not would you be in favor of this, but do you currently do this? What does this mean? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so one upstairs.
Where's the discussion?
Yes. All right, thank you so much. Lower your heads. And the final question is, do schools in your country pay in full or in part for the participation fees of ISs? Please show. Only one per NC, okay? Make up your mind. It says in full or in part. This includes in part. So if in part applies, it's great. That would be in part. Sorry. See, I would draw this mathematically, but people hate that, so we're not doing that, and then words also don't work. Okay, has everyone made up their mind? Sorry.
To the right?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. All right, we will publish the results of this shortly. All right,
What we are doing now.
everyone get back down, please. So the next things that you will be So the next things you will be experiencing are the lunch break, and after lunch we will have the picture. The picture will commence at
As I wrote on this Slack, we will have now 45 minutes lunch. Then please be around so we can have a quick picture. Nikita will be our bot with that. And then we will start again no later than 1:40. Now,
However, I would like to ask everyone to remain seated and not break out into chaos. All right. Could the representatives of EYP Bulgaria please stand up? EYP Finland, please stand up. EYP Germany, please stand up. EYP Luxembourg, please stand up. EYP Poland, please stand up. EYP Romania, please stand up. Ah, you're faster than I am. EYP Serbia, please stand up. EYP Slovenia, please stand up. EYP Switzerland and UK, please stand up. All right. You can go to lunch right now. Because you want the speedy lunch boarding. All right, everyone else, just chill for 5 minutes. You won't be queuing anyway. You may as well stay seated.
when we go smoke.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Irem Lindo. Irem Lindo, can you hear? Irem Lindo? Irem Lindo? Ah.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
All right.
Incredible, but wow.
Yeah, first try. First try. Zoom says that you're still muted, but somehow we can hear you, so that's fine.
Well, agenda item 29, what is? Okay. Oh.
Little testing on it is tapping.
Okay, this is what we know. We see too many people standing still and too many people talking, and we really need to get this going. Okay. So if we can have everyone's attention, there is first of all a proposed change to the agenda. So to save time and increase efficiency, UAP, the Netherlands, and the GB have concurred. And we propose to merge, like to eliminate essentially the agenda item 29, a critical discussion on the members platform as essential UAP infrastructure, and kind of merge it with the developers and updates. So any question we have previously can be addressed during developers and updates. So we propose to vote 10 minutes and consent on this. So if you have anything, speak now or never. Great.
Never.
Never. We love that. So we'll move on to the developers team updates.
Yes. Could I get them? I mean, not necessarily that I need. All right. Well, first of all, huge shout out to UIPNL. Thank you for making up the time that we lost with the delays in the workshop. I'm sure that everyone appreciates that. As for how we're structured this, usually what we would do, we would present everything and then you would ask us questions. But because we did this merger, the way we will do it now is I'm going to present the developers team updates in the name of the GB and the IO and the developers team. And then we'll basically have a Q&A as you would ask the GB, but you can also ask more holistic questions about the developers team. Yeah, so without further ado, let's start with the developers team update. So what happened? Well, first of all, the developers team, as we all know, is a team of volunteers, with the exception of Nico, the lead developer, who is a contractor by the IO, which means that he gets paid a little amount for the administrative work that he is doing on the members platform and in leading the developers team. Do not think that this is a full-time job. It's not. It's more of an honorary thank you for all the work that he is investing. Yeah, so while we got that, what happened this year? Well, for the first time ever, to my knowledge, we created a portfolio in the GB, which is the developers team / members platform portfolio. Why? Developers are all volunteers of our network who work together with Nico, the lead developer, in improving the members platform. Small teaser, we also have the first change to the members platform ever, which is now implemented. Thank you. We also have the first change now, which is online, but not on the main members platform, but on a server which is called staging, which is basically a testing server. So if we mess something up, we're not messing up the real members platform. We just have it for testing. We'll show the feature through a video. What we did then, we selected the developers team. Then on the 11th of July, so about 3-4 months ago, we had an onboarding meeting with the developers team where they talked expectations, where they set their weekly work schedules, their availabilities, etc., etc. And what we decided is that we will have weekly JavaFix meetings where they align on the work that has been done. And they also have kind of mini projects or side quests, as we like to call them, that they need to complete within the developers team. Well, I guess the question that all of you are eager to hear is, why is the members platform so slow? Do we have any guesses? Just in the room. Yes.
DDoS attacks.
DDoS attacks. Other guesses? Server too small. Other guesses? Sorry?
Computer says no.
Computer says no. That, yes?
Some like little resources allocated for one of the systems or
It's better than everything. So basically what we did, if this gets too technical, just stop me. So basically what we did is we tried to identify where does all the data come from and where all the data goes, right? So our user profiles, the PDFs on the wiki, etc., etc. Turns out, when we created the new members platform, there was a mess up from the side of the Schwarzkopf Foundation, who is in charge of the administration and the IT infrastructure with this as well. And they created the database on an account, which we don't know where it is. This does not mean that our data is not safe. This does not mean that someone random has access to our data. No, it just basically means that we cannot access the administrative panel of the database of our members platform. So what is our theory? Our theory is that they probably paid or are paying for the cheapest plan, which means, well, tough luck. If other people who are paying more are using our servers, then we slow you down and we slow down your data. We tried tracing this data. We tried tracing this account. We had loads of calls and talks with previous people who worked also in the Schwarzkopf Foundation. It didn't work. We don't know who this account belongs to. We don't know what the login data is. But we luckily have a fix, hopefully. The fix, hopefully, is in 4 weeks when we meet for the developers team meeting here in Berlin. We are planning to copy all the data that we currently have and just paste it somewhere on a new database where we know the account. And then we can manage our data, we can manage our plans, we can manage our pricings, etc. The old pricing, which is already built on Schwarzkopf and EYP, we just cancel. We just say, hey, you can't take this money anymore. Now we're moving to this. What this means in practice, what we hope this means in practice is as soon as we do the merge, it should speed up or it should be very snappy. We can't guarantee this because if that is not the fix, then we have to do further debugging, obviously. But this is, in our minds, the most obvious problem and probably what is causing the problems. Something to keep in mind, we're going to announce it when this merge happens, which means that probably for a few hours, either the members platform is going to be down or whatever you do, you're just gonna lose that data. So for example, if you submit an application between 1 and 4, and we say, hey, the maintenance is between 1 and 4, that's not copy pasted, it's just lost data. But we'll announce this as soon as we have a schedule when we will do this merge. We will announce it, and we'll also see to maybe even put it on the members platform saying, hey, it's in maintenance mode, do not do anything, or it's going to be lost. Okay. Let's go to the next slide. This is the developers team, the lovely faces who now work on our members platform. Keep in mind, these is a team of volunteers, and they're also investing their own time, their volunteer time into making something that we all use better, and we are seeing first results. We know there are a lot of frustrations with the members platform. We have them as well, but we can finally say that after 3 or 4 years of having the new members platform, we see clear progress for the first time. And we're very happy about that. And kudos goes to the whole IO team, kudos goes to Nico, kudos goes to the whole developers team. So a big round of jazz hands for finally figuring it out, hopefully. For the responsibilities of the developers team, what does the developers team in itself do? So it's the maintenance and the update of the existing features that we have on the members platform, but also implementation of new features. So for example, if we pass a policy change here at the BNC meeting, the members platform team is in charge of implementing these changes so that they adhere to policies. There were quite a few policies which requested this, and through this we're already implementing these changes that they basically are just to the policies. Then we also have bug fixes and quality of life improvements. We already saw quite a few security exploits fixed. For example, the /admin thing, you cannot read all the applications that exist on planet Earth anymore. Very critical. And as soon as we see any new bugs, we are treating them with #1 priority because these are security leaks. This is your data, and this is also something that we need to do based on the GDPR that we all follow and are bound with. And then we have the development of new features that get requested through the feature request form. There's going to be a QR code in the end. If you don't know about its existence, we already have it on the feeds, in the bio of Instagram, LinkedIn, webpage, everything. But basically, there's going to be a QR code. So if you know about the bug, if you have a cool idea for a new feature, you can scan the QR code, and then you can tell us what the next big thing is. The inner workings of the developers team, we apply a Scrum style workflow, which is something in IT that I'm not going to bore you with now. If you're more interested, I would be very happy to talk to you about it. And it's a common approach in modern IT companies. It works, it's proven to work. It's also, they're happy with it, which is the most important thing. If they can work with it, we can also work with it. Then the work is organized into weekly sprints, meaning that you have basically a week to implement a small chunk of the code. If you don't meet this deadline, then we reiterate what went wrong, etc., etc. For larger projects and for larger chunks, this, for example, then longer spans of time, obviously. And then currently what we're working on, full hands-on, is we're currently in the preparation of the developers team meeting in Berlin, which is happening in exactly 4 weeks. Here, the whole developers team is coming. The IO will be there. I will be there as well. And it's also planned that we do the database merge there. But not only that, we also plan to do team building, planning for next year, maybe some other features, maybe some workshops on some live codings, etc., etc. But basically, the idea is that we get together in Berlin because we have this budget already allocated in 2024, 2025. And we're finally using that budget now that we have a functioning team. Next slide. Thank you. The recent implementations that we did on the testing server, the event page now remembers your position when you return from viewing an event. Yes, I see a lot of testing. The created at date was removed from the category section for a cleaner display at the request of the international office. That's also, I think, policy was. I'm not sure. I think, yeah, it's the MV. Yeah. Then something that a lot of people ask for is event filters have been added, and now you can filter by open calls and you can filter by roles. And now you can also put your pronouns on your user profiles. Next slide, please, which I also think is the last slide. So let's leave this slide for 10 seconds. So if you want to leave some features, please don't do it now.
For context, I'm a software engineer myself. I do this and I've always worked with it remotely. This is one of the few jobs that can work remotely. And yesterday we discussed about how financially the whole network isn't great. Do you think this meeting is vital to happen at the recurrent period, or yeah, that's the first question.
Perfect. Okay, do you want me to directly address this? Because it's a one sentence thing.
Sure.
The meeting, like the point of the meeting is not to fix this bug. It came along the side. The point of the meeting was to have the developers team meet in the same way that, for example, HOs of ISs meet in Berlin, or the way that we here are meeting as well. So it's more for team dynamics, setting expectations, etc., rather than fixing that specific bug. Remote work, they already do remote work. I guess we can go with the direct response and the second question, and then
Yeah, direct response. Yes, I get it. We do that in UIP, but as we talk about something which is, yeah, we work for UIP, but it's quite a specific job. I work with people from India. I never met them in the office. And I don't think it's that vital. Like, yeah, you can do that live coding, you can do all that online. And if we need to save money, I think this is one of the things we can like look at for future reference. That's my gut. Now, my question is, great that we have new features. However, do you have any plan when the extra 2 weeks for leadership evals will be added, as well as our additions to the evaluation policy from last time, like close when you have access to them?
yeah. To bounce back on the first question, yes, but one thing to keep in mind, this is a team of volunteers, and the only place where we can kind of show them gratitude is also hosting them in Berlin once per year. And this was also budgeted in 2024, already for 2025. And next year, as we saw at the IO updates yesterday, we don't have, for example, this budgeted in 2025. So this was basically the leftover budget for this year, which looks good. Second question was about the features. Yes, they're being worked on, and as soon as they're done and tested, they'll implement it. Do I have a clear answer in terms of a week or a date, which I can give you? No. But what I can promise you is that I will bring it up not at the developers meeting, but even earlier at the Jour Fix meeting to see what the estimate is.
Stefan already asked a few of my questions. Firstly, not a point you said. Because yeah, I can tell that a lot of effort and work was put into trying to figure out what's wrong and fixing it. Or okay. So my questions are, for one, because for now it seems like a solid plan, but if it comes to be in the future, and maybe about 6 volunteers isn't cutting it anymore. I don't think this is so much question for GP or maybe the IO. If there's a possibility of perhaps investing in someone who has like less of a part-time job than and my second question is if well, this would be more of a point of discussion. If it comes to be the case, but if maybe it would be a smart idea if this is where the MP on working to kind of come up our MCs in the meantime, because I know people meant like it as these among other operations. Yes, those were my. Thank you.
I'm still amazed how out of nowhere it works and doesn't work.
Finances IO question. I don't have an answer to that, so that's a more an IO question. Maybe we can Anne can directly answer that. To the second question, yes, I think it would be good to have a discussion at the BNC and also maybe Slack for now and then next BNC as a TOD.
There's a channel.
There's a I just said Slack.
A specific channel for FB.
True. And then we can reiterate on it next BNC and see, hey, what further things can we improve? Now let's go to Anne, and then let's maybe.
Wait.
Okay, quick. Can you hear me? Quick direct response on the finances. I understand where you're coming from, but for us, it's literally a financial decision. Working with volunteers takes longer, but it's more in the spirit of EYP and it's cheaper for us financially. So if we get more funding, this is definitely something that we can look into to get some more professional support in it. From what I can tell is that especially Nico has been working more hours than we contracted him to do. So it's really not a lack of effort on behalf of the developers team. It's really more a structural issue that we're facing.
Sweden, Italy.
These volunteers, do they have like how long are their contracts? Like
Annually, biannually, how long?
Annually with an NDA that they can't disclose what they're doing. Does that?
Yeah.
My question will be about the space, like the channel that we want to use for all the MP and developers team related questions and ideas, because I see there's like a very old Slack workspace which I was in, so that one is not to be used anymore. So we just stick to the MP updates questions channel on the new international governance Slack. And could you maybe also pin this form that you were talking about in the links of the channel so that's yeah, sure.
So from a person, the Slack page, that channel is for everything. That old Slack, no more. The Safecore team old Slack, no more. No more 7 billion Slacks. Only that Slack, only that channel. The rest is for better.
This is not necessarily like a question, but more like a feedback for you. I think lots of frustration came from the fact that the MP was very struggling. We are very aware of it. Now we understand that work has been done. We identified the problem, so I think everyone is chill about it. But the issue we had, there was no clear communication about it. Like, I think in the future, it will be great if we could like, hey, we know this happens. We're working on it. Don't worry. It might take, but I think that'll be something that will calm everyone down and will make sure that people understand that behavior.
Thank you. Part of your communication, especially in emphasize enough with the fact that it's now standardly used as central infrastructure that has become to UIP. It grinds everything down to like an inexplainable degree of slowness. Like we don't have access to it. So it was very worrying over the summer to not have that.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. Then maybe as a closing remark, thank you everyone. Also, thank you for your understanding. Keep in mind also the developers team is very fresh. They also got onboarded just a few months ago and they needed some time to understand what's happening. And this thing we also found about 1 or 2 weeks ago. It's not like we found about it 6 months ago and kept it a secret. So yes, clear communication, transparency, we'll do that. But I think this is a good first step in my opinion. And let's continue the discussion about the members platform specifically on Slack and then also in the appropriate channels. And I hope and I welcome to have a TOD on this in the next BNCM. If you want to do a TOD together, you know my email. Do we have the video maybe?
No.
No. Okay, video you have on Slack.
In the GB updates thread, and we added the, I am now sending the link to the form in the MP updates channel of the governance Slack.
Thank you so much. Okay, then let's go to the other presenter. Okay, thank you everyone for, these were the MP updates mandated by the policy on the developers team, which was voted on last BNCM. Governing body updates. Okay, I think, yeah, let's.
Just a quick note here, it's probably not going to be 20 minutes or so, but how we envision this is really a TLDR of like, oh, this happened, and it's very general. You have the updates, and you have every bit of information. No new information will be shared now. We can, of course, answer questions, and we want to answer questions, so we're allowing most of the time for that.
Yeah. Next slide, please. Perfect. Selection panel activities. Spoiler alert, we were at selection panels. I'm going to skip over that in the essence of time. If you're interested in who attended which selection panel, it's all in the report. ISs, I'm going to bounce back to the closing statement from the TOD because I didn't forget it, which is probably going to be a point either way, which was the GB already decided to increase the fees. What are we doing about that? If the GB decided something, that doesn't mean that the GB can't change its mind. And with this discussion here, we'll also take all the points about the participation fees that were discussed and bring it to 2 weeks, which also means that, yes, we decided, but this does not have to mean that we won't undecide, especially with the feedback from the network, which we hold very dear and close to our hearts, which is at the end of the day also something that we were democratically elected for, which is representing the network and the interests of the network. So yes, we will bring this to the GB and reiterate GB meeting and reiterate on it, and then we'll let the network No. Then for ISS, we have been in talks together, obviously, with the IO, with quite a few NCs about prospective ideas of hosting an IS. We have also tried and are continuously trying to make ISS more accessible, approachable, to also have better information and materials on ISS, which is a long-lasting thing that I think I've seen it quite a lot of BNCMs being always discussed, and it's something that we are aware of and are currently working on. Then I'm also developing a template for the GB report of international sessions, because if you read the current or the previous GB reports of previous international sessions, they're quite modest, to say the least. What we want to do is we want to enhance them and we want to further improve them in order to have a more robust structure, which future GB members can, or they don't have to follow it, but if they want, I would highly encourage them to. But the template is going to be quite detailed in terms of, hey, what are the lessons learned? What are the good things that we can take from this, etc., etc. And from that, the whole network can learn, not only future IS HOs or NOCs, but the whole network. And these good practices can also be applied on a national level, on a regional level, and also on an outreach level. And basically can be a copy-paste solution to a lot of events that we do in BIB, but obviously on a much smaller scale. Then we also have a big set of policies, namely probably the biggest one that we'll also discuss today or tomorrow, which is basically TLDR, the abolishment of clusters or selection clusters at international sessions for officials. And then also as future work, maybe to reiterate, in 2 weeks when we meet, we'll also do a huge revision of one, fees, as already said, and two, delegate allocations. So ISs are getting a lot of attention, rightfully so, and we will further reiterate on it, take the input of the network, and do the best we can. MP, we covered, and yeah, I think, yeah, let's go next slide. Then I'll just quickly
use the turquoise.
Yeah, I'll just quickly cover the short scope. Short scope, we had 2 board meetings this year, both of them extraordinary. The regular one is going to be in December. Basically, what this means, our umbrella organization, the Short Scope Foundation, they have a board. I am representing UIP on that board. The meetings are always in Berlin, they're in German, all nice and fancy. Point is, they discuss strategic, basically just how we discuss strategic decisions for UIP. They discuss strategic decisions for the Schwarzkopf Foundation on a more holistic level. In terms of big changes, as Anne already said, we do have a change in leadership of the Schwarzkopf Foundation. So it's a refreshment of people, new people coming into the foundation, leading the foundation. Namely, Seren, the previous, she was a member of the board. Now she is the new executive director, replacing Tomasz. And with that in mind, we will see how it goes. I am doing my best representing UIP on that board. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we can pass the torch.
Yeah, so I'll do all of the other people's work summaries and mine, but I will truly make them summaries. In terms of comms, certainly I have, I also have 2 associates who work on somewhat different parts of comms. Joao is here. Thank you, Joao. There's also Maggie. You will hear more from her tomorrow about some of the things she was doing. Certainly, big thanks to them. A lot of the work is also thanks to them. But of course, a lot of the work for comms is just supervising and sort of talking to the IO. Not that deep, not that much. I welcome any other questions. You have the updates for, well, you have the booklet for that. In terms of alumni, Rufat has it. We are passively exploring the formation of an alumni association. If you've been around BNCMs, you know this is a very long time. We also, of course, welcome any questions. In terms of safety and welfare, you've got the Safe for Team update. You heard a lot about that. And of course, the International Safe Person Irem right now in Malaga, but still joining us online. So thank you, Irem. Yeah. We are then smiling and waving to Irem as well. And essentially, she has been doing a lot of that work with these teams, a lot of due diligence in terms of how we're doing about it. And also, there was a big policy change last time. Can we go to the next slide, please? In terms of the international governance portfolio, Linda and I have it. We sort of split it. That means talking to Dewsbury and their predecessor. It also means coordinating with Analu and Sean. We even had a meeting. Notes are, I think, published on the NP. If not, they will be. That's also a step towards transparency. That's a big thing for the in-gov portfolios, or international governance and gov short, of course. In terms of interpretations, in terms of policies in the charter, which is what the governing body does, we have now finally, for the first time in my EYP lifetime, have a centralized view of it, in the sense that you can also access all of our interpretations of all of the policies. And when I say our, I mean GB also before this term. So you have all of that dated clearly and whatnot. It was already mentioned before, and we are generally, I think, in an increasing communication and cooperation environment, I would say, with the BNCB, and generally you, based on the discussions we had. In terms of NC support and NC development, NC support, I started doing the check-ins. This was part of the term plan. This was something I ran on. Just a quick catch-up. Those of you who have had it had mostly positive remarks, or generally you found it to be worthwhile for 40 minutes of a checkup. In terms of NC development, I mean, big thank you in terms of all of the results also goes to Stefan, the associate for NC development. There's so much to say about this, but you already saw a lot of recognitions, and your recognitions, you saw only, I think, 2.5% of all of the work that goes with that in terms of communication, in terms of modules, in terms of all these different things. I do not know even the number of modules we have developed, meetings we have had, emails we have had. It's a lot. It's a lot of very personalized communication, and this is the key takeaway. We have moved from all of you developing NCs to, hey, you, that specific developing NC kind of an approach. Next. And of course, this is an overview of all of our portfolios. I don't think I missed any one of them. And this is also a great slide to have for you. And of the rest of them. Oh, sorry. And that's a great slide for you also to have to know who does what and what not. And that then never things up for questions. We don't have a specific structure or whatnot. We exhausted the MP, but everything else is very much up for here. And I guess I'll do mic duty. Are you recognizing or are we recognizing? Because if I'm recognizing, I'm just. Okay, can we start here just because I don't have to wander.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, first of all, for your work and for giving us these updates, for being in presence. That is very much appreciated. And I totally understand that in the meeting booklet, you sometimes copy and paste certain updates. The microphone isn't working. You copy and paste certain updates for processes that maybe stay the same. I fully understand that. But there were two updates from two GB members that were fully copy and paste from the BNC meeting from the spring. And I just want to know whether that was a mistake, and will we still receive these updates, and when can we calculate these updates? Could you please elaborate on that?
Let's take more questions and answer. Right? Do I pass it to? Who do we pass it to? Yeah, I think it's just easier if we get a question, so then we can answer it to. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So a few slides ago, I believe it was still during the dots part, there was a point made about the GB considering removing the IS clusters, the regional ones, in order for like a fair evaluation of officials and so on. In the booklet, from what I saw, it was just moving a couple of countries around. But if that is the case, then I do find it quite concerning, considering that especially the countries or the entities that are further away, like Azerbaijan, we don't really have much of an opportunity to get that much experience outside of our NC, which means less chairing, less VPing, less presiding, whatever. So if it does come to the removal of the regional clusters, then it's not going to be the best news for us, and I feel like some other entities as well.
Which one? So I'm gonna. Oh, okay.
All right. This okay, it works. For reference, I do know the answer of this, but I want for everyone to know because I worked with this as a GB associate. But keeping in mind, we had one recognition and one extension of the initiative status, and we didn't have the TODs because of the time constraints. Could we give like small overview of how the situation is for Slovakia as well as for North Macedonia. How's the progress going? Do you have any concerns there? Are they fully youth led? Do they have like what was the progress done so far? On what? No. I'll let you do. And like what was the reasoning for extension? Yeah. That's it. But yeah, I know the answer.
Yeah, I am going to infamous page 76 just to ask, would the GB be open for like a suggestion on how to increase the IS participation fees? Or would, yeah, now, yeah, I would suggest, especially based on a point that was raised earlier by EYP Switzerland, that was maybe some people can pay more, some can pay less. Would you even consider having a total amount of participation fees that we need to fulfill the unrestricted money that for the IO, like saying like, okay, 3 IS is 75,000 euro a year, and then giving a little bit more of a holistic approach to NC, saying, hey, we need for this IS 25,000, who can pay a little bit more, who can pay a little bit less, and also trying to integrate each NC's perspective, not just the country through GDP, but I know that you're already doing that, but also the status of each organization within the country. So like a little bit of a sum up, we have this goal, fundraising a little bit through us as well, you know, like let's not call it that, but that would be the idea. Would you be like, if you want to consider, that would be my suggestion, because I think it can also grasp a little bit more the state of the network when it comes to the IS, especially with Pordenone coming up with being the only IS in 2026. If we have the same in the future, it might be different because we're not going to charge 75,000 euros participation fees for one IS, but you would understand the vision.
I would just want to say one thing. Joe probably actually just light a grenade with this question. I would like to underline that discussing how to change ISPs is not probably the best moment. I would say we can ask the GB. Their proposal is still a discussion. They will propose something at I would say, a BNC meeting, or maybe they should. I mean, they will propose something and there will be time for discussion with it. No, I saw some direct responses popping up around. No.
Okay. Okay, let's maybe answer this round and then we go for another. I'll answer the IS thingies, I'll leave the other things for you. IS, first thing, we have a whole policy proposal discussion on that, so I would leave that discussion for them. The big TLDR is, it doesn't mean we're completely abolishing the cluster. There's going to be some fail-safe through the guidelines which we're already following. That's the big TLDR, but we have a whole policy discussion and agenda point on that. So we'll discuss it in the big room with everyone. The second question for the fees, we are open to considering everything. So if you have any ideas, make sure to either send them to the whole GB, or you can also send it to me or anyone from the GB, preferably in the next 2 weeks, because we have a meeting in 2 weeks, preferably. And basically, we are open to discussing and considering everything. That is also what we were elected to do. So, yes.
By the way, keep in mind that setting these fees is a completely GB decision. This is not something that requires BNCM vote. So in terms of them being the same, they didn't add on to. That's the simple truth. Why is that the case? I cannot speak for them. I think it would be also good perhaps to ask them, because I know that both of them also said they are more than happy to answer any questions. You have the slide, right? Also their email addresses, whatnot. It was what was the approach towards writing these, considering the deadline was that, of course, I mean, there's a usual dynamic of how it is done. The GB chair does the general ones for the most part. I do also the other ones for the NCs. So that's, I think, B, or the B part of the updates. I also helped out Linda a bit more. Linda was in a crunch, but ultimately writing these updates from the position of Linda or someone else was not sustainable. Good catch. I must say, perhaps ask them themselves. There is still some work that they have done, truth be told, but this has not happened, and this is a great question, I think, also to have. But as far as others have, I mean, others have written it. I mean, I don't want to put them under the bus. I also don't want to say nothing, but also, you know, this is maybe a question then for them. I'm not sure that either of them are online, though. I don't think Gunesh is based on what she said.
No.
And in terms of the question for Slovakia and North Macedonia, Slovakia was just recognized, and I should disclose that we have actually written a TOD in that sense. It's just that we couldn't put it in there as much, but you're also, could you actually share the TOD documents I've sent you for Slovakia and North Macedonia?
It's in the meeting booklet.
Oh, it is in the meeting booklet, so then you have access to it. In terms of all of the, it's a one pager. I always try to make these one pagers. Very ironic considering me. The reason for Slovakia was it's good work, it's good enthusiasm. They're high schoolers. Most of them are from MUN, so there's a lot of work stuff, and I have to do there too. We're getting there. I can also confirm some other NCs have worked with them or have hosted the delegation. Some have had a not so pleasant experience with cancellation. Some have had a greatly pleasant experience. You know, and you cannot have it all. So they're doing that. We have also had an issue of merging all of the different interest groups. My theory is because of the European protests in Slovakia, this is now really cool. So that's why so many of them are doing it. And a loose theory is someone made a presentation somewhere and then probably both. Yeah. But either way, it's there's something there. In terms of North Macedonia, they got reapplied, and I already compared the Malta and North Macedonia. Maybe here, maybe towards others. Oh, sorry. We're out towards the okay. And in terms of their comparisons, the thing is when North Macedonia was told, okay, well, you have to step up and do something, as this year was a hiatus, there was not much, if anything. They have indeed done so. We have also met with them, including the teacher who's facilitating this. We have made it very clear this is a youth-led initiative, this is a youth-led thing. And as far as from what we're seeing now, at least on the surface, there is more and more of the youth. Now, in terms of these early stages, there is no governance, there is no entity, there is nothing like that, and teachers are and should always be welcome in EOP, that much is clear. But in terms of this teacher, and this is essentially what Stefan had in his mind, if I may predict, or what could happen if there's another Romanian scenario? Well, in that case, we shouldn't even get to that. We shouldn't even have that. I am going to be the first one to say they shouldn't then be here, but we're not seeing that at this moment because it's very early days. And once again, with Slovakia and North Macedonia, as well as other developing entities, the goal is always to get them network with you, to meet not necessarily you now as NC boards, but to get to your events, delegations, all these sorts of things. This is why I urge all of you, if you can, please offer spots to them. Some of you have already done so. Thank you specifically for Italy, Serbia, and Croatia, for Slovakia, the three of you. Generally, Romania was doing a lot, but some of them that were derecognized. Many others, Bulgaria, I know, was offering also now to North Macedonia, and many more. Sorry, I didn't name all of you now. But please, if you can, offer 2, 3, 4 delegate spots. If you can, maybe don't have the fee super high, and things can move forward with that. It's just that it's very difficult in these early stages. They also have to understand what the UAP is because not many of them have UAP experience. Oh, I didn't say, but we have this in the policy. At least one person has to attend an UAP event to be recognized as an initiative. They attended the Croatian Nats, the Slovakians. And with North Macedonia, they are now going also to NIS. So there is this continuity of that. Other questions? Round 2, right?
I think we're good.
Then maybe also huge props to Linda and Iran for joining. Thank you
very much.
I mean, Iran, we cannot, they cannot see you because it's either the Zoom or the presentation, but we can, and I can convey to the whole BNC meeting, Iran is smiling and waving to you all.
Yes. And it's very sunny and we are very jealous.
It's just for me.
Any final words, Iran or Linda?
Yes. They will be able to see you.
Oh, you need to unmute. Wait.
Awesome.
Una, due.
Yeah, greetings from Malaga, everyone. We're super excited, and best of luck to the rest of the discussions you'll have.
Thank you.
From my side as well. I hope you have a lovely rest of the meeting. If you guys have any questions, please sure to reach out to us on Slack. For me, preferably not this Discord. I don't want any Discord on EOP Discord anymore. Yeah, hope you enjoy the rest of the day. And I can assure you that it isn't as sunny as it seems to be in Berlin or in Malaga here in Tallinn.
Thank you, Linda. That being said, I think we can move on.
Yeah.
Yes.
We saved 15 minutes of time.
Yeah, and also a big thank you. Linda is retiring. If you don't know, Linda gave a lot to first and foremost, thank you for coming here, Linda, and also thank you for giving a lot to UIP as a BNC board member, NZ board member, and now a governing body member, now a governing body chair as well. So also a big thank you from the BNCM, which is jazz handsing all around, as you can see. Well, you can only see people between like Romania and Spain, but okay. That's it.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, GB. I mean, we're gonna go back to you anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So let's move to agenda item 23, which is a charter change. So, the charter change. Are we good?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Change to the charter of the UIP. This is not a break. We're moving to the next item. Can we please be respectful? Okay. Okay. So we can. Go
Do
ahead.
you just want me to?
Go, yeah, please.
If you can hear me, clap one. Okay. Yes, agenda item 23, change to the charter of UIP, fix referrals in Article 21 and amend Article 17 and 21 to allow amending referrals in the future. This sounds very complicated. It's really not complicated. Next slide, please. So basically, we have wrong referrals in the charter, and what we want to do is we want to fix these referrals in the charter article and amend charter articles 17 and 21 to allow for easier amending of referrals in the future. Next slide, please. If we go into the history of proposal, it has no prior history in terms of that it was a discussion at the BNC meeting. The incorrect referrals were brought to the GB attention by the BNC board member Adriano. Thank you, Adriano. So basically, TLDR, the current referral is incorrect. We want to fix it. And we want to also just one back. Exactly. And the GB is also proposing to correct these referrals, and we are proposing a mechanism to allow us to easier amend referrals in the charter, meaning that we cannot make any substantial changes without the BNCM. The only thing we could do is if we spot such a mistake, or if someone spots such a mistake, we could fix it. Why? Because this means that it points to a wrong article. This can create problems, so we can fix this. Yes. Next slide. So TLDR, any change to this article, and then we just have Article 18 swap for Article 21, and the same thing down there, Article 18 to Article 21. Next slide, please. And then we have a new clause saying that we, as the governing body, are allowed to amend referrals in all articles if the enumeration is wrong. That's it. So it's a very administrative change that only fixes referrals, and if we spot a wrong numbering, we are allowed to fix it. We don't have to wait for a BNC meeting. Yes, next slide, please. Yeah, you can go further. Yes, and then one more just credits. This spokesperson for this was supposed to be Linda, who we just heard. But for tech reasons, it's easier that we present it here. Thank you, Linda. So, are there any statements? Surprise us.
We are fine.
Oh, sorry.
We are Michael.
We just working. Very well.
I don't know what is going on. Statements? No. Type of statements. Points. It will be general. So first round, general, any points? Nope. I'm guessing that will be it for all 3 rounds. Unless someone specifically wanted a second. No? Okay, so we can go to voting. And as we know, charter changes require 2/3 majority. The amendment of this article needs to be voted upon at 2 consecutive BNC meetings for very technical reasons that we will not explain to you right now. But if you're very, very interested, come to us and we'll explain. Is that okay? Okay, amazing. Is any one of you doing the counting?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So, all those in favor?
Your pleasure. I think we're missing a few episodes. Okay.
Yeah, we suppose you're from.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh,
she did? Well,
against abstention. So everyone is in favor. So the 2/3 majority has been reached and the proposal has passed. No? She is. Okay, well, it's still possible.
until next time.
Yeah, I mean, for now. We'll see. Don't 6 months. We won't jinx it, but for now it passes. We are moving to another charter change proposed by the governing body. It's agenda item 24, dispute resolution annex and creation of a new policy.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, props to Linda for preparing this change to the charter of the EYP. Basically, it's identical to the previous thing. It's just separated in its content. So basically what this change would entail, we would amend the Charter Article 13 and the Charter Annex 1, which we already have in our Charter, and we would create a new policy based on this, which is a policy on dispute resolution to align all documents with the traditions that we already have. What this basically means is we aren't adding any new content. We're just, again, fixing the format. Next slide, please. History of the proposal, 2018, so a long time ago. The GB proposed a document that regulated procedure for dispute resolution. This worked quite well. Then in autumn 2023, this same document was added as an annex to the charter with a rationale explaining why do we use this. And then in 2025, we have discussed this annex and we propose that the annex is deleted and that from the annex we create a new policy. What this basically means, our charter isn't 500,000 pages long anymore. It's one annex shorter, and we have a clean new policy, which is basically the annex. Next slide, please. Yes, and basically it's the same thing, and then you can just see that it says further dispute resolution procedures are outlined in policy on dispute resolution, meaning that further information you can find there, refer to there. That's it, administrative change. Yeah. Yes, and then the full text is in the policy, which you also have in the meeting booklet, which is basically the old annex.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Do we have any statements from any NCs? Nope. Do we have any points? Which of course, general. Any points? No. We can move to the voting. Again, 2/3 majority, no weird clauses here. All those in favor? Perfect. Against? Abstention? No. So the 2/3 majority is reached and the proposal has passed. Thank you. This was very quick, very efficient.
You're back on track.
We are back on track. Even 4 minutes early on the updated schedule. Now we will be moving. Okay, I need to say it like this. To agenda item 20. Yeah, that's you. Agenda item 25. Update to the policy on national community recognition and dormancy. Proposed by EYP Romania, who can go ahead if they're ready. Yes.
Get the man a mic.
Or shout.
No.
Alright, so this is a very straightforward one. So this is based on my work I've done as a GB associate, but note this is not the GB's vision, it's just like my vision and like my work there. But essentially, I introduced some new clauses. We'll talk about those in a sec, as well as codifying some practices that already happened for the pre-NCs. And we all know, if we move to the next slide. Thank you. That at the last BNC meeting, we voted a new policy on national community recognition and dormancy, which introduced more clarity and more transparency. And there is ongoing work being done with the pre-NCs, as you saw throughout the days. So like I just felt natural to like add a few more bits. So to move on, there are two main parts of this proposal. As I said, codify already existing practices and introduce further clarifications in requirements that would aid the pre-NCs as well as the GP while trying to work and cooperate with them. The goal isn't to make things harder for those pre-NCs, but to ensure the expectations are set correctly and the communication like is set to be open, transparent, and they have every chance to succeed, not like to hinder them. If we move to the next one. No. Is that the first one? No. Yeah, perfect. All right. So this is somewhat already existing, somewhat new. So essentially it says, so as of now, the pre-NCs, if they want to organize an event, they have to request the approval for that event from the GP. And they also, after the event, have to submit a report. So this what says it's essentially they have to request that approval at least 6 weeks from the start of the event so that the GP has time to review that and give the green light on, or most of the times what happens, they give the conditional green light or have some questions, so that 6 window gives just enough time for any clarification needed and then for the green light to happen. And then it also codifies about the reports that should happen no later than 6 weeks after the completion of the event. This already kind of happens, but it's not codified. And it should follow a pre-agreed report format. And why is that important? Is that you set expectations from the get-go on how that report should look like and what should contain. Moving on. This is new. This is fully my work, but essentially I added that when an pre-NC applies to get recognized, it should have not only 3 people out of which one should have attended an EYP event, but to have at least 1 people of above the age of 18 for legal responsibilities, because like probably they'll organize events, so it's very important to have someone of age. And those 3 people, all 3 of them should be under the age of 25. Why is that? To avoid having like 3 teachers that's, I don't know, came to UAP events, or 2 teachers and 1 student that they sent to the UAP event. So we have a youth-led organization. Also, they need to send introduction explanations and also CVs. The CVs were an example before, but now we've codified as it's a must, but they already have to do that. So that's already a practice that we get codified better. Next one. This one, it was just an omission. So essentially the initiatives can send delegates to international sessions. The exact same sentence was copy-pasted from the canon agencies. We know they can, it was just an omission when they wrote the clause, so that's that. And last one is, I think is the last one, essentially is like, if they want to request another year for that state, they need to send a report of what has been done in that year and their yearly plan for the next year for both initiatives and candidates. This already happens. The GB asks for that report. The GB asks for the updates of what have you done in the past 12 months, but it's not specifically codified there. So I just codified that in the policy. Is there anything else?
Not proposal-wise.
Okay. So yeah, that's it. It's pretty straightforward. And the intended outcome, yeah, essentially what I just described, that's it. Any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you so much, MP Romania. Do we have any statements on the proposal? No. Do we have any points? Yes, MP, you agree?
Thank you so much for the proposal. Good as always. I just have one question regarding the minimum state update. Don't you think that like basically if we want the network to thrive like and to have as many new entities as possible, like we don't have to make it hard to support us, and like basically the minimum shall be like subject of domestic jurisdiction and not unified practice. Like maybe we can amend that.
Wait, let's maybe ask if there's other points in this one.
Yeah.
Just to check, you can go ahead with the response.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point. I put 18 as most of the entities, that's the legal age. So I don't know if in any countries you are legally responsible and you can be legally responsible for an NGO below the age of 18. I'm not sure. I asked you maybe if there are But that was the reasoning behind it. And then the under 25 I explained. But yeah, it's just to make sure it's youth-led, but they also have someone there to like take care of the legal responsibility. Actually, not possible.
I mean, it's a second round, so you can have a normal point in the second round.
Sorry for taking time. Basically, the Ukraine, for example, it's possible since 16 from what I read. So maybe we can just like amend the thing to not like do too much restrictions, like for other states, or is it too minor?
Unless Serbia had it first, direct response.
Yes, I see your point, but I still feel that maybe for a 16-year-old putting on like legal pressure and everything, it would be too much. And it's like even 18 is too young, but it's still enough. And in most of the countries, it works like that. And I feel 16 is still a bit too young to do that.
Thank you. Any other points for the second round? No, okay.
Yes, I agree with that. And also for your information, how it works, when they're initiatives, they're not required to open the legal entity. However, it's nice to have events and it's nice to start working on that legal entity because they'll need it on for candidacy. So that's why we had 18 years old there. And I do agree that it might be a bit too much, even if it's maybe legal in some countries for a 16-year-old to have like all the, I mean, all the enterprises here can understand all the legal responsibility for events and for awards, especially if it's their first contact with YP.
I thought we still had the 20 seconds. Sorry. Eventual third round, if anyone has points. Okay, then we can move on to the voting at this light. Thank you. We need a relative majority for this proposal. Can we see whoever's in favor? Okay. In abstentions, we have one abstention by EYP Sweden. Okay. Against? No one's against. Okay, so we can definitely say that the relative majority was reached and the proposal has passed. Thank you, Fiorina. And now we should move on to the break. The timing of the slide is wrong. So we can take a break until not much. Let's say 50.
250.
450.
No. Wait. Sorry. Wait. No. I can. Yeah. Well.
Hey guys. It's Shannon. He is standing in front of the receiver. Yes. A few things. Anyone who has not gotten their cash reimbursement yet, there's one of you. Could you please go to the table in the hallway during this break? If anyone is collecting or wanting to buy merch, Annalou is at the back near the piano. And a more exciting announcement, any of our quiz winners from outside of Team 3 can also go find Annalou and claim their prize.
Can I collect the travel enforcement?
Unfortunately not. Yes, that is all, I believe.
During our first onboard episode, I'm not sure it's
I was like, call it. How do you consider it? They can just
Only the last one before mine was so fast. I was like, oh, it's fine, I have time, and then.
Because there was no influence on the like there are it's not
Charger.
but they're like very expensive. Yeah.
I wonder why do it people again? Because like last time when because I
No.
Yes. This was me the first time at BNC.
the reason why I think is because I told DP last time about maybe agreement is and people were super like no.
I think people silence say no because they want to say no. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why she always say no.
It's just already.
Whatever the guest
I actually better actually thought that the schedule the agenda was but actually we are barely 10 minutes. So we're just gonna keep things as they are. Yes. No, they're not even in shape, I think. But it's really more important. And he also very proactively said, oh, it's gonna be way longer. He says it's gonna be longer. Well.
Is this the one where you can like separate elections so that they can know?
No, we already did that.
And where the
He said like excluding oh yes. That's not
I thought their election.
yes. He said something about cluster.
No, that's the country code. Yeah, as a
No, he was wrong. He read it wrong.
well, so we don't need to do anything.
No, because he said either they swap it or he's like they
same master.
no, it's 20 minutes.
Okay, so it's
I mean 55 Ivor can do it.
They can negotiate. Like between all of their slides, they can decide what they want.
There's so many things.
Like we don't really care which of their debates are which of their slots. They just can't have anyone else's slots. I will go talk to Vivian about
as follows. Artificial intelligence, especially generative artificial intelligence chatbots, poses a threat to the education and ecological goals of the European Youth Parliament. Usage of it in academic and media teams and by delegates contributes to anti-intellectualism. The organization must take a stand on an international level. As a general reminder, we also have, after the topical debate, the policy proposal. So make sure to use this to debate. But if you have something about codifying this, it's better to save it for the policy proposal itself. That being said, I hope not everyone is going to talk, because otherwise you have 15 seconds each. I would give and company and friend.
Thank you. So yeah, I'll just, first of all, I will just move on to rationale, and thank you everyone who co-signed this, or actually, I guess this week. Yeah, okay. So this is the very brief history of the BNC meeting discussing AI. In 2023, we apparently discussed it in a workshop. We focused on positive aspects, but nonetheless, participants did highlight concerns about AI being used in applications, closing ceremony speeches, and general creativity by the members. So no action has been taken thus far in policy on the international level, though individual NCs, among them EYP Switzerland and EYP the Netherlands, have made some steps to that problem. Moving on. Thank you. So this is a short recap of everything that is currently including AI or has something to do with AI in our network. We have delegates using LLMs like ChatGPT as a source of information during committee work, delegates outsourcing their critical thinking when it comes to speeches and points to LLMs during General Assembly. Chairs are writing topic overviews with LLMs. Chairs and academic boards are creating resolutions with LLMs. Media team members are creating scripts, graphics, video material, and large parts of projects with AI and not declaring it. Also for the previous things, AI is obviously not being declared. And NCs are using or condoning the use of AI for the creation of logos and visuals. Members are using LLMs for applications. Everyone has seen this. AI is infiltrating everything that we do as an organization. I've just briefly kind of gone through all of these things, describing how I would characterize its usage. The biggest points are the ones that I've marked anti-intellectual. Delegates are outsourcing speeches and points to ChatGPT during GA. This is delegates outsourcing their thoughts. I think everyone here was a delegate at a time when you were writing your own points. And I think that that is really important. Even if your points sucked, at least you were looking at the resolution, you saw a clause and you said, hey, I don't think this works for this and this reason. This is not happening anymore. In a lot of sessions, delegates are writing speeches using AI just because they want to give a speech. This is a problem. And then obviously other examples. Embarrassing, I put at the end for the applications because really it's just okay. Rationale. These uses are controversial. They can be discussed with both positive and negative aspects in mind. But EYP is an educational organization with a duty that we are currently not fulfilling. Use of LLMs in EYP is usually a shortcut, representative of a lack of interaction with the subject. So we're not learning as much. Our delegates aren't learning as much, our chairs aren't learning as much, our media team members aren't learning as much. Overall, we're not doing as much, we're not learning as much. And yeah, that's just represented in the rest of these points. Besides not learning, we're also diminishing our members' confidence in regards to these different topics. If we don't allow our members to write their own points, write their own speeches, because everyone else is just taking shortcuts, so they want to as well, we are not going to have competent members in the future. EYP is going to go away if we do not have people that are thinking. EYP is not going to be a thing anymore. And this is happening super rapidly. Like, obviously, we discussed this first in 2023, but since then, I would say the acceleration of how much people are using AI has been exponential at sessions and before sessions. And EYP Switzerland has discussed this a lot with our members. They are all super frustrated. We are on the same page. We all think, as EYP Switzerland, not just the board, this has to be solved. Then we obviously also have the environmental aspects. On the next slide. AI is being used to the detriment of the environment. Electricity consumption has doubled because of AI for data centers. This is mostly fossil fuel powered. We all know the environment is dying. Also, water usage. Literally, the amount of water usage that data centers consume for AI is the household water usage of the Swiss population, or according to goals of the entire Dutch population by 2035, which is a lot. That's a lot of people that could be getting water that are currently are not. I think we all know and are educated enough to see these implications on a larger scale. So at this point, instead of using AI, we'd be better off printing everything. We have our possible action plan, which is also outlined in the policy. So yeah, I'll just end this here and we can go into a discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very, very much, EYP Switzerland and friends. We will go on to statements. Let me grab very quickly who we had. Okay, we had a lot who actually reserved it. We had the United Kingdom, Slovenia, and Croatia. Is there a mic for your big United Kingdom?
Thank you. I'd like to start commend the relevant NC for bringing this to our attention. I think it's incredibly important to have this discussion, especially as we consider the amount of sessions that are using it, which, yeah, is a lot. What I'm seeking to do with this statement is not to undermine the work of relevant entities, is not to undermine the points made, because I wholeheartedly agree, rather to bring a different perspective, having worked with it in academics, which, yes, sue me, can know me, whatever. I'd like to firstly respond to the argument of you're not learning as much with AI. This is very valid. However, I think it's worth noting that so many young people who come through EYP will be using AI over the next generations of their life anyway. So maybe it's worth us considering to what extent those skills are also worth learning, using it in a responsible manner. I used it at a Turkish national session as a starting point for resume formatting, using Notebook LLM, healthy EYP resolutions, and basically using those as a starting point in formatting. The extent to which this is ethical, again, can be debated, but we did it and I've experienced it. I was provided with training on how to utilize it in a productive manner from somebody who regularly works with AI. I think it's worth noting that when we think about EYP work-life balance, when we think about people slaving over their laptops until late into the night, when we think about the amount of work we do that, yes, could be shortcut with AI, I think it's worth considering it. Not to praise points, not to debunk people's resolutions and hard work, because obviously that is unethical, but just to have the discussion on how we can use it. We're all going to be working with it over the next few years is what I'm saying. I've seen it used in a positive, productive manner. You can question it as a platform, but I think it's a discussion worth having when we talk about work-life balance, when we talk about sessions, when we talk about people coming from things like academics, which can be considered very scary. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. I was meaning before, I was looking at Serbia, reading Serbia, and my mind said Croatia. So Slovenia and Serbia.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, first of all,
let's try to listen this one. Maybe it's the mic.
Is this being taken out of my time from this? Okay. Yeah, I think the conversation was long overdue. We should have had this conversation earlier. But what I can say right now is that it's an important conversation to have. We are going to use AI. AI is a tool now that we are going to use. We're not going to eliminate AI. And the thing is that there are two main aspects. The learning aspect, our knowledge is going to use it. We are going to use it. There are benefits. There are pros and cons.
But the thing is, the way that this point as of right now is being written, is being presented to us, is just sweeping it under the rug instead of teaching sensible use. It's like instead of teaching sex education, promoting abstention. No, abstinence. Sorry, democratic mind right here. But and I think that this needs to be talked about. We need to codify as a little heads up, not in the way that we're going to see in our opinion, but still, there are a lot more that can be done. The action plan, we really support. The rationale, not really. One last thing on the sustainability as environmental aspect of the TOD. Are we really criticizing AI but still flying 20 times a year to go everywhere? Are we still, our network is not as sustainable as we might think. Like, it's another thing that we need to think how much data we have stored in the cloud that's taking energy every day. I think that it is a conversation, but it is not the depth. It is not the worst thing we're doing. As an organization, there's still way more. We should talk about this. Let's use this time to talk about it, but it is not as deep as everything else that we're doing at the same time.
Thank you. You can keep it. We swap things, or you can give it to UIP Serbia, of course. Housekeeping, love it.
Okay, it's working. So first of all, I would like to thank all of the NCs who worked on this because I believe this is a very important issue to discuss. And I truly believe that we should find a way to work on this and raise awareness on it. However, I do believe that raising awareness is basically the only thing we can really do. Considering we cannot really check what are people doing at home and who is using AI pre-session, what are they doing, I don't think that anything apart from maybe some harsh and direct workshops considering AI would be as effective, such as doing some guidelines or policies, as again, we cannot really mentor every person who's doing what, even during the session or after it for the media team. So nothing can really guarantee that somebody will not be using AI just because it says in a policy or a guideline. So I would be really interested in hearing more of the things you have thought of for this topic, because I believe we should really cover it and encourage young people to follow EYP's values and promote education and thinking with their own minds. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, EYP Serbia. Again, as a reminder, we are mostly talking about AI in EYP as a general topic, which is more or less what's distinct statements where we can go back to EYP Switzerland. Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks everyone for your statements. I'll start off with UIP UK. Yes, young people are already using AI, but in our opinion, as the proposing entities, there is no applicable use for AI in EYP, especially in academics and like in where we've mentioned. I think we need to have enough trust in our members that they can learn how to be competent and phrase things and just I don't know, dude. Like I think there are some uses where we can talk about like yeah, okay, formatting stuff that doesn't use any brain power, but there are skills that we are giving people that I think we need to continue to give people, or else we kind of become obsolete as an organization. But yeah, definitely AI could be used in a positive, productive manner. We just don't think that that's currently the case. To UIP Slovenia and also Serbia, you guys kind of had similar points in terms of, how are we going to stop people from using AI? We can't just ban it. We can't. I agree. The biggest thing here is, do you not have any, especially for you, UIP Slovenia, do you not have trust in your members? Like, do you not think that everyone here is here to learn? Because I do, and I think we have a really like strong member base that if we provide them with the information, hey, this is a way to use AI, this is a way to not use AI, and here's why. And these are the skills that you can get, and that's kind of the biggest thing. We will, in the second round, I think, have a discussion on how to enforce what we're doing and kind of different approaches on that. And yeah, also what you said, we also have other environmental issues, for sure. I think that this is an easy one to fix because there's a lot of reckless AI usage that is completely disproportionate to its help to us as an organization. That we can just say, instead of using AI to write an email, how about just write a short email? You know, it doesn't take that long, or use a template from someone else. Support your cross NC exchange instead of using AI. These are things that would have less of a carbon footprint. And yeah, obviously we need to still continue other conversations on how to become more sustainable as an organization.
Thank you, EYP Switzerland. We'll now move to the debate, which is structured as follows. Round 1, AI for delegates and officials. Round 2, how to enforce a policy, trust versus control. Round 3, a united action plan, a path forward, and the classical general round for number 4. I will then go on to number 1, AI and delegates. I see what Slovenia is any other MC then willing to join Joao. Slovenia, followed by Ukraine and Azerbaijan.
Thank you. I'm going to assume that it's AI delegates and officials that it was in the previous slide, because I'm also going to talk about officials, naming our members, as it was mentioned by ERP Switzerland. We do trust our members quite a lot, especially to use a tool responsibly. A tool like AI can be used recklessly and without much thought, but it can also be used quite responsibly, taking into account all the aspects that have been mentioned today, and also to ease a lot of the workload. We're not suggesting that everyone should use AI for literally everything, but there are so many other tools in UIP that can be used very wrong. I won't name them, there are a lot, but if someone wants to draw in Photoshop some things that they shouldn't, but I trust my members to use those tools correctly. So that's the point. Eventually, we need to talk about how to use it, what is acceptable in the UIP sphere, but there's also that layer of trust that as soon as we start implementing and teaching these people how to use the tools that they have, they are going to do so responsibly.
Thank you, Val. I see a direct response from UIP Poland.
Just to build upon Joao's point, sorry. Fundamentally, I quite discussing the possibility of introducing binary solutions of either we kind of continue the status quo of not really having any sort of enforceable policy when it comes to area use in UIP, which I personally don't think is the way to go, or potentially, considering something like the next proposal of outright banning it in ISs, which is kind of a going from 0 to 1. That fundamentally shows that we do not trust our members to be able to use the tool responsibly, not to be able to use it as a tool in the first place. That instead we either see them as relying on it, or not trust them enough to responsibly. Yeah.
Thank you, AP Poland. I forgot to say it before. Remember, the second round talks about trust. I heard a lot about trust. Let's save those points for the second round. This is for about AI delegates and officials as presented by EYP Switzerland. As I was saying before, EYP Azerbaijan. On that side, there should be. Thank you, EYP Serbia, for facilitating, as well as Greece. Hope you know.
Thank you so much. I do know that are two kind of policies talked about, one topic of debate and one policy proposal on the same kind of topic. But I'm not known for being very patient. And when it comes to AI and delegates and officials, I don't think the two should be kind of put together at all. I feel like when it comes to officials, yes, they're there to be juicy, they're there to be the more responsible kind of chairs and so on and so on. So in that sense, yes, I do understand academic teams, national questions, and I do agree with it. But when it comes to delegates, the only solution, and I know how the ask again, but like that is really the main concern, then my mind is going straight away to EYP becoming more like a UN and like, you know, 5 admins walking around the room, checking everyone's laptops and like, kind of, you know, invading their privacy a little bit as well. So I do think that when it comes to officials, there are proper consequences that I think we can talk about that should be, I think, network-wide because say if the consequences in like EYP Azerbaijan are very lenient, but then you go in, I don't know, chair in EYP Switzerland and it's a lot more, I don't know, what's the word for it? Severe, strict, yes, thank you. Then it just doesn't really make that much sense. So I do agree to the topic of debate being there in the first place. But yeah, like with officials, I think there is something that we can actually do, especially if it's, you know, being caught during typing or whatever. But with delegates, I think that's simply not the best first impression either. Like just kind of trying to find them at fault whenever we can, especially if it's their first or second session or you know, then. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Malak. We go to your Portugal that response. Then I already say Latvia. Then we will go back to the proposing friends and move on with the other 3 rounds. You have too many.
I just want to say that I think it does make sense to delegates and officials for the same topic, let's say, because I think what they propose, especially regarding training and raising awareness for officials, does make a difference when it comes to delegates. Because I think every delegate, if they see their chair using AI, if they see their chair VP, whatever, in the room using AI, they will be more thankful, I guess, to do so. So, yeah, just want to say that it does make sense. And I think the ways that they propose are, in fact, efficient for them.
We love being table tennis, but that's a sport. We're not into big sports. It would be Latvia.
So I have a point of how to maybe approach this this issue because I believe that it could be approached not as necessarily strict restrictions or teaching them how to use it, but maybe through more like personal approach as we're here to learn. It's kind of aligned with our values, being able to be cognitively capable, right? And being able to think in an academic level, and also here in EYP as such, and maybe approach it through teaching and like corporate ideas and corporate values. Yeah, that's my words. My comparison was steroids, right? So in the sports, everybody, yeah, you can use steroids, but first of all, it's up to your own values, and that's also how people don't look at you the same because you're there for your own improvement, for the community improvement. But hey, like yeah, you can run faster, jump higher, and have bigger biceps, but at the end of the day, you're not there to do that. So that was my point.
Thank you, Latvia. Is it like 30 seconds fast? I'm not convinced enough. I'm sorry. I will go back to the Switzerland, Netherlands, et al. I know Rita should be the one getting this.
Okay, so thank you everyone for the input. First of all, even if we might not 100% agree, I'm glad we're starting to see some common ground here. Firstly, addressing the intervention by EYP Slovenia, that they trust their members to, members of the network, I suppose in general, to decide how to use AI and make good choices in that sense. I get that. I think it's more so the fact that we've already started seeing that, unfortunately, that's not really possible. Personally, as an MC board member, an official, also at several events this year, both at like delegate interaction levels, a chairperson, but also at Senate leadership and leadership levels. I have seen people use AI in ways that are just unacceptable or even like and inappropriate. For instance, anyone who's done a selection panel recently, at this point, I could. People forget that when they feed things into a LLM, they will all spit out the same answer. Very funny. So that's why also we would like to promote a discussion at a network level of how we can better regulate this. Not saying that all uses of AI are inappropriate, just generally large language module uses are highly inappropriate, but maybe we can have like a broader conversation about it. I can see a couple of cases where it would be appropriate. And the Photoshop comparison, I would say there, like it's a not a very valid comparison because you're comparing the products, not the process. So you can also use ChatGPT to make an appropriate picture. It's more so what we're arguing here is that the process of using ChatGPT, for example, to research versus using Google, ChatGPT carries a lot of disadvantages environmentally and educationally, compromising your IP values. Yes, responding to Paul's direct response, yes, it might seem like a bit of a binary solution, and we're also open to more nuanced approaches. That was more so what we are proposing next, which I would highly urge everyone to keep points about that for the next round, for the next debate, because that's where we're talking about that, is kind of a idea we had towards a first step action plan. If you have different ideas, we're definitely open to them. About officials and delegates being different things, so AI is more appropriate than delegates. I would say in terms of validity of using AI, I would put officials and delegates in the same basket because ultimately they compromise, the use of AI compromises the values of UIP in sort of the same way. But I do get the point that even delegates, maybe enforcement should be a little less strict because they're here for the first time. They're still learning, but hopefully by discouraging them from using UIP in an UIP context, that will also make them less likely to use it at a school level and in their life in general. And yeah, I'm definitely not suggesting people go and check their laptops, but sometimes it's scary that all these delegates are using AI. About the personal approach very quickly, I would say UIP has common values and AI is spreading them in our opinion. So that's why like the objective of the COD and the subsequent proposal is to make sure that those values are safeguarded, and that's why we're not really into the personal approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rita. We are now on to round 2, which I think will be yes. How to enforce a policy: trust versus control. We will do Armenia, Sweden now, and Slovenia, because otherwise Joao is going to lose his arm. But right now, UIP Armenia. Thank you.
Perfect. So it is very good. When it comes to trust and control, we have to understand that there is no lining that it will work every time. And I just want to say that UIP itself is promoting non-formal education. And in schools, if we ban it, okay, yeah, sure, because the schools doesn't necessarily go into like trusting their students with this type of things. But in UIP, we have the opportunity to educate how to properly use AI and not to just go with like, don't use AI, but use it in a way that you will think critically and you will understand what you're doing with it.
As the proposing entities will be able to respond, and since otherwise I will need to avoid Malak, I will go to UIP Azerbaijan.
Okay, I have so much to say, but agreed. One thing that I wanted to mention earlier as well is that when it comes to like restrictions, it does make sense for officials to have that much delegates. And so in the sense where we say, or say for instance, there is a policy proposal on this issue as well. If there is a sort of discouragement of use or raising awareness of the negatives of AI in particular, then the question is, okay, what happens now if I do, break this policy and I do use it and so on and so on. So it's just going to be a whole circle around moment. And this is something that we have to discuss before kind of continuing on with this, with the voting and so on later on, not now. But yeah, hope that makes sense.
Thank you. Do you feel it's useful for the debate? Then I will accept UIP the Netherlands. Let's enjoy the background music.
It's vicious.
To respond from what UAP John is saying about like these punitive consequences of using AI in this hypothetical, I disagree. I don't think we need to discuss that at all. Say like in an extreme scenario, you ban UAP in about, or you ban UAP, you ban AI in about 40 minutes time in international session context for the academic teams, right? The fact that chairpersons and from that VPs and presidents to delegates will already be like, okay, this is something we don't do in UAP, just as a norm, will already have a lot of impact on the freedom delegates will feel in using AI. We don't always have to be this obsessed with punishing people. There doesn't need to be an AI KGB. As long as it's in the rules, we can just have like it be a thing. And like it being in the rules makes that much more formal and makes it much less reliant on the goodwill of VPs, presidents, chairs.
Thank you, Keith. I will also advise to use CIA as another intelligence agency. I had promised a long time ago when Sweden to talk. I think that their time has come.
Thank you. I believe trust is a really important factor for using AI, but we have mentioned a lot about academics and media, but I believe when AI starts hitting like organization, GDPR is a really important factor for like organizational level. And if we start putting people's like personal identification numbers and stuff in spreadsheets and put in AI, and especially now when there's so many new language models, like they're just coming by the day. They can be security breaches, and so many things that can like ruin like our organization and like a security standpoint. I believe we have to control it much more in an organizational standpoint. But academics, there's a lot to talk about that.
Thank you, EYP Sweden. I had actually promised also EYP Slovenia. Yes. Lower the. Okay, good.
My question for
You're the issue, yes. At this point, I think
all of one screen. What between trust and control, what side are we on? Because the possible action plan, I like it as I said before. Trust basis, we're going to teach people how to use this responsible. But then we have a policy proposal right after this that says no, we're going to control it. So also, that's a very good question that I want to ask. And then from there is what are the proposed entities' thoughts on what we can do next? I'm going to wait for you to go. You can respond in the same at the end. No worries. But because the thing is, we have very different positions that are trying to be covered through a lot of different means, and at this point, I don't know what's the point. Because are we trying to regulate? Are we trying to ban it? Are we going to force our participants to use AI without anyone knowing and using it poorly, or are we going to try to actually help them learn how to use it?
Thank you. I mean, you will be recognized after a direct response of EYP Finland. Good job.
As an NC who has already banned AI in academics, I would say that it is a bit of both. We have set out our values very clearly in our academic guides regarding AI use, and we have banned it officially. However, we leave it up to the teams, obviously, to trust them. We're not gonna AI check the resolutions that they do. We trust them to follow our values, and then basically, like, we are not also the CIA again. However, I think at the end of the day, it is about what kind of values you set out. We don't believe in AI usage at a learning level. We don't believe in it because of the environmental harms that it causes, and we don't want to support that in our national committee. Therefore, we banned AI, and the results have been positive. We have not gotten any negative feedback from this. Every academic team has worked fine because of it.
Thank you. In Finland, next one can use Stasi as a reference. We'll go Romania, and then we will go back to the proposing entities. We have enough on the plate. Yeah. No.
All right.
yeah, I tried to stay away from the technical side of it, but I couldn't. I'm not gonna be very technical. I'm gonna talk about how to ensure a policy in terms of the control. Fun fact, there is no perfect AI checker as of it on the market, the perfect one having a 99.98% of accuracy. But that's not the issue. Those AI checkers, fun fact, are also LLMs. Those AI checkers are also like AI fine-tuned models. It's one of the other. So like, how are you gonna control the AI usage in case you want to and you don't see it on the computers? Unless you use the AI checkers, which is also AI. So we go into this lawful because didn't we just ban AI? Are we gonna use AI to detect AI? And isn't that also causing bad things to the nature? Because that also pollutes, that also uses water. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, UIP Romania. I think we will now also need like 5 minutes to respond to everything. So you are proposing entities. I think you should be more right. Yes, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you everyone for these points. So I'll start at the top. UIP Armenia says no universally applicable standards. True. We agree. That is what this discussion is about. We wanted to discuss in the forum of the BNC what you guys think our standards should be for various things. However, I also want to add there the latest census or poll by the IO/GP, I don't know if that's sorry, said that UIP influences our members' values. I think around like 90, even more percent of our members have their values changed by UIP. So if we promote this, we will have a large segment of the working population, of the perhaps politically active population that will be perhaps a little bit less pro AI, which is maybe a good thing. Then to UIP Azerbaijan, yeah, the consequences of using AI, that is again what this discussion is about. If you have any ideas, this is the opportunity to propose what you think we should do. Yeah, UIP Sweden, I had not thought of that actually. Of everything that I researched and put into this topic of debate, I did not think about the organizational standpoint of GDPR. That's another good point onto why we should not be using AI. UIP Finland, oh wait, no, sorry. UIP Slovenia, we're not talking about the policy proposal. We can talk about the policy proposal later. Like, this is an opportunity for us to exchange on what we think we should be doing. This is not an opportunity to attack the policy proposal that we will discuss later. Wow. Then Finland, obviously, if we were to be talking about the policy proposal, UIP Finland just gave us a great example of an IS without AI. Then, moving on to UIP Romania, I believe you were next. It's really a great point. This is something we've been talking about in our board meetings of like, how do we enforce on selection panels? Like, do we want to use AI checkers? I think no, because I don't like using AI and I don't want to use AI more as an AI checker. So there's other things we talked about. I mean, we could have hopefully brought that. It would have been great to bring this into the round discussion. No one brought this up. We could get private Wi-Fi servers and block it if we wanted to control. We can just have workshops, as was proposed, I believe, by UIT Serbia in their statement, right? We can have workshops. There's a lot of different things that we can do to enforce that don't have to be AI checkers. I kind of disagree with using AI checkers. Also, artificial intelligence is similarly built kind of to human intelligence. We with our brains can also check if something is AI, if AI checkers can do this as well. Yeah, I think that's most of the points. So I hope I've answered everything.
Thank you, Spencer. We have the proof that this is very much like the UK Parliament, where we have backbenchers. Okie dokie. Round 3, a united action plan, a path forward. Let's vary a bit. We have UAP Ukraine, followed by Germany and Belgium.
Thank you very much for both bodies for such topic that is really important within the network. What we were thinking is basically, don't we all shame people for using AI like in our practice? Like for example, you're chairing and you see the delegates using AI, and you're like, well, what are you doing? You know, like this is we think that topic is important. But the way we should enforce it is within you not using like a working group, because I would question what actual impact the working group can have on every working committee and every session, etc. But actually, like national committees are responsible for the quality of the work they're doing, the quality of the sessions, and kind of bringing this awareness between us right now on the BNC, bringing these questions within our national committees, and kind of having more conversations on that, etc. And maybe even like looking at perspective of putting non-AI AI policy for code of conduct or something like that. Or how do you envision the role of working group as like its impact on actual sessions? Thank you.
Thank you, EYP Ukraine. I got it first. EYP the Netherlands, please.
Okay, thank you very much. To put it quickly, the objective of a working group would be to establish best practices. Those can take whatever shape. That's what we're here for this round. We want to know like kind of how we would like to kind of create best practices, if it's for policy, if it's for guidelines. But I think generally, because one of the objectives of the BNC, also the GB, but like international policy of the UIP is to safeguard network values, which is what we think is at risk here. We would like to see some form of like conjoined network working towards kind of a united guidelines of these best practices for the use of AI. Thank you.
Is it strictly related to working groups and 30 seconds direct response?
Okay, so we talked a lot about positive, negatives, so on, circles all around. But one thing that I did see another NC doing, I think it was EYP Czechia, do correct me if I'm wrong, but they do have this kind of like academic group within their NC that kind of checks resolutions, checks TOs, so on, so on. My question to them, I don't know who you are, but my question to them is, is AI also kind of a part of that? If you see that like a resolution has a lot of, AI in it, is that something that, you check and change and, take a note of as an NC? That's it.
Thank you. I didn't hear the word working group, it wasn't really a direct response. I want to follow up on them. I promise EYP Germany and EYP Belgium.
Okay, I hope I can structure this properly. But because the question kind of came up earlier already about where we stand as proposing entities for me, EYP Germany, I can only say that I think we are all aware that a ban to like get the usage to a zero is not possible. I think we are all aware of that. It has been going on for way too long for that to be established. It cannot. However, I think the word ban might be a bit misguiding in that way, simply because for me speaking on behalf of EYP Germany here, I can only say that we are missing, and which is why we co-signed this, an active discouragement of using AI. This is what we want to establish, and this is what we want to do. So maybe the word ban, even if it may happen in the upcoming proposal, but that's not what we're talking about here. So yeah, I just wanted to say that maybe the word ban is not really fitting here.
Thank you, EYP Germany, as I had promised Belgium, and then we will go back to proposing that. Put it over the computer. It's very sensitive and
Okay. Yeah, I first want to talk. I want to thank like the NC for talking about this. From our point of view, we think that a ban, we shouldn't ban, but we should instead regulate. So for us, it's better for AI to at most be a facilitator instead of a creator.
as long as the delegates and the officials remain creators, they can I keep talking?
Yeah.
Okay. Remain creators. I think it still would show some sense of authenticity, and this is also from a realistic point of view because we know that AI will remain like people will keep using it. So I thought, okay, let's look at how the EU is doing it since we're kind of a model for the parliaments. European Commission, for example, they have a digital education action plan. And in that plan, they're basically stating that they acknowledge that in education they are using AI and they want to regulate it. They want to make sure that educators and students use it in a responsible way. So I'm thinking, for example, for delegates, let's for example say that if they want to simplify or summarize like a difficult hard text for them to understand, that's fine as long as the resolution that they write is their own words and thoughts. And then for officials, for example, yeah, for like spelling checks, grammar check, that kind of stuff, if it's just to facilitate, then it could be fine. But if it's to actually write stuff, then it should be done themselves.
Thank you, EYP Belgium, since you were so willing to join EYP Belgium, EYP Romania, and then we will go back.
I fully agree with the point, but this goes back to raising awareness and education because it's a very fine line of trust about generative AI and using AI to aid. So like it's very hard to detect when it's used when. So that's why it's very important to focus on those education, on those awareness, on those like people understanding how to use it, AI, how it affects, and yeah, that.
Thank you, Stefan. I will go as one of the proposing entities. I will accept and include this with the wrap up of the debate.
Thank you so much. Okay. First of all, I want to say that it's never appropriate in those cases. I do agree that it can help and it can help us increase inclusivity. However, just a thought to just kind of plant this plant in your mind. When did it stop becoming our responsibility to ensure inclusivity and helping those out who cannot do it by themselves?
Thank you. We were in Germany, as I had promised, we will go back to the proposing entities. By my note, it should be Angelina.
It is. Let me get on.
Oh, thank you.
No, okay.
See you.
Okay, so we wanted to use this round to kind of also collect thoughts. This is what the topic of debate is for. So thank you all very much for contributing and also voicing your concerns. Bit hard to put out a table, I'm sorry. Wow. So the chair people obviously also act as a role model. So your peer, right? That would be one of the points that is raised. Like, we don't shame people with handwriting, no, that is not what we do. But if we act the way we want people to act, then they will follow our lead. Then for UIP point about the working groups, actually our NC have a similar thing of obviously academic work, where we check what is happening in TOs and resos, and we do see the work or like the use of AI in there. So yeah, the goal is to address this with the working groups at the international level, to work on a common approach and not necessarily policy, but having somewhere where we all agree on an international level. Then for UAP Belgium, we do not need to follow with the EU. I mean, also we are UAP Switzerland, we are in the EU. But in the end, we do want to promote peer-to-peer education and learning, which is also what UAP raised in the end. Like, we want to help the people understand those questions at times that we work with and topics within UAP. Goal is to work together. UAP is also very proud of the fact that we help people to work in groups and like team building and team working skills. And that is one of the critical points that we promote within our organization. Keep that up and not outsource the understanding and using AI as an aid part to well, AI instead of the people that are within the education and happy and willing to help. Yeah. The action plan is here. We are also inviting you to keep the discussion up on Slack. If you have anything else to contribute later on this.
Thank you, Angelina, and I will take this chance also to thank the Federal Intelligence Service to go outside of the EU as of intelligence agencies. We have one last round of debate, number 4. We will keep this quite short. We would go Azerbaijan, Portugal, Ireland. Me.
All right, another point we would like to raise is I'm actually taking a mandatory class in my university now. It's I study PPE and it has PPE of AI, where my university completely transformed its framework to incorporate AI, where we study from governance, from development to sustainability, and how AI can be incorporated. And on our seminars, our teachers are trying to show us how AI is not a reliable source. Hence, if an old university it managed to do so, why can't we find some interesting ideas on how we can shape and educate our delegates and ourselves with utilizing it in the future? That's all.
Thank you. EYP Azerbaijan. It's not for you, it's for him. And for me as well. As I had mentioned before, I didn't mention. Raise your placards, please. I forgot who I recognize already. There was Portugal and Ireland. And maybe.
Yeah, thank you so much. We just like to start as an NC to congratulate the proposing NC, the proposing Celtic. However, we also think that we should start with leading by example, not only as NCs and not only with official teams. We've been talking about the approaches that we can make, punitive versus an educational approach. We do believe in an educational approach. But as I said, we should start by leading by example, and this happens not only with official teams, but also with bodies in the network, and we can see this always happens. Yeah, we just want to say that leading by example, the executive bodies should also like approach this as we are trying to, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, EYP Portugal. I'll remember the third time, thanks to Nadia. EYP Ireland. Microphoning. Thank you, Monroe. Well,
thank you. I just wanted to basically give some information that EYP Ireland is currently developing their own policy on AI. And one of the tools that we're using to do that is we're creating, like, for lack of a better word, like a scale of ethics on the use of AI, saying what is, you know, an absolute no-no versus what is something that could be quite useful. And we're doing this in conjunction with a few universities to develop a guide for everybody on how to use it, when it is appropriate, when it's not, and to let that inform our own national policy. So as that's being conducted, I would also kind of encourage every NC to maybe think about doing something similar so that they can start from the ground up, so that when we get to the conversation on an international scale, we have some members that can that in a wider variety.
Thank you, EYP Ireland. Vera was kind enough not to do it, but Azerbaijan beat him and got a direct response. Well, you can know where you are.
I'm not sure when I became so passionate about AI, but I do agree with Ira because I think like, okay, AI is something that even we in this room use. I can't lie. Like, I mean, how many in James' booklets have you seen? Like, okay, the summary was written with the help of AI. So that is again why I disagree with the whole of bringing everyone together, delegates, officials, whatever. You're not allowed to use AI because we do it ourselves. How hypocritical is it if we as chairs or board members or whatever, we use it and then we say you can't do it, bless you. Anyway, that is essentially what I'm trying to say.
This was really not a direct response. I was going to go to you anyways. It was Slovenia already has all the 3 of the items of a debate. You can wrap it up. Yes.
So we are going to
I mean, it's your final response to the debate, so you can include this. It should be more, yes.
Okay. I'm not going to say nothing. Yeah. Thank you guys for this last round of debate. to the various geometry and background points. Yeah, we need to find ways to educate delegates. For sure. AI is not a reliable source. Yeah, totally. There's many things that we can do. Hopefully, we can create different workshops on this and come up with a network. UIP Portugal. Yeah, we also need to do an educational approach, and we agree. I assume you were maybe talking about a little bit in the BNC booklet on how some bodies are using AI. We also see this. I didn't use AI to make this topic of debate. That would be incredibly hypocritical. And also to UIP Azerbaijan, no, I don't use AI because I think it's, well, you said that everyone does. So if you're saying that everyone does, that does implicate yourself. I don't use AI because I think it's bad. So I'm like, I understand that there are helpful uses of it, but as a point of pride, I really do not, because I think I'm better than that. And I think we can expect better from our network as well. And yeah, UIP Ireland, we are also developing our own policy. We wanted to raise it at an international level so that when international officials come to our sessions, they're not just like, oh, yeah, we do it this way. And then we're like, actually, wait, why did you use AI? We don't do that here. So hopefully we can have a common approach across the network, which is also why we post potentially a working group, which we have not submitted yet, but we will probably submit for a vote towards the end of the BNC. I think that's it.
Thank you to you all for a very constructive debate. We will be Switzerland, Netherlands. I should, by out of respect, name you all at least once. Germany, Netherlands, Czechia, Finland, Luxembourg, Bulgaria, and Switzerland. And I forgot Austria, which wasn't in my paper. That's why I didn't know. And as to the donut, which is actually the nickname for the UK spy headquarters. For the meme. Okay. Wrap this up. We can go to agenda item 27, applicable to policy and international sessions prohibiting the usage of large language models, which in international sessions academics, as proposed by the Netherlands and Switzerland.
Okay. Hi guys.
Oh, surprise.
Yeah, very efficient. Please. Great. So yeah, I will start this kind of overview of what we're submitting with the statement that I know that this is controversial. It is quite a large stuff. We understand why some of you are against it. We still think it would be a valuable measure to take, at least for now, whilst we figure out other solutions. And I will also disclose that we have submitted an amendment to make this a little less restrictive, which we'll get to later. Yeah, do know that, for example, Grammarly and other things, exceptions were created in the amendments. Our aim with this proposal is to outright ban the usage of large language modules within academics, so the work of delegates, chairpersons, and academic board of international sessions, especially when it comes to content and writing things from scratch, so that we already make that one clear. Next slide, please. History of the proposal. It's the same as the previous one, so I'm going to be brief. There was a workshop at BNC 2301 about the use of AI and UIP, which emphasized the benefits, especially for fundraising. And then at the time, already concerns were already noted for some usages of AI within the network. We can move on. Next slide. Oh, we skipped. Yeah. So basically, the rationale is very succinct. So as we have established the generative artificial intelligence use in the network. The usage of artificial intelligence in various settings and activities has become increasingly common recently, including within the UIP network. And while AI is undoubtedly a tool to make most of tasks easier and sometimes quicker, it is also associated with a lot of issues when it comes to ethics, especially stuff like copyright, plagiarism, disinformation, all of that. And environmental nature due to its high consumption of CO2 and water, or fossil fuels and water more specifically. And when used within academic context, AI, we have observed, lowers the quality of discussion because once again, AI often hallucinates information, which delegates and often, I will say, officials do not care to fact check. And it also does not promotes like a way of working where delegates and officials are not actually there doing their own research or engaging critically with information. And subsequently, it hinders the fulfillment of the UIP's mission of promoting peer and civic education, as well as personal development, which is why we're submitting this here at the BNC, because we think it's a network-wide issue of we need to safeguard the UIP's values. Delegates who see their peers use love a penguin, guys. No, that was not part of the presentation, Sally. So just like AI hallucinates information, give me 30 seconds so I can see what I have already said. Perfect. When you, as I was saying, delegates who see their colleagues use LLMs to come up with solutions or ideas are kind of being discouraged because you see, we are literally up against a machine. So it's also about leveling the playing field. And so critical thinking, we have observed UIP Switzerland and United the Netherlands is becoming and sought after in the network, which is a big concern because I think one of the greatest skills I've developed in UIP is critical thinking, and it's deeply tied to the network's mission, and also hindering exchange of ideas, knowledge, and abilities because of the aforementioned reason of people being discouraged. Can we move on? So this is the original. So this is the formal request for a friendly amendment. So we gauged kind of that support from NCs, and we saw that a common concern was about spell and grammar checking, because some of the systems are technically generative AI, but they only like Grammarly, but they technically only do spell and grammar checking, which is not what we're seeking to kind of ban. We want people to, trust me, I love it when people use Grammarly. Great for makes our lives a little bit more easy and is not necessarily critical thinking. So basically, we want to ban the use of generative AI and large language modules such as ChatGPT, with the exception of spell and grammar checking, so focusing on content, as I had said, and not starting with and not doing the phrasing from scratch. Next slide. Yeah, and the other, if you want to approve the other one instead, it's just outright bans generative AI and large language modules. Next slide. There's one. So our intended outcome is to ban the use of AI in academics, or discourage people from using it also outside of IS context, because IS is our often the one setting the standard for other events. Improving learning environments and international sessions, safeguarding the mission and values of UIP, as aforementioned, and reducing our ecological footprint. We've already gone into depth about this as well, and also kind of having this as a starting point for a more in-depth discussion for the place or lack thereof of AI within, or generative AI and then LLMs within the network. And yes, looking forward to see what you think about this.
Thank you, Vita, work in the Netherlands. As a general note, I will ask to take into consideration everything that has been said before, to not repeat the points and save us some time. Statements. I will check. We had requests from UIP Romania, Poland, Italy, and Slovenia. Please keep it to 1 minute, not more. I will try to cut you off.
Right. I want to say, I think it's a good starting point. However, there are some issues here. First of all, why only the academic teams? Yes, the chairs see the work of the delegates see the work of the chairs, yada yada, but externals see the work of the media team. Also, orga teams can use AI, so why just that team specifically? And also, even with the amendments, there are still some issues. For example, chairs use AI to write games, which I think is totally fine, topic tailored games. Or, for example, if a chair sends an email to delegates, most of the emails, Gmail and Outlook, have AI code pilots, so you have to turn those off as well. And when you Google something for your resolution, Google has AI. You have to turn that off as well, and the list goes on and on and on. I think it's a bit problematic the way it's restricted, and I think it shouldn't just be the academic team. It's either all, but in my opinion, it shouldn't be any because it's hard to regulate.
Thank you, UIP Romania. UIP Poland.
Right. So we agree that AI should neither be overused nor the default option, substituting any actual work and thinking. And as such, wanted to give kudos to the proposing entities for bringing this topic up and giving us all the platform to discuss it. However, outright prohibiting the usage of AI altogether is not a sustainable long-term solution in our opinion. AI is here to stay, whether we like it or not. It absolutely doesn't come without its concerns, but it will remain being a widespread tool. We don't want to create a bubble within the UAP that does not reflect the situation in the outside world, and believe that as an education-focused NGO, we should instead focus on coming up with long-term strategies for responsible AI use that will hopefully achieve the same end goal. People restricting its use through different means. Instead of purely relying on it being taken away from them, they might get a chance to understand why exactly it should not be used in certain cases and how harmful its use can potentially be, which is going to be more of a long-term approach instead of just a stopgap solution. This is an approach already reflected in other academic settings, such as universities, which place equal, if not bigger, emphasis on the education subject matter rather than the research themselves. Between the directly opposing stances of trust presenting in the constructive debate we just had and control presented in this policy proposal introducing the de facto AI prohibition, as UIP Poland, we can only endorse the former and cannot agree with the potential implementation of this policy before the action plan from the topic of debate.
Thank you, UIP Poland, for the time. UIP Italy.
Okay, I will skip the thank yous and intro. In order to focus on the reasons why we feel like we can support that proposal for like several reasons. So first and foremost, we all know or should that ban do not work because credentials that are already in use only pushes them underground, and so we think they're useless and friend and hard to protect. And this that's why that is. This like further aftermath the academic impact goal of this proposal, I guess.
That's your right hand. Take off the right hand and take. Yes.
That does make sense. Secondly, education as a core value of UIP instead of us. Again, so ADI can save a lot of time and so like effectively support the work of young volunteers. So the real challenge here is we think is to make members aware about how to use it in a conscious and responsible way. For example, like to get a quick overview of a topic they're not familiar with, it's okay, or to find sources for further research or even for accessibility needs. So this is also a way to build responsibility, which is another UAP core value and part of the wider process of youth empowerment, as in like giving people the tools for to live in society that we live in and educating them how to use them for the better. So for one, development of valuable skills for the future. So this is a thing that is used also in work and university like environment. So to again give the tools and how to use them is very useful. And lastly, like as a focus on sustainability, I will wrap it up. I'm sure. Like when we can have an impact is advocating for regulations about like environmental footprints of big tech companies, which is one of the like things that you will be do at events. Yeah, when it comes to energy, water emissions, and sort of consumption, etc.
Thank you, UIP Italy. We'll go to UIP Slovenia. One Slovene minute, not one Italian minute. I shout.
Okay, so Stefan, Romania already asked about only using it for the academic teams. I will ask why only for ISs. Most of our delegates are not in IS. Most of our delegates are in regional and national in our own entities, where it is easier to try things, first of all, in smaller scale events instead of going straight for the 300 people. And then I couldn't find any rationale, so like I also throw the question, why only ISs? I hope we have the opportunity to respond to that. And also with the amendment being added, I get the feeling like, okay, we cannot use AI, only the AI that we see that can help more easily. It seems like a quick fix, just a very small and cheap band-aid to a way bigger issue. And it doesn't really prevent anything. It were points already mentioned on pushing it underground, forcing people to use it without knowing. So let's discuss a little bit, maybe for the future, because I don't see a lot of future in this proposal here. Yeah, so a few minutes.
That was very precise. Thank you, I think, France, for their proposal, for their ask of a statement. try to make it to a point in the debate. I will ask EYP Netherlands and Switzerland to be very brief with this.
Yes, I will. So firstly, to go to EYP Romania. So why only academic teams? Primarily because for the value that EYP brings, not just to its officials, but specifically to its delegates, that's where the biggest impact is. I think in this debate, we are missing the point a bit that the vast majority of people who interact with EYP never become officials. And for them, even if it's their first event, I think it's already essential for that first event to be a place where, as much as possible, we encourage their own critical thinking and we do everything within our power to enable an environment where that is optimized. Also, if you may quickly add on to something about the games, that was just primarily because if you focus on peer-to-peer learning beyond that, with like officials and such, you get a situation where essentially, well, I created my game with AI. I kept doing that. There's extensive research on the fact that AI makes you less able to reproduce that knowledge and reproduce those capabilities over a long stretch of time. So by the time you actually need to evaluate whether the output of AI is good, because as we said, it can hallucinate, this peer-to-peer structure would collapse and you would have very little idea of what you're doing is good. Then there were multiple points by EYP Slovenia and also the Italy on the scope of, for example, international sessions. Primarily, this is because we struggle a lot with the existing structures and policies that there are for us to regulate, for example, the activities in an academic team. And thirdly, we don't like to overstep as like proposing entities to immediately intervene with their own practices entities. ISs are the flagship event. So if there's somewhere where AI has definitely no place, it's in the places where our academic output and our dialogue should be best. And then only academic teams because, well, it's the first step we evaluate. And then I think the BNC board would like me to wrap up. Last thing is that UIP said that education was a core value of UIP, so we should educate on how to use AI responsibly. I think there's enough places to learn how to use AI, and there's much too little places in the world currently that's do your own critical thoughts, your own critical opinion, standalone from technology. So perhaps we should take our place in that sense and not become an AI tool. Thank you.
Thank you, EYP the Netherlands. We will go with the debate, which is structured as follows. Round one, disadvantages of using AI in EYP academics. Round two, the challenges and benefits of banning generative AI within EYP IS academics. And a third general round. We will try to keep the debate very efficient. So round one, disadvantage of using AI in EYP academics. I see EYP France, followed by Latvia.
The debate it is not very focused on the
There is a general one.
Yeah.
Then EYP Latvia, you got promoted.
It's not you, it's not. Oh no, it is you. Yeah, I will take the stance that the disadvantage that comes from this is critical thinking, so that it is technically a valid point. I would say that if we do by some means ban or enforce some sort of policy as we potentially might want to do, allowing the use of Grammarly is utter hypocrisy, and it's still generative AI. Anybody who just picked up Grammarly to the max settings, you're gonna see a million underlines, blue, yellow, red, whatever. It's going to generate the correct text to you, and it doesn't matter if I use ChatGPT to refine the resolution or Grammarly. Literally no difference. But if you don't use AI, you don't use it, period.
Thank you, EYP Latvia. I would say if we had another point, then you can respond to everyone. No, so you can respond to round one.
Okay, then I'll just do it very quickly because it's just one point. Yeah, I would say that I personally agree with Latvia's point that if we're betting AI, we just should bet it on. It was this amendment came more from like us grasping what other NCs were thinking about the proposal and what their issues were with it. And we realized a lot of people like, okay, but what about Grammarly? So we kind of wanted to have like a less extreme version. I agree. Like I personally don't use Grammarly. It's AI like anything else. Your Google Docs has a spell checker. I can do the same without doing as much generation. But in the proposal, it's only spell checking also from Grammarly, so it wouldn't cover like kind of the rewrites. However, that's even more like we get like that's maybe not ideal. So it is still possible to vote on this proposal without approving the friendly amendments. Yeah, that's what we want to say.
And a reminder, the friendly amendment is immediately in place. So, because it's your proposal.
Then it's only for spell checking purposes, guys, not for the rewrites. Yeah, have that in mind.
You can technically re-amend it.
We might. But yeah.
This was the end of round one. We'll go on round two. We had a lot of discussion on this, even in the previous debate. We're gonna take 3 points, also trying to hear about different people, different NCs. We'll go UK. It's really gonna be or UK, Ukraine, Greece, Portugal.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you for the recognition. I think there's a point to be made here about the integrity of academic boards. You mentioned not wanting to overstep. It's also worth noting that generally speaking, IS academics are meant to be some of the most qualified people in the network. Therefore, if these people, for example, have insight on how to use AI in a productive manner, it might be more productive for us to take that into account and allow them to benefit our network with their skill set in that way, rather than banning it. Like, I think it's kind of hypocritical to say, oh, we don't want to overstep the mark, and then say, but we're going to ignore whatever unique skill set or knowledge you might have on academics and ban it entirely. Like, I just think you ought to allow the integrity to make those decisions themselves, since they are meant to be the most trusted academics in the network.
Thank you, EYB UK, EYB Ukraine. It's on its way.
So while we highly emphasizing with minimization of use of AI, and we are aiming for that in practices of our NC, however, we don't think that full prohibition is the right way to approach the matter because there's no all size fits all, and there's so many other things that you can use AI for, Grammarly, etc. There can be so many exceptions. Full prohibition is definitely not the way to go. And we think that like prohibition or full prohibition, partial prohibition, etc. Like this is a good aid for the network, and networks will definitely benefit from not eliminating but trying to minimize use of AI. But however, that should stay on discretion of the NC. So yeah, and we would truly advocate for changing of the phrasing to eliminate, like not elimination. Wait, let me see the phrasing. So it was like full prohibition and to changing into softer words. Thank you.
Thank you. It was the Ukraine. We heard a lot from EYP Azerbaijan, less from EYP Sweden. We're gonna go with that.
We believe as an NC that banning Grammarly entirely can lead to discrimination. Like if you have dyslexia, for example, some people are reliant on these things like for doing grammar checks. It's not easy for people getting into academics, and then like it's very difficult for them. So think about that.
Thank you. EYP Sweden. As promised, Greece. EYP Greece. We have many mics.
Thank you. Firstly, we also want to emphasize that the minimizing of the use of AI within UAP is of great importance, but the specific way to achieve it right now is not one that allows for the members to truly use AI in a creative manner and not overuse it. But specifically, I wanted to ask a question of how exactly we're going to achieve it. We've heard a lot about trusting our members and putting a lot of effort to passing the message that AI is bad, but if we prohibit it, we need to have a result for that banning of AI. So you prohibit it, how do you check it, and what do you do for the people using AI? Do you ban them from the session? Do you provide them with like strikes of use of AI? I would love some more information on that.
Thank you, Chris. Also, because then we will have no time to dinner, and it's there that UIP Ukraine has its share of time for their debate. As I promised, UIP Portugal, then we will going back to the Netherlands.
Okay,
Or
I'll try.
Switzerland and the Netherlands and France and everybody.
I'll try to repeat anything that happened said already. But as much as we as NNC like the idea of UIP being an AI free space, we also see that AI I think is the first time that it's mentioned in the BNCM, but correct me if I'm wrong, someone. And because of that, for me, banning it in the first time that it has been mentioning in this environment is a bit extreme. And because of that, I also want to ask, as you agrees, what are the consequences of someone who's caught using AI in the IS, for example? Because I personally don't see any feasible options. Are we sending them home? Are we, what's happening? So yeah, that was my question.
Thank you, EYP Portugal. I would just want to mention that it's not that I don't like you or we don't want to hear from you, is that we try to hear from everyone and have timely debates. EYP Switzerland should be the one to wrap it up. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so that was a somewhat productive round. So first of all, for the integrity of academic boards, yes, presidents at ISs are probably the most experienced academics in the organization. I agree. I think we can talk about the phrasing of the proposal. We can talk about, for example, using AI to find sources. We can talk about these things. But this proposal is focusing on generating content using AI, and that is something we don't think should happen. Sorry, that is something we don't think should happen at ISs, in academics in general. This is why we are putting forward this proposal. And to UIP Ukraine, there is no NC discretion at ISs, so that is why kind of we're putting this proposal forward as well. To UIP Sweden not banning Grammarly, sure. Yeah, I mean we did do a friendly amendment. We can disagree and agree on that. I think there's also a point to be said there about accessibility, and yes, perhaps generally AI could make UIP more accessible to people. But if we think about that a little bit further, we can maybe think about the fact that we already have accessibility structures in place, and those accessibility structures are peer-to-peer learning and people helping each other out. If you do have dyslexia, you can use Grammarly, I think. But you can also ask your friend to check your text for you, which is, I mean, we survived many, many years as an organization, as a society without using AI. And yeah, I mean, I understand that you guys are like, how are we going to enforce this? But to the extent to which we are putting this forward, you guys could have amended, you guys could have proposed actual ideas. And I think we need to move forward to, we need to move forward quickly with this topic, with AI, or we will lose the organization. If we keep being like, nah, this is too fast, we won't have an organization to protect anymore. Then I would like to also put forward what are the consequences? We can talk about this. What are the consequences of someone drinking at an IS, of someone drinking more than 15% alcohol? You know, there are ways that we can regulate this. We can talk about academic boards not recognizing points of a committee that continues to use AI for their points in GA, et cetera. But yeah, that's the next one.
Thank you, EYP Switzerland. We'll go with the third and last round of debate. We will keep it short, hopefully. As promised from the beginning, UIP France. Can we get the mic? Can we get a mic to UIP France?
Peer-to-peer learning.
Yes, thank you very much. So once again, thank you very much for bringing this topic. We do very important to represent it, etc. But we also believe that with banning, I mean, you mentioned a lot the UIP values. You mentioned a lot peer-to-peer learning, form of education, etc. But however, I mean, we do believe also that by banning it completely and very strictly, would be for failing to what? Failing to its educational purposes. Because because we want, what do we want to do when we do it? We want to bring the youth closer to citizenship. In this case, I mean, AI is a reality in our world, our society, etc. How do we want to be a citizen without using, like, a citizen that is not living in our actual world? I mean, yeah, for me, there's, yeah, I'm just reflecting. I also didn't use the what's I'm sorry. Um, yeah, I do strongly agree that we need to talk again about that. But like banning it directly would just like be unproductive because we need. I mean, our aim is also to train our members to be educated citizens and to be able to use properly AI if they need it or not. No, I'm not a pro AI. I want to pick what Frederick was said. I agree, and I want to repeat also what the question of Joao of why are we banning it from ISS and not written my zone where there's like juries. So
Thank you, UIP France.
thank you very much.
Thank you, UIP France. My eyes in this one cannot see yellow, so I'm gonna go with Belgium and Serbia, and then go back to the proposing entities.
Dai, ma.
As I said before, AI will keep evolving in our society, will evolve with it. But banning it as a whole, when you think of delegates, for example, it risks the fact that delegates could still do it with just in secrecy. And when Switzerland talked about the fact that we could have the 50% alcohol rule, I think that that's a good way to go about regulating it and giving them like acknowledge that they're going to use it, but like monitor it. And yeah, we briefly also talked about Grammarly, for example. We would say that in cases of Grammarly, when you specify that you, because like in the topic it says ban AI, but we don't specify what kind of AI. And if you talk about Grammarly, for example, it's mostly about grammar, clarity, etc. So in that case, we would say that that is okay. But then, okay, what happens if we do notice the use of AI? I would say that the evening before GA, the academic boards, the FC boards, they're working really hard until after midnight to check all the resolutions. What happens if they do notice it? Will they have to rewrite the resolutions? Will they not include it? So I think we should also think about that.
Thank you, UIP Belgium. We are out of time. UIP Serbia, and then a quick response.
Is it working? Okay, amazing. So I think we have all made kind of realize we cannot really ban AI all of a sudden, but only reduce it. So we talked a lot about teaching people how to use AI properly and how not to use it, but maybe we can start on showing people what they can do without AI first. So for example, chairpersons could spend a first couple of hours of committee work guiding their delegates through research, through finding sources, and because if you already start the story with how to use AI properly or how to not use it, you're putting the idea of actually using the AI into their head instead of educating them how to do things alone. So maybe we can also take that into consideration regarding reducing the AI.
Thank you very much, UIP Serbia. I would kindly ask Switzerland and Netherlands to be quick with this. Should be Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So firstly, France, on banning is bad for the educational purpose of UIP and the conflict we have about our opinion on that. I would say that the educational purpose of UIP is to help people find their voice, and I am yet to see a language model, which is the definition we're using, a large language model, that helps people form an opinion in a way that it actually improves their skills on a long-term basis. Then towards UIP Belgium on how to regulate AI, what to do with the ban. I think I want to highlight here that people are very focused on this word banning, and yes, we are prohibiting usage of AI at ISS, but the primary intent and usage of this is that A, it's our flagship event that sets norms for many events in the network. B, if there's a place where AI has no place, it's at these ISs. And then to be punitive with it, it's not as much a case that, oh, we need to remove people from sessions, we need to rewrite COs. It's a standard that we set that is not a point of discussion among any academic team of an IS, where the academic team itself can self-regulate, can see if their delegates are using it, and then just tell them not to do so. Nothing has to be so extreme and like removing people from sessions. And then lastly, by UIP Serbia, we all realize we cannot ban AI, it won't disappear. I disagree, frankly. The essence here is that the current norm at UIP is that AI is accepted. Delegates are not expected not to use AI, even if it is for finding their own voice. If you think this isn't the case, you are very naive over where this network has gone academically within the past 12 months. That's not meant as a personal attack to you, but just evaluate critically where the academic output of the network has been going. And then I think we can all agree that this is a very logical first step to take at our highest events. Thank you.
Thank you, UIP the Netherlands. Thank you, UIP Switzerland. Thank you all. I think that 90 minutes on both the agenda items are tough. We'll now move on to voting. As it is a policy on international sessions, a relative majority is required. We will ask, please, let's keep it civil. All those in favor to raise their placards. In favor? And then the P. Against? All those against? NCs abstaining? J. For real, Albania Luxembourg. Data. Okay. I mean, I don't think I need to run the numbers. The policy has not passed since it didn't reach the, we have a point of order? No, what?
So I submitted a formal vote. I maybe that's in for the Wi-Fi, but that was for the previous topic.
We do not have time to do it now.
Every other don't.
Yes, but none of us got notified by this. You can have it on Slack.
The whole thought.
Well, if it's not approved, we can move on to the last agenda item for today, which will be promoting Ukraine-related topics at UIP session by UIP Ukraine. Please, is relevant as any other topic. Let's be civil in the changes. And UIP Ukraine, try to keep it concise, please, guys. It's not difficult to do this quietly. The statement of debate is as follows.
Thank you very much. It worked. Well, yeah. We're critically time limited to the span of 15 minutes, so we would like to keep it as brief as possible and as constructive as possible. UP Agree was carefully deciding whether we even want to include this topic. We fully understand the controversial nature of that, and we ask you to be respectful and ongoing, please. So we can go to the first slide of history of the proposal. So years ago, Ukraine already successfully debated on the topic of inclusion high level of Ukraine-related topics, which led to the good results of inclusion of the topics, also better cooperation between European events and Ukraine ambassadors. However, in recent 2024 and half of the 2025, we have seen some setbacks. And in the second quarter of 2025, we have received notice from our delegates about discriminatory treatment within the network. This is the reason why we are bringing this topic up, and that's why we think that this is important. Yeah, and we don't think that this is ill intent or anything like that. We think that this is just due to the lack of education of the matter. And what we can do about it is we have power to spread awareness. The backup for that is Article 1.3 A and B of the Charter, because we as an organization, we are aiming to conduct to raise awareness about European issues, encourage active citizenship, foster cultural dialogue, etc. So, yeah, and discussing this issue is necessity not for only UIP Ukraine alone, but this is our shared responsibility to prepare informed and responsible European society. And this is one of the core values why we're doing UIP. So I will be passing the word.
Next slide, please. So moving on to the rationale behind our topic. As we already know, it's been more than 3 years since the full-scale invasion in Ukraine began. And unfortunately, since that time, this fact didn't change, but what we see is changing is the rising ignorance and also treatment of the Ukraine-related topics, and I mean every Ukraine-related topics as problematic and concerned as something to be an issue. And we should mention that we are incredibly grateful for the whole EYP network and separate NCs for their activities and initiatives targeted on supporting Ukraine, because there are a lot of that, such as Rebuild Ukraine project, such as various NCs supporting us in hosting delegations in numerous years, in various time of years, and we are incredibly grateful. We are raising this point not to be contradictory to that fact, but to raise awareness about the point of discrimination and the related issues. Next slide, please. So what we want to say is that it is contradictory to the EYT main values that we have been reached out about the discriminatory treatment during working procedures about Ukraine-related topic and also Ukrainian participants. What we also need to mention is that we believe it is not hate motivated, but rather an accurate issue due to the lack of knowledge towards the matter and towards the topic. And hereby we want to raise a discussion about the opportunity of inclusion such topics to raise awareness, and with that being said, to address the situation.
So in possible action plan is encouraging NC events to ensure consistent inclusion of Ukraine-related topics, because Ukraine-related topics can go far beyond the war, and creating a narrative of Ukraine being just a war state is not a really nice thing to do. So create pool of ready-to-use topics by developing topic banks that can be practiced together with Rebuild Ukraine Ambassador Program, strengthening cooperation with Rebuild Ukraine Ambassador by requesting assistance, which was already practiced, which was working well with UAP in the Netherlands, where Mozambique Mohaibo was invited as expert. So encouraging the elimination of discrimination within UNCs on all levels, because the awareness about the fact that it's happening is already a lot. So we will be able to start the statements now.
All right, we have 3 statements. We will recognize you all in the following order: Cyprus, Finland, Azerbaijan. Please keep it to about 1 minute each. Thank you.
For compensation.
But I do have some concerns. Firstly, in your top presentation on the group, you talk about declining awareness and lack of education. But I do not think that there's a person in this group who doesn't know the situation in Ukraine now. However, I know that the majority of people in this group do not know the situation in Cyprus. I mean, coming here by train, the German police asked me if I'm Turkish by showing them my certificate. It's not directed to migrants in Turkey. This is just this is just to talk about the human crisis that both Greek secrets and Turkey secrets are going through right now. If we're looking for solidarity and democracy through our network, shouldn't we also talk about other ongoing armed conflicts and illegal occupations, such as the West Bank and Cyprus? And I say this as a Cypriot educator that hates when Cyprus is brought up during other armed conflict discussions. Just imagine the reaction of our members when many of them are really refugees or Turkish Cypriots when we present them a mandatory topic about Ukraine. How will they feel when we don't talk about their homeland that is currently being occupied? Ukraine is a really nice and rightfully so established initiative, but it is a lot more than what other countries are getting right now. Maybe focus on including more countries that are going through a humanitarian crisis right now before we.
All right, thank you. Time's up, unfortunately. So that's the others also have time for their statements. Finland, your excellence.
Great. First off, I want to thank UIP Ukraine for this topic of debate. I think it's very valuable for everyone to, in general, keep in mind that there is indeed a war going on in Ukraine. We have a very practical concern about your topic of debate, that being that this is the part about NCs, including more topics about Ukraine in our sessions. This is simply something we cannot do, as we have a practice of not influencing the NCs, not the NCs, the academic boards' work on topics. We, of course, check them and make sure that the spelling is correct. And we have some other rules, but we can't really tell them to include any topics. However, I would like to, say to everyone or remind everyone that in some way or another, most topics that we talk about are somehow related to what's happening in Ukraine. So very much talking about the war itself or having specifically Ukraine-related topics, there are ways to bring it up as well.
Thank you so much, UIP Finland. I want to point out that was exactly 1 minute down the sentence. It's quite incredible.
Did they get a medal for it?
Yeah, they won one anyway. They multiply. All right, UIP Azerbaijan, you recognize.
We believe that talking about Ukraine in general is very beneficial because so much has happened. Russia they have done so much that the international community ignored, and they started taking action when the war took a full scale. We ignored the 2003 Tuzla Island incident. We ignored Crimea, and now that it's happening, and nobody is aware of those incidents, and thus by promoting more Ukrainian topics rather than, I believe they're trying to say what has been happening and what kind of strategies are being used rather than promoting just Ukrainian topics over other NCs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was even under a minute. That's even better. Not to compare, but since we're trying to save time, I love a short statements. All right. Ukraine, if you're ready to respond, you're ready.
Yes. Thank you very much, Cyprus. And yes, I think that UAP definitely should increase the amount of topics about topics which are valuable for Europeans. You mentioned the fact that it's going to be mandatory. No, of course it cannot be mandatory. We are not advocating for it to be mandatory. So going to Finland, I see your concern about that you cannot influence SNC debit exports, but basically the discrimination point that was raised. Okay, I think it's useless at this point. So the discrimination point that was raised, we had incidents when Ukrainian delegates were present in the session where the topic was partly concerning Ukraine somehow, and they were told by the chairs, for example, that can you not bring in Ukraine? So this is kind of what we mean by bringing more Ukrainian topics. We don't mean necessarily if you have a session, please go to Ukraine Crimea topic, committee Crimea and committee, I don't know, the whatever. So no, we don't advocate for that necessarily. We advocate for the fact that we are not being silenced. And going to Azerbaijan, thank you so much for your kind words. Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right. Then we're moving on to the debate, and I would like to encourage everyone to say constructive things. Some people have demonstrated this very well, so please keep it up. Bless you, Leila. The debates are structured as follows. All right. So in the first round, we will take a point from Italy, followed by Ireland, because that's super convenient microphone-wise.
I just have a question on your perception of what you mean by declining. Can you hear me? Okay. Declining awareness on the topic, because first of all, I do not believe that the EYP pool of youth is representative of the global youth, because it's obviously a tiny bubble, and within the tiny bubble, and see for EYP, out of 6 events in 2025, 4 have either Ukraine topic or Ukraine related topic. So I'm wondering, where does the claim that there's a decline in attention come from? Because I do not personally see it, and thus this does not appear to be a priority to us.
All right, we have a very swift direct response from EYP Azerbaijan, which we will accept.
I would like to clarify that most topics on Ukraine that you claim are not on Ukraine, but more on how Europe is in danger because Ukraine is being attacked. And therefore, they're trying to focus their topics more on how to aid rather than how Europe should act to preserve itself from Russian occupation. Thank you.
All right, we have another direct response connecting on this. If it's directly related, then you recognize.
Yeah, no, I want to quickly also mention, because you said that a lot of topics, a lot of sessions have had Ukraine-related topics. I want to quickly remind everyone that we have a event designed for this. We have the Rebuild Ukraine app. I'm not saying it's a bad event. We just hosted the Rebuild Ukraine app. I'm all for it. But I just want to, in a sense, say that the UAP has been doing things for Ukraine, and I'm not saying they should stop. Again, I want to clarify this, but it has been continuously doing things for Ukraine with topics related to or about Ukraine, and also special events that other entities are not getting. I'm not again saying that you shouldn't, but I want to clarify that it's happening.
Thank you, UAP Romania. Then Ireland has already been recognized, so that's where we continue.
I think firstly I'd like to say that it's that in this day and age that everybody from any nationality in Europe is facing discrimination, that's actually not disturbing to hear. But I think overall what I would suggest is maybe moving focus towards having Ukraine ambassadors speak at NCs and like do events with NCs or like anybody who's facing anything in their home NCs right now, and like when democracy and everyone's under attack. Reach out to the other NCs and do joint events that members can come and learn more stuff about. Just because it's not in a session doesn't mean it's not a valuable talk that people would want to go to, and that also humanizes the people from Ukraine and from other countries in a way that maybe just a topic at a session don't. You get to meet people in their personal experiences firsthand.
Thank you, UAP Ireland. We have time for one more point in this round, which we'll take from Austria. You're next.
Sure. Ukraine. I had a question. So we talked a lot about, I don't know if it's good to include the Ukraine topic in the past, but my question is, initially, what is your idea and what would you wish comes out of this? So you said you don't want to have a quota, so you don't want to have, I don't know, one Ukraine topic per net, but what is exactly what you want? Because I see the result of it.
Thank you, UAP Austria. We will return to UAP Ukraine for response.
Okay, again, thank you very much. I'm gonna start from Austria. That's an amazing question. So basically what we have been faced is like a lot of discrimination towards our members on all of the levels, from committee to from officials to other peers, etc. So we really want to combat this mandatory treatment by not silencing members within the committee work, by basically, also improve internal cooperation within the network because we already have a great success with Ukraine ambassadors, and we can do better amount of representative this program into the sessions whether it's necessary. So also we can see at the bigger amount of different topics and like kind of broaden them because like also the topic of Ukraine is problematic. And we would love to see, for example, if the topic of Ukraine will be encouraging the communities such as example, etc. So see Ukraine from more other aspects besides being the work. Because including topic of Ukraine only in the work context also enforces like enhances the stereotypes that are already created. So this is kind of how we want. I'm sorry. So next, going to Romania. Yes, I fully understand your concern and thank you so much for the National Committee of Romania of and the network in general for the efforts. However, again, like the left in itself is a really good initiative, but it does not combat the discrimination that was already. So to the Ireland, we're fully agree with what you said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was also excellently timed, might I add. All right, we are going into. You realize I'm Swiss, so I haven't think for time. All right. All right, we will take some more points in the second round, which is also general. Thanks. We will take a point from you can recognize. Mike, please.
I think another thing that I want to ask in your action plan, you mentioned about like tools of topics and having like a lot of like almost like a drive of all these topics and things. The situation is ever evolving, as you've mentioned. Who is actually regulating these topics, and how are you ensuring that actually this is not creating more work for any one person, and like getting that balance of making sure that we are discussing things that are important, including Ukraine and what's happening, but also like without giving academic teams and other people any more work or yourselves more work for that? Like, how do you see that being regulated, that kind of thing?
All right, we have a direct response. I will quickly check if there are other points that want to be made in this. Yes, okay. In that case, we will take the direct response.
Yeah, I think the microbiologist does work in this area, so it's okay. Basically, as I mentioned, the topic, one of the aims of this debate is to spread awareness about the fact that we face this discrimination that was going on, and also enhance collaboration within the network by seeing how do you do that, like what, in your opinion, can be explore suitable solutions to work hand in hand with other national committees. So that's basically the thing. So we would really like if other national committees, while making their points, can give us some ideas for something like that, so we can have actual discussion.
All right, thank you so much. And since there are more points, we will take a point from Portugal, followed by Azerbaijan, and then return to the proposing entity.
Hi, so we would like to start by saying that we truly do understand why UIP Ukraine is bringing this to the BNCM, and we do appreciate it. However, we have concerns regarding the somewhat banalization of this topic, just because if we do push more committee themes about Ukraine and the war on Ukraine, we do believe that in some ways it can banalize the issue, and it can create some, I don't know how to say it in a good way, but some kind of tiredness, I guess, from the participants. I think that's why you said about the discrimination. I think it probably is connected with that. However, as I said, we truly do see how this is important. Thank you.
All right, and as promised, you have the Azerbaijan here.
Thank you so much. Same. I do completely understand why you brought it up. Thank you for doing so. Glad we can have a moment of discussion. I suppose my question is kind of in between the United Kingdom and Portugal's. Also topic related, and mostly to satiate my curiosity. I haven't been to many NCs, but I have this hobby of like looking at TOs and academic prep kits and so on and so on. And my issue is with perhaps repetition or perhaps creativity or lack of creativity. So my question to you is, since the invasion of Ukraine and the Ukrainian crisis and so on is so vast, like what topics have you not seen that you would really like to include, like subtopics of the whole thing? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is a really good point to return for the second time to the proposing entity. If they're ready to respond, then you're recognized.
Thank you very much for recognition. About the UAP UK, I think like so I will just move on directly to Portugal about the concerns that that thank you. That is tyrant however that framing rights topics that will not take more than one probably coming to the discussion and also as it was mentioned before, it is not necessarily topics themselves to be about framing rights separate. And also it just inclusion of the topic overview or in the resolution itself, whatever that might just like a mention as an addition to the topic that concerns some issues or like some other probably approaches that are being implemented in Ukraine to raise awareness overall, not only about the words it was said before. And with that being said, that kind of concerns the point raised by Azerbaijan. Thank you so much. That well, from the context we have for now, it's mostly knowledgeable that there is some ongoing full-scale invasion about Ukraine. However, we have also much more topics to discuss, for example, concerning agriculture, concerning governance, concerning culture, concerning various other topics that can be included in that context. To repeat myself, not only as a separate topic to discuss directly about Ukraine, but to include in the bigger topic that can concern various countries. Thank you.
If I can, I would like to add like a last thing, because from what I believe that we have only 2 rounds of debates because due to time constraints.
We can do a third if there are still points left.
Okay, I will briefly like say, so can anyone, I think we will be bringing up this topic further with topic of debate number 36 regarding body, regarding memes, and yeah. Because can anyone who knows UAP hate raise your hand? Like, I'm just curious, yeah. Well, have you seen the iceberg and curse of UAP Ukraine? So we went and what we saw didn't sound good to us, and basically like from what we figured out is that Ukrainians in the sessions being seen as me, being seen as people from the work country, etc. And this is good. Our alumnus, ambassador of Ukraine, I don't remember exactly which state, but he's ambassador right now. We have alumni of UAP Ukraine who are parliament members right now. People who are studying in Ivy League schools. So this is just super unfair, and why we're doing this entire proposal is so we are stop being marginalized and being seen just as people from a war country. We want to be seen as people who are come from the some culture, from the country that had development, that has development, that fight for like democracy and human rights. So yeah, this is basically it.
Thank you very much. All right. We are having one final round of open debate, and I see 2 points. So I think we'll take exactly those 2 and then close. So that will be Italy followed by Croatia. Repeatedly, you recognize.
So you mentioned multiple times discriminatory behavior towards your member in session to vote. Could you better clarify or give us a picture of what you mean by that? Because like knowing the issues and what we're dealing with, we can like better act in our events to prevent like those situations to happen again, and like keep an eye on our members and their behavior towards members of the EYP Ukraine during our events. Like not specifically personal examples, but like a broader picture of what you mean with such behaviors.
All right, I will accept this direct response from EYP Romania, but please, as brief as possible.
Thank you so much. I want to quickly add on that and say that I don't think anybody in this room condones discrimination of absolutely any kind. And that's why we have the mechanisms in place, and now we have the updates from the team and so on. And I want to also kind of ask in a sense, because I personally don't think that discrimination comes from lack of topics or lack of awareness towards your situation. And so I don't see necessarily the correlation between having more European, or not European, more Ukraine-related topics to then solving this problem of discrimination, which, yes, absolutely should be solved. I'm just not seeing necessarily the relation.
Thank you, EYP Romania. For time reasons and because you've already had a lot of direct responses, we won't take yours, but thank you so much. Or text the Slack if you want to. As promised, the last point will be from EYP Croatia.
So I just had a question about one of the possible action plans regarding the creation of already used article. I mean, it's no secret that hundreds of events happen in UAP yearly. So if you really see a problem of this topic being reused a lot, maybe becomes more generalized, will this tool be maybe like regularly updated, and how will the usage of topics be recorded throughout the months or years?
Thank you so much, EYP Croatia, for bringing it back to the action plan. All right, so for the final time in this topic of debate, we will return to EYP Ukraine.
Okay, thank you very much for very important questions and points. First of all, to Italy, as it was mentioned before, there was an event, talking directly about concerns that person of EYP Ukraine mentioned and EYP hate, because we were ourselves not aware of what it is, and we were saying with some of our participants by others that that we are perceived as only a war country and only country not having opportunities to host events of enough quality, I would say. Also, as it was mentioned by Sophia, I believe, about the kind of not letting the Ukraine related points to be included in the resolution about the topic that can be concerned. Of course, I cannot mention the particular situation, but there was also action which, how to say it properly, was related to kind of not understanding, not valuing, or how do I say it, just related to Ukrainian symbolics on J, for example, which I believe is done not only by our delegations but also by other countries. So that is to just give more space to understand what is actually happening. So once more, sorry for keeping it not brief, but thank you very much for that point. Then to direct response from EYP Romania, I would say, of course, that is not the reason, from the lack of the topics itself, but it can be a possible solution, not to only talk about more related topics and separate ones, but also to form the perception of Ukrainians and EYP Ukraine as a national committee, because it all works in complex. And for now, it's being presented, well, because of more reasons, more like a country of war, but we are much more than that. And moving on to EYP Croatia topic, I will pass the mic to say.
Okay, thank you very much. So, EYP Croatia, thank you very much for your question. So, what we were thinking, basically, if any state is any NC is interested into actual encouraging topics and would like it on event, you can reach out to any possible way to EYP Ukraine. You can do it on Slack, you can do it email, Instagram, personal contacts, whatever. We will definitely help you. And also, we have directly we're built Ukraine ambassadors working on 6 different topics, 6 different working groups that have a lot of subtopics, and we can definitely ensure that we will never run out of topics. So yeah.
Thank you so much, EYP Ukraine. This is the end of this topic of debate. But I would especially like to thank the proposing entity for bringing these important topics. With Ukraine, all of their members are just as European as all of us. I don't think they should ever be treated as anything else. That goes without saying, but we say it anyway. All right, we have a few more announcements before you run along to dinner. The first one will be from Leila.
Okay, so a few of you came to ask about this BNCM tradition, that is the seating arrangement game. You can now see the instructions in BNCM Ask Anything, but basically, you are not seated in a random order. There is a precise order. Each day it changes based on a statistic that we decided. And the game is that you have to guess what is the statistic. The order goes like this. So it starts from like Germany, goes on to Sweden, and then up, and then all the way to Kosovo. But in any case, in the Slack, you find it like top to bottom. If you can see. You don't really win anything, if not the glory of, I don't know,
The BNC.
yes, whatever. We just invite you to guess. Fun game. On the phone for the actual.
Well, guys, I found the key. Well, I did. We found the key card. So we did. And if any of you own it, well, look at the back of the room.
Okay, now for some more announcements, please stay seated. Please put all of your belongings back into your what's called envelope, because tomorrow you will be sitting somewhere else. Then also dinner is again at the same place. If you are leaving early tomorrow and you're not there in the morning, please give us your key card or give someone your key card to give to us. We do have to check out from the rooms tomorrow morning, so you have to take your stuff with you before the day starts. Checkout cutoff is 9:30, so you do have to leave your rooms before that time. You can put your luggage again in the same luggage room we had earlier, which is also the workshop room. Please then in the morning meet Sean at the tables again, who will be taking your key cards. If you do not hand in your key card and we do not strike out your name, it costs 15 euros. We're not paying because we don't have money.
We're starting way earlier tonight. Oh.
Last thing, the clock changes tonight. If you use an analog clock,
we're sleeping 1 hour more.
Very last, we will play some music in here after dinner. You can come out and hang out here. Please clean up. There were wine glasses left yesterday that were not ours that we did clean up. Clean up after yourselves. We're all adults.
Acre. Dinner ends at 8. And also, yeah, the hour is changing from 3 to 2. So we have 1 hour more to sleep.
But there was a time. Yeah, I mean, I got it.
Yes, in the.
So